Chapter 161, Dawn of King's Landing. Greene Kleb stood on the rocks, watching Peter Baelish's boat disappear into the distance. Not far away, Varys emerged from the shadows, approaching Greene with light steps. Varys clasped his hands together, as if in a gesture of lamentation. It's so sad. I wonder if there will be another chance to work with Lord Petter in the future. Greene raised his face and smiled. It's a pity that Lord Petter couldn't hear that. He would have been very moved. Varys smiled and shook his head, pausing for a moment before speaking seriously. Earl Greene, as agreed, we will wait for the result. Greene's eyebrows raised slightly. Lord Varys, you seem convinced that Queen Cersei will be the victor. Varys looked at Greene, his eyes flickering. You are the only variable, Earl Greene. A flash of hesitation crossed Greene's face before he sighed softly. I tried my best, but Duke Ned's honor cannot be compromised. Varys also sighed. No one doubts the noble character of Duke Ned, but good people are not suited for the Game of Thrones. Good people cannot be as unscrupulous as bad people to achieve their goals. Greene remained silent, but he was sighing inwardly. As long as we are on the power game table, are there still good guys and bad guys? Greene refocused and said solemnly, Lord Varys, according to our agreement, no matter the outcome, Ed Stark must return to Winterfell safely. Varys's eyes moved slightly, and he smiled. It seems you have guessed the result. Lord Varys, perhaps everyone respects Lord Stannis in their hearts, but they don't like him and are even more afraid of him. When Lord Ned chose Lord Stannis as the heir to the Iron Throne, he actually lost. Varys said softly, We can't let Duke Stannis inherit the Iron Throne. The Seven Kingdoms will put aside their grievances because of him alone. Greene chuckled. It will definitely be like this. With a common enemy, even if it is to protect ourselves. No matter how big the grudge is, we will temporarily put it aside. Maybe this is the charm of Lord Stannis? After hearing Greene's joke, Varys also laughed. Greene and Varys walked forward, discussing as they went, two loyal ministers that even Viserys himself didn't know were working hard to plan for him. Before parting with Varys, Greene looked up at the towering red keep and said tiredly, Lord Varys, this place is too complicated. If possible, I want to leave this place that makes me physically and mentally exhausted as soon as possible. Varys's eyes were bright. He showed a kind smile and reached out to pat Greene, as if to comfort him silently. A tinge of pink began to appear in the eastern sky, gradually spreading. King's Landing, Steel Gate. Greene tightened the reins and stopped his horse, observing the busy people in blue robes. Not long after, Perpili strode over and saluted. Greene, still on his horse, looked down at the heavy-looking Pell. My most loyal knight Pell, is everything going well? Sir, we have taken control of the Steel Gate, but the former captain of the Steel Gate Guard is unwilling to hand over the key. He insists that it will never be handed over to us without Count Janos's order. The Steel Gate is one of the 7 gates in King's Landing's city wall. Like other city gates, the gate's garrison area has its own equipment warehouse, stables, granaries, wine cellars, cells, etc., just like a military fortress. What Pell was referring to was the key to the warehouse held by the original guard captain. Greene raised his eyebrows. What's the situation now? That man led more than a dozen gold cloaks to guard the equipment warehouse and block the door with heavy objects. Except for them, the other gold cloaks have been disarmed by us. Pell had been on standby near the Steel Gate. After receiving Greene's order, he held up the appointment letter with the seal of the Prime Minister and led his troops directly into the gate. The Golden Robe garrison area of the Steel Gate occupied a vast expanse and served multiple functions, resembling a city within a city. Despite its size, only about 200 Golden Robes were usually stationed there during peacetime. Under the cover of night, and armed with the Prime Minister's orders, Pell swiftly took control of the Steel Gate, except for the equipment warehouse where some individuals were trapped. After hearing Pell's report, Greene commanded, Monton. Menton Weishai rode forward, his eyes blank as he faced his lord. You go and send them to meet the stranger, Greene instructed. As Monton departed with a group of blue robes, Greene dismounted his horse. Pell, no strangers can be left in this place. Every stone must be inspected by the Survey Corps. We cannot leave any opportunity for the enemy to exploit. Pell nodded solemnly. Sir, I will remember your order. Enemies are everywhere." In truth, Kleb's other retainer, Knight Mason Baker, was more adept at military affairs such as defense. However, there were only 3 generals in Kleb's territory capable of independent command. Mason Baker was tasked with guarding Kleb's territory, and Amparo was responsible for the westward advance of the Crabclaw Peninsula. Knight Pell, skilled in offense, was Greene's only choice. Greene patted Pell on the arm. "Accompany me on patrol. Perhaps those skilled in offense can more easily learn how to defend against the enemy." Suddenly, a bugle sounded from the tower, startling the usually composed Lord Greene. It was the signal for an enemy invasion. He had just taken over as the captain of the Iron Guards. Who would dare to be so bold? To exit the steel gate from the city, one had to pass through a garrison gate as large as the gate of the Red Fort. At this moment, dozens of riders gathered outside the steel gate garrison area, shouting, "In the name of the king, open the door." With a creak, the 2 ironclad doors slowly opened, but the arrogant knights fell silent. Opposite them stood a dense formation of blue-robed soldiers, their armor glinting faintly in the morning light, adding a layer of severity. The movement on the inner wall also caught their attention. Soldiers were setting their bows and arrows, and the sharp-eyed among them spotted the aimed crossbows first. Greene's horse stepped forward, and he realized that the riders in front of him were Renly's guards. Greene knew Renly was planning to leave King's Landing and return to the Stormlands, but why hadn't he taken the southern gate? Was Renly worried that someone might guess his escape route and ambush him, so he chose the least expected direction? Regardless of the reason, Duke Renly seemed to be falling into Lord Greene's hands. Luck, after all, was a part of strength. The sound of horse hooves came from behind the riders, and dozens of marigold flags waved in the breeze. Greene halted his horse and raised his voice. "Within 5 seconds, dismount, put down your weapons, and kneel, or you will be killed on the spot for disturbing the city gate." He raised a hand, palm facing the riders. 5. The atmosphere grew tense, and Renly's guards' mounts stirred uneasily. 4. "You know," an irritable voice began, but Greene interrupted. 3, he said calmly. 2. "Wait." The voices of Greene and Renly overlapped. Renly's guards parted, and Lord Renly, wearing a dark green cloak, urged his horse forward. Greene tilted his head, scrutinizing the sullen Renly. "It turns out to be our Minister of Justice. Are you leaving the city?" Lord Renly looked at the disdainful Grim and asked, "Crab, why are you here?" Greene lightly kicked the horse's belly, and the horse paced towards Lord Renly. "Lord Baratheon, my new position is Captain of the Iron Guard." As he approached, Greene stopped his horse and unfolded the letter of appointment signed by Ned Stark. After Duke Renly glanced at the appointment letter, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Earl Kleb." Renly stared at Greene for a while. His face showed little emotion, but internally he was far from calm. Everyone knew that Greene was Cersei Lannister's confidant, and the current situation made Renly think deeply. He couldn't help but look around. He was surrounded, and his situation was precarious. To leave safely, Lord Renly had dressed inconspicuously and deliberately chosen the steel gate in the opposite direction of Storm's End to exit King's Landing. Who had betrayed his whereabouts? Who could it be? Lord Renly's first suspicion was Varys, the 8-clawed spider. Then he glanced sharply at his personal guard. Greene coughed slightly, drawing Renly's attention, and said, "Duke Baratheon, in the name of the Queen, from today onwards, you may enter King's Landing, but you cannot leave." Greene had no ill intentions. He thought it best to let Duke Stannis handle the internal Baratheon family struggle without his intervention. After all, Stannis and Renly were brothers. Any matters should be settled privately in the Stormlands. Greene glanced at the inner wall of the steel gate guard area, which was in disrepair. It would cost a gold dragon to fix, so he let Lord Renly misunderstand Queen Cersei a little. After hearing what Greene said, Duke Renly stared at him and said solemnly, "Lord Kleb, I want to remind you that Cersei does not have this power." Greene shrugged indifferently. "Duke Baratheon, if you have any questions, I can send someone to report to Queen Cersei." Lord Renly was silent. Dawn was breaking, and he could not wait any longer. He must not fall into the hands of the Lannisters, so he tried to communicate with Greene. Duke Renly took a breath. "Earl Greene, my brother has passed away. and the 7 kingdoms need a new king. His solemn expression changed to one of ease. My nephew is still young. As the king's younger brother, I can't just watch the Lannisters control the Iron Throne. You should know their ferocity well. They are destined to be united against by all those with righteous hearts to defeat them. The evil Lannisters will be doomed. Duke Renly spread his hands and continued, Lord Greene, I heard that Ned admires you very much. I think people who are valued by Ned must have a righteous heart, and the gods will bless a righteous heart. Ignoring the obstruction of his bodyguard, Renly rode up to Greene on horseback alone. Their horses were lined up, heads facing in opposite directions. Lord Renly smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling with passion. Earl Greene, there are no other eyes here. I will not forget your act of justice. Sooner or later, we will toast together and have a drink. Or, Renly's eyes turned to the blue-robed soldiers who stood as motionless as statues. These were elites. Duke Renly's eyes moved slightly, and he continued, we can leave together. From now on, you will be my brothers and sisters. Greene was not moved by Renly's sincerity. He shook his head slightly and said, Duke Renly, Clive is directly loyal to the Queen. This is our tradition. I have to reject your proposal. Greene's thoughts were clear. Stop making empty promises and be practical. I don't want to make this too difficult. Renly's face froze for a moment. Was it because he accepted death that he was liked by Ned? Greene's eyes drifted to the dilapidated city walls from time to time, but Renly remained silent for a moment. Perhaps Greene's hints were enough. Duke Renly seemed oblivious to the subtle tension in the air. Earl Greene, came the voice of Margaery Tyrell. Greene's brows furrowed slightly as he turned towards the sound. Margaery, draped in a dark green cloak, emerged from among her heavy escorts. Greene nodded slightly. Miss Margaery, why are you here? Margaery lifted the hood of her cloak, revealing her face. Earl Greene, I'm so glad to see you before leaving King's Landing. Her smile was radiant, the morning light casting a soft golden glow around her, making her appear both gentle and beautiful. Greene hesitated, managing only a reluctant smile without speaking. Margaery hid her anxiety well and spoke gently. Earl Greene, your queen doesn't like it. Greene raised his hand to stop her. After a brief pause, he said, Miss Margaery, please convey my regards to the Duke of Metz. With that, Greene pulled the reins, turned his horse, and signaled his soldiers to retreat. Margaery watched him leave, her grip on the reins tightening. Finally, she smiled, pulling up her hood to conceal her face. Prime Minister's Tower, Duke Eddard addressed his daughters. Sansa, Arya, Greene will come to pick you up shortly. He will take you back to Winterfell. Arya Stark's eyes lit up with excitement. Father, is it true? That's wonderful. I've been so homesick. She paused, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Can I take Cilio with me? Duke Eddard chuckled, patting his younger daughter's head. My dear, you'll need to ask Greene about that. Chapter 162, Morning at the Red Keep. Arya Stark ate her soup with confidence. In her heart, she trusted Greene as a good friend. This wasn't difficult for her. Meanwhile, Sansa Stark's eyes were filled with confusion. Father, I will never quarrel with my sister again. Please, I don't want to go back, she pleaded, racking her brains for reasons to stay. She and Arya often quarreled, which annoyed their father, prompting him to consider sending her back to Winterfell. Duke Eddard Stark looked at his daughter with some confusion, not immediately understanding why she was suddenly admitting her mistakes. Sansa, my daughter, I do not blame you, he said gently. For the sake of her love for Joffrey, Sansa mustered up the courage to argue with her respected father. However, she ended up shedding tears, her voice full of pleading. Father, I swear, I will be a good daughter. Really, as long as you let me stay, I promise I will behave as noble and polite as the queen. Duke Eddard was taken aback. Why does the little wolf girl admire a woman like Cersei? He blamed himself for neglecting his children's education after coming to King's Landing. Sansa, I asked you to return to Winterfell out of consideration for your safety. Sansa had a premonition that if they were separated this time, she might never see Joffrey again. She cried even more sadly. The eldest daughter's tears made the man from the north scratch his head in frustration. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure lingering at the door. It was Jon Snow. Sansa, you'll understand why when you get home, Eddard said. Arya, who had been smiling at her sister's tears, suppressed her gloating. Sansa seemed genuinely sad this time. Arya reached out and gently touched her sister's arm. Sansa, don't cry. Our family will be together again soon, and there will be many fun things on the road. Sansa yelled, I only want Joffrey. She shook off Arya's hand and left the room quickly. Father and youngest daughter first looked at the departing Sansa, then at each other, speechless. You need to take care of it. You are not my family. Sansa's angry voice echoed from the door of the restaurant. Arya slapped the table and stood up, shouting, Sansa, don't run! I'm going to beat you. Although Arya was young, she was very clever. Her sister liked to pretend to be a lady, and the only people who could make her say such things were her and their brother Jon. Before Arya could make her next move, her father's big hand caught her. Arya, you don't have much time. Septa Mordane is packing your things. You should go take a look. His expression was serious, and Arya reluctantly let the hateful Sansa go. At the stairs outside the restaurant, Duke Eddard patted Jon Snow, who looked a little pale. Sansa is angry with me, my child, he comforted. Jon smiled reluctantly. I'm fine, Lord Stark. After a moment of silence, Jon, with his face slightly lowered, suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Duke Eddard. Lord Stark, I want to know who my mother is. Is she still alive? Does she know that I exist? Does she know where I am? Jon lowered his head and murmured, Does she care about this? A sad look flashed across Duke Eddard's face, and he reached out and grabbed Jon's shoulders. I promise, she loves you most. Joy appeared on Jon's face, but quickly turned to anger. He moved his shoulders and broke away from Duke Eddard's hand. Father, Lord Stark, I am not a child. I don't need a nice bedtime story. I want to know the truth. Duke Eddard hesitated. My child, I did not lie to you. The corners of Jon's eyes turned red. Is she a noblewoman? Or, I'm sorry, my lord. Jon turned his face to the other side, quickly wiping the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. I have not forgotten that I am a despicable bastard. Please forgive me for my questions. Jon left silently after speaking. Duke Eddard stood there, motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. Lyanna, when your child grows up, it may be time to tell him about his true heritage. Gee, he thought. Maegor's Tower. Cersei Lannister held Sansa in her arms, speaking kindly and gently. Good child, don't be sad. I will help you. Sansa's eyes were red and swollen. I love Joffrey so much, but my father won't even let me say goodbye. Cersei patted Sansa's back gently, a small smile playing on her lips. Sansa, if you didn't love Joffrey, why would you come to see me and tell me your father's plan to send you away? Sansa nodded shyly. She had always been a good and obedient daughter, but sneaking away from the Hand's Tower and going against her father's wishes made her feel as rebellious as Arya. She had never been so willful, but her love for Joffrey drove her actions. Cersei let go of Sansa gently and touched her tear-stained face. Good girl, thank you for helping Joffrey. At that moment, Sansa admired Queen Cersei so much that she decided she must be as noble and gentle as her in the future, to be a good wife and queen. Lancel, Cersei called. A young man approached and saluted. Sansa couldn't help but take a sneaky look at him. Lancel, Sansa needs to rest. Help her find a comfortable room and take care of her for me, Cersei instructed, stroking Sansa's hair. Sansa, he is my cousin. Go with him to rest for a while. I will call you when Joffrey arrives. Sansa nodded shyly. Only Cersei and Jaime remained in the room. Cersei took a sip of summer red, paused, and put down her glass. She snorted coldly. Eddard Stark is about to take action. Jaime looked slightly confused. From what the little girl said, aren't the Starks planning to leave King's Landing? He poured wine for Cersei as he spoke. Cersei's green eyes fixed on Jaime. My Jaime, you are so naive, she said, standing up. The prerequisite for Eddard's departure is to kill us. Jaime, today is the decisive battle. Either he dies or we do. Jaime's eyes trembled. Cersei, did Stark find out the cause of Robert's death? Cersei raised her chin, mocking. How could that stupid wolf realize that the drunkard died because of my plan? Then, enough guessing, Cersei interrupted impatiently. Jaime, Eddard has discovered that Joffrey and the others are our children. He will never let Joffrey inherit the Iron Throne. Jaime's pupils narrowed, and he froze. Seeing his daze, Cersei stepped forward and slapped him on his handsome face. Stop those boring knightly tricks. What is glory? Only the winner is qualified to have glory, she said angrily. Jaime touched his cheek and sighed. Cersei, you know I only care about you. Cersei's expression softened. She placed one hand on Jaime's chest and gently touched his face with the other. Jaime, as long as we defeat Eddard, I will be the Queen Regent of the Seven Kingdoms. No one will dare to question us anymore. Do you understand? Jaime closed his eyes. Outside the Red Keep, Greene stopped a dilapidated transport carriage. Earl Greene, Arya shouted excitedly, jumping off the carriage and running a few steps to hug Greene's thigh. Greene looked down and smiled. Miss Arya, it seems I can help you with something. Arya's eyes widened. How do you know? Are you a prophet? Greene touched Arya's furry little head. I am not a prophet. I just guessed from your enthusiasm. Yes, your expression makes it easy for people to guess your true thoughts. You must be more careful, girl, a thin, bald man said as he approached. Greene's gaze shifted to him. As Arya ran towards Syrio Forel, she let go of Greene's lap and greeted him with excitement. Syrio, she exclaimed. I was just thinking about how to find you, and here you are. Syrio, speaking with a free trader accent, replied, Your carriage caught Syrio's attention, girl. Arya's eyes sparkled with admiration. You are amazing, Syrio grinned. Girl, use your eyes to see, use your ears to listen, use your... Arya interrupted, reciting what she had learned. Taste with my mouth, feel with my skin, and finally think with my head, so that I can understand the truth. Syrio shrugged, a proud smile on his face. Arya is a smart girl. Arya beamed and turned to introduce Syrio to Greene. Earl Greene, this is Syrio Forel, my swordsmanship teacher. Can I take Syrio with me? Greene spread his hands in a gesture of acceptance. Miss Arya, if Sir Syrio agrees, there will be no problem. Arya looked at Syrio, who nodded slightly. Girl, your training is not yet complete. Syrio will go with you. Greene then turned his attention to Duke Ned's bodyguard, Cain. Where's Miss Sansa? He asked. Cain looked puzzled. Miss Sansa got on the carriage in advance. She's not in it? Arya's expression darkened with realization. Oh, I was deceived by her again. I shouldn't have reconciled with her. Syrio chuckled. You listened, but didn't use your eyes to see, girl. Jon Snow hurried over, his face pale. I'll go find Miss Sansa. Arya noticed her brother's distress. Brother Jon, I don't blame you. Sansa is the most annoying. She gets angry if you get close to her. Jon shook his head. Arya, this is not Miss Sansa's fault. I promised Lord Stark that I would take good care of you. Greene rubbed his hair and reached out to stop Jon. Leave it to me. In the Prime Minister's study, Duke Eddard Stark stood by the window, watching the Lannister soldiers in the square. Fully armed and wearing bright red cloaks, they were performing morning drills, fighting with swords, or riding horses to chop down straw dummies. The tall Sandor Clegane galloped across the hard dirt, raising his iron spear to pierce the scarecrow, while the red-clad Lannisters laughed and cursed. Duke Eddard frowned. Is this a deliberate demonstration to me? Cersei is even more foolish than I thought. Damn it, why didn't this woman run away? I gave her another chance again and again. Does it have to come to bloodshed? Duke Eddard turned away from the window, dismissing the exercises as child's play. He walked over and took down the ice sword hanging on the wall. Stark was never afraid of fighting. Jory, he called. His guard captain immediately pushed open the door and stood before him. Duke Eddard spoke seriously. Jory, we may have to fight a battle. Everyone should wear armor. Jory nodded but hesitated. Sir, who will be our enemy? Duke Eddard remembered Greene's advice and replied, All Southerners may be our enemies. The morning sky was cloudy and heavy. Duke Eddard had summoned all the royal ministers to the Prime Minister's study. Barristan Selmy arrived first, wearing a snow-white cloak and silver armor, completely white and flawless. He greeted Duke Eddard and said, Prime Minister Ed, my duty now is to protect the young king. Please let me serve him. Duke Eddard's face was stern. Sir Barristan, your duty lies here. Not long after, Pycelle and Varys walked in. Varys smelled of lavender, his fat face freshly powdered, and his soft slippers made no sound as he moved. Prime Minister Ed, the little birds are singing sad songs, and the whole country is crying today, Varys said as he sat down. Shall we start? Duke Eddard glanced at Varys, who wore a sad expression. Renly hasn't arrived yet, he replied. Surprised, Duke Ed frowned slightly and asked, Didn't Lord Renly ask for your consent? What happened? Chapter 163, Stark's Stand. Varys glanced around the room and said, "Oh, my little birdie told me that Lord Renly left the city about an hour before dawn. I thought you gave some order." Eddard Stark's eyes flashed with anger. "I didn't let Renly leave the city." Lord Eddard was deeply disappointed with Renly. Renly only looked similar to Robert, but did not possess Robert's character. Lord Eddard had hoped that Renly would support him, but now it seemed he had been too optimistic. Recalling the conversation with Renly last night, Robert's brother, who had always been forthright, eagerly exposed his hidden ambitions. Lord Eddard sighed inwardly. Although Renly's departure from the city was not good for him, there was nothing he could do about it. "Let us begin," Duke Eddard said, taking out Robert's will. "Last night, King Robert called me to him and ordered me to write down his last words. When Robert sealed the king's seal, Lord Renly Baratheon and Grand Maester Pycelle were present to testify. According to legal principles, this will is to be opened by the Royal Council after the death of King Robert." Duke Eddard handed the envelope to Barristan. "Captain of the Kingsguard, Sir Barristan, could you please verify it?" Sir Barristan took the envelope solemnly, examined it carefully in front of everyone, and said, "My lords, I can confirm that it is King Robert's seal and has not been opened." The old knight glanced around, then opened the will and read aloud. "Eddard of the Stark family will be the regent and guardian of the whole realm, and will rule the 7 kingdoms on my behalf until my legal heir comes of age." Lord Eddard thought to himself that this heir had already come of age. He only needed to continue his previous plans quietly, stabilize the situation in the Red Keep, and wait for Lord Stannis to bring his army to King's Landing. Duke Eddard's gray eyes moved, and he looked at Barristan. He might have decided that Joffrey was the new king and insisted on protecting the boy out of honor. Now was not a good time to reveal the truth. He said, "I would like to ask all the ministers of the Royal Council to confirm the identity of my regent in accordance with Robert's last wish." A sudden knock on the door interrupted him. The door was pushed open, and Guard Tamard walked into the study. "My lords, please forgive me, the royal steward insists." Before Tamard could finish speaking, the royal steward walked in directly, bowed, and said, "My lords, the king has requested that a royal meeting be held immediately in the throne room." Lord Eddard frowned, his eyes becoming sharp. Cersei had made her final choice. The woman had rejected his kindness and chosen to resist. Seeing that Duke Eddard was silent, the steward spoke again. "Prime Minister Eddard, His Majesty the King's order is to convene a royal meeting immediately." Duke Eddard ignored the steward. He stood up and picked up his clan sword, looking down at the blade as dark as black smoke. When Duke Eddard raised his eyes, the direwolf's eyes were full of fighting intent. Barristan became wary, Varys fidgeted with his fingers, and Pycelle avoided eye contact. "The king is dead, but we will still go with you." Outside the Prime Minister's tower, the Stark guards in gray robes, chainmail, and steel helmets were divided into 2 columns, totaling 28 men. Duke Eddard looked at his guard captain and nodded. "Jory, you will escort us." Lord Eddard walked in front, followed closely by Varys, Pycelle, Barristan, and the royal steward. The gray cloaks of the Stark guards flapped in the wind. Although the red of the Lannister family was nowhere to be seen, there were many city guards in golden cloaks patrolling the city walls and gates. Lord Janos's golden cloaks had taken control of the Red Keep according to his orders, and Duke Eddard felt a brief moment of ease. Outside the throne room door, Janos Slynt stood to greet them. He was wearing ornately carved black and gold armor, with a high-feathered helmet. Earl Janos, with his helmet under his arm, nodded slightly toward Duke Eddard before raising his hand. With a creak, the golden-robed guards pushed open the 20-foot-high doors to the throne room. The steward led everyone inside, announcing loudly, "Welcome, King of the Andals, Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realms, Joe of House Baratheon and House Lannister. His Majesty, King Joffrey Fust." The hall stretched long before them. Duke Eddard frowned as he looked ahead. Joffrey sat on the high iron throne, waiting. Lord Eddard walked toward the boy who claimed to be king, followed closely by his entourage. He remembered the first time he had walked this path, riding a horse and holding a sharp sword, forcing Jaime Lannister to step down from the Iron Throne. He wondered if Joffrey would be as compliant. 6 Kingsguards, led by Jaime Lannister, formed a crescent around the base of the Iron Throne. They were fully armed in silver armor and long, snow-white cloaks. Cersei, wearing burgundy silk robes and a gold circlet, stood behind the Kingsguard with her 2 children. Above them, in the spiked iron chair, sat Joffrey, adorned in a gold coat and a red satin cloak. Behind the throne stood Sandor Clegane and dozens of Lannister guards in red robes, swords hanging from their waists. Duke Eddard glanced around and saw that Lord Janos had kept his promise. Hundreds of men in gold robes, holding spears with black iron tips, lined the walls. Duke Eddard and his group stopped, and 28 Stark guards in gray robes gathered around them. I have ordered the Royal Council to prepare for my coronation at full speed. I hope to complete it within 2 weeks, Joffrey declared, standing up from the Iron Throne. Today, I will accept the oath of service from the Lord Councilor. Ignoring Joffrey, Lord Eddard took out Robert's will. Varys, please take this to Cersei of House Lannister. Varys nodded, taking the will from Duke Eddard and handing it to Queen Cersei with a respectful expression. Queen Cersei glanced at the letter and sneered. Guardian of the realm? With a piece of paper? She tore Robert's will in half, then into 4 pieces, scattering them on the floor. Sir Barristan exclaimed in shock, Queen Cersei, that is the king's will. Queen Cersei glanced at Barristan and said, Old sir, we have a new king. She then turned to Duke Eddard, her lips curling into a smirk. Duke Stark, last time we met, I have to thank you for your advice. Now, let me return the favor. She raised her chin slightly and said calmly, As long as you kneel and swear allegiance to my son, we will allow you to step down from your position as Prime Minister and return to the Grey Wasteland to enjoy your retirement. Duke Eddard replied coldly, I hope so, but your son has no right to inherit the throne. Stannis Baratheon is King Robert's legal heir. Realizing that Cersei intended to end it here and now, he had no choice. Duke Eddard gestured to his guards. Joffrey screamed from above, his face red. You lie, Stark, you are asking for death. Cersei's green eyes glinted as she commanded, Sir Barristan, capture this traitor. The captain of the Kingsguard looked at Lord Eddard and hesitated, but was soon surrounded by Stark's gray-clad guards with their weapons drawn. Duke Eddard addressed Sir Barristan. Honored Sir Barristan, I am doing this for Robert. I am doing this out of honor. Please allow me to explain later. Sir Barristan, believing in Duke Eddard's honor, replied calmly, I want a reasonable explanation now. My honor does not permit your current actions. Cersei interjected, Stark, no matter how noble your words, it cannot change the fact that you are fighting for position and power. Joffrey, seated on the Iron Throne, glared down at the scene unfolding before him. James screamed at the top of his lungs, Kill him! Kill them all! Click, click. James stood opposite Duke Eddard, slowly pulling out the sword from his waist. Duke Stark, I suggest you not refuse Queen Cersei's kindness. Duke Eddard, Sen, ordered coldly. Kingslayer, you are not worthy of wearing a white cloak. Your glory has long been tainted. James's face twisted in anger, but before he could respond, Cersei interjected furiously. Enough talk. Stark is a traitor. Take him down. The Hound, the rest of the Kingsguard, and the Lannisters in red robes all drew their swords. Joffrey screamed again, Kill them. Duke Eddard looked at the gold-robed commander-in-chief and continued, Lord Janos, please temporarily arrest Cersei and her children, but do not harm them. Send them back to Maegor's Tower and post guards. Count Janos donned his high-feathered helmet and shouted, Capital Guard! More than 100 golden-robed guards lowered their spears, but their points were directed at Duke Eddard. The traitor Eddard Stark, Count Janos declared, the city guard is sworn to protect King Joffrey to the death. Cersei's voice dripped with mockery. Stark, I don't want unnecessary bloodshed. Order your men to put down their weapons and beg the king for forgiveness. Joffrey's screams were filled with excitement. Kill them all! Kill them all! Duke Eddard caught a glimpse of Pycelle and Varys sneaking towards Cersei. Greene's analysis was correct. He was surrounded by enemies. Duke Eddard realized he had been deceived. The commander-in-chief in the golden robe was actually Cersei's lackey, and this was a trap she had set. Count Janos couldn't hide his pride as he repeated, Eddard Stark, put down your weapons, kneel, and surrender. Stark took the ice giant sword handed to him by an attendant. He grasped the handle tightly with both hands and assumed a fighting stance. Guard Captain Jory turned to his lord and said with a smile, "Sir, they have many spearmen. It will be difficult to defend." Lord Eddard, a veteran of many battles, felt the blood in his veins begin to boil, just as Robert had said. He missed the days of fighting side by side with his old friends. "Jory, the North is not known for defense." "As you command, my lord." Jory waved his arms and shouted, "Prepare to fight." The pre-battle roars of the Stark Grey Robes were deafening in the throne room. Joffrey, standing there excitedly shouting, was frightened and fell onto the Iron Throne. His palms were cut by the spikes on the chair, and blood flowed. "Mother, I'm bleeding," Joffrey cried. Cersei didn't hear her son's cry, but the Hound did. He strode forward, grabbed Maester Pycelle, who was hiding behind, and stepped onto the steps under the Iron Throne. James raised his sword and got into a fighting stance. "Duke Stark, put down your weapon," James demanded. Eddard's gray eyes were full of fighting spirit. He could no longer hear other sounds. His gaze slowly swept across the many enemies until it locked onto the golden-robed commander-in-chief. Duke Eddard relaxed his hands slightly and then tightened his grip on the sword handle again. "Winterfell," he shouted. "Long live! Long live! Long live!" the Grey Robes echoed. "Stark! Attack! Attack! Attack!" Duke Eddard led the Grey Robes in a charge towards Count Janos. Duke Eddard's ice giant sword first cut off 3 spear points, followed by a horizontal slash that sent 2 golden-robed heads flying. He paused momentarily, allowing his guards to rush past him and engage the enemy. "Stabilize the formation." "Stab!" Janos shouted. Almost all of the Grey Robes at the front were pierced by spears, including Thomas, who was nearly 50 years old. The spear pierced Thomas's abdomen and emerged from his back. The tip of the spear was stained with blood. Dripping with blood, Tomad couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of it. "Long live Winterfell," he roared at the top of his lungs, charging directly along the long pole that had pierced his abdomen. With his last breath, he drove his sword into the enemy's neck. One by one, the gray-robed foes fell. After 11 had been slain, the battle devolved into a chaotic melee. Every time the ice-forged Valyrian steel sword was swung, it cleaved through people and weapons alike. The enemy, as before Duke Eddard, fell one after another, while the guards around him used their swords and bodies to shield him from attacks. For every gray robe that fell, at least 3 gold robes took their place. Winterfell's elite combat prowess struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. "Janos!" Duke Eddard roared. With a diagonal slash of his ice sword, he carved a long gash into Count Janos's breastplate, from his left shoulder to the bottom of his right chest. Blood sprayed out as Count Janos collapsed to the ground. Duke Eddard was breathing heavily, his face smeared with blood. His eyes locked onto Jaime Lannister, who stood not far away, guarding Cersei in his dirty Kingslayer armor and Lannister red robe. The running wolf turned and regained his fighting stance. "Stark!" he shouted. "Attack! Attack! Attack!" The remaining 12 Stark Grey Robes roared in unison around Lord Eddard, their morale still high. Chapter 164, Lost Glory. Many golden-robed soldiers stood stunned, their commander-in-chief dead, holding their spears in confusion. Attack! Grey and red clashed, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. The ice in Duke Eddard's hands slashed through the air, and a man in a red robe staggered to his knees. The lion's helmet cracked in half, and blood flowed down his face. With a clang, Jory barely blocked an attack from Duke Ed's side and rear with his long sword. The ice sword slid past his head, and the attacker's head was severed. Lord Eddard glanced at Jory. His captain of the guard grinned and nodded slightly. Jory had been fighting alongside his lord for years and understood that look. It was exactly what he meant. Jaime Lannister's first sword cut off the arm of a gray-robed soldier, and the second sword sliced through a neck diagonally. "Killer!" Hearing the shout, Jaime's eyes moved, locking onto Duke Ed's. Jaime stared at Duke Eddard closely, a sneer on his lips, and strode towards him. Duke Eddard glanced at his trembling wrist. He couldn't remember how many enemies his ice had killed. The 6-foot-long ice sword consumed too much energy, and he didn't have much time. Their weapons clashed, making a resounding noise. Duke Ed's ice sword made a half-circle in the air and struck down hard. Jaime did not dare to catch it forcefully and dodged to the right. almost slipping on the blood-covered floor. With a bang, the place where Jaime had been standing was shattered by ice. Before Jaime could stabilize himself, Jory's long sword struck him. He narrowly blocked the sword, but his leg suddenly bent, and he knelt on one knee. Lord Eddard's ice sword was placed on Jaime's shoulder, and Jory stood on tiptoe with a grin. Duke Eddard gasped and said, "Well done, Jory." Jory, panting, replied, "Ha! Ha! Sir, he bumped into my foot. It hurts. Does it really hurt?" Jaime was furious. He had been attacked, and now they were mocking him. Who said the people in the north were upright? Jory shouted, and the remaining 7 gray-robed soldiers retreated around Duke Eddard. Seeing Jaime captured, the other side hesitated to continue the attack. Jaime glanced at the ice sword on his shoulder, curled his lips slightly, and said, "Running Wolf, I didn't lose to you." Jory limped over and took away Jaime's sword, and Lord Eddard's ice sword left Jaime's shoulder. Duke Eddard stood the giant sword upright in front of him, holding the handle with both hands, and said, "You are already my prisoner." Jaime remained silent. Duke Eddard looked around, feeling a deep sadness. Too much blood had been shed in Winterfell today. He glanced at the few remaining guards around him. His foolishness had killed too many people, and now he just wanted to take the remaining ones home. The only sound left in the hall was heavy breathing. "Cersei, let us go. I promise not to harm Jaime." Duke Eddard could only be thankful that Greene had been appointed as the guard captain of the Steel Gate. With Greene's support and Jaime as a prisoner, their retreat was at least guaranteed. At the same time, Duke Ed blamed himself for not thinking things through. Joffrey screamed from his seat, "We can't let them go! Kill them!" Cersei sneered and said, "Stark, what you are doing now is not honorable." Duke Ed said sadly, "Today I killed many people for honor. Let's stop." "That's not possible." The Kingsguard standing in front of Cersei parted to both sides, and Lord Eddard was shocked. Cersei smiled contemptuously and said, "Sansa, only you can stop Duke Stark from making more mistakes now." Sansa stood in front of Cersei, tears in her eyes as she looked at her father covered in blood. Cersei's hands rested on her shoulders. Duke Eddard was panicked, and Eddard Stark stared in disbelief. "Sansa, why are you here?" His eldest daughter was in Cersei's hands. Had there been an accident? Was Arya captured too? What about Jon and Greene? Duke Eddard's remorse was beyond words. His decisions seemed to have endangered his children once again. Sansa Stark choked up. "Father, father." Cersei gently touched the top of Sansa's head and urged, "Good girl, I will bless you and Joffrey. Now, as long as your father puts down his arms, everything will be fine." Sansa looked back at Cersei, who nodded kindly. Sansa's body trembled. Her voice was low and cautious. "Your Majesty, will you forgive my father?" Cersei smiled. "Good girl, we will be a family soon." Lord Eddard roared, "Cersei, you should not involve my child." Cersei's voice was cold. "Duke Stark, pure love brought Sansa here. You should know very well now how to choose what is best for everyone." The anger of the direwolf was in sharp contrast to the calmness of the lioness. Cersei patted Sansa gently on the shoulder. Sansa burst into tears. "Father, Her Majesty the Queen Mother has promised to let me marry Joffrey. Please, I really love Joffrey." Seeing that her father remained silent, she added, "Her Majesty the Queen Mother will not pursue your crimes. Joffrey and I also hope to get your blessing." Lord Eddard closed his eyes in pain. "My poor daughter, how can I believe in Lannister's promise?" After a pause, Duke Eddard opened his eyes. "Cersei, I'm at your disposal. Please let my children and my men go." Cersei raised her chin slightly. "Stark, let Jaime go and let me see your sincerity." Lord Eddard stared at Cersei for a while and then said, "Jory, let him go." Hearing this, Jory and the others immediately released Jaime. Jaime touched the back of his neck and said, "Running Wolf, you finally made a smart choice this time." Duke Eddard ignored Jaime and said to Jory, "Jory, you first." Suddenly, the sound of arrows filled the air. Jaime's pupils narrowed, and he turned his head to look at Cersei in shock. He saw Cersei's gesture that had not been withdrawn. The stark gray robes fell into a pool of blood, one after another. Jory Castle glanced hard at the spear tip that penetrated his abdomen. Blood squeezed up from his throat and flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Before the swords of the Stark guards hit the ground, they were already dead. "No!" With a clang, the Stark sword fell to the ground, and Duke Eddard hugged his guard captain tightly. Cersei held Sansa, who was shaking in fear, into her arms and comforted her. "Good girl, don't worry. Lord Stark will be fine." Sansa trembled, her lips unable to form words. She had never liked coming into contact with the dirty Jory castle, but she suddenly remembered many good things from her childhood. Her heart ached. Could it be her fault that Jory was killed? Jaime looked away from Cersei with a complex expression, and then looked at Duke Eddard, who was sitting on the ground with the body in his arms. Jaime sighed secretly, took steps forward, and stood behind Duke Eddard. Immersed in grief, Duke Eddard only felt a sharp pain before losing consciousness. Jaime called 2 men to lift Duke Eddard and followed them out of the throne room, which was filled with the smell of blood. Not long after, the former law enforcer, Ilan Payne, appeared. He picked up the ice sword and kept it as his own. After noon, without waiting for Cersei's summons, Greene Kleb led the guards into the Red Keep and came to Maegor's tower. Greene learned from Arya that Lord Eddard had told her and Sansa that Greene would send them back to Winterfell. The important detail was that Sansa knew Greene was secretly helping, and he needed to confirm in advance whether Sansa had revealed this to Cersei Lannister to deal with the subsequent situation. Whether it was said or not was not a problem for Greene. He had strategies to deal with it. He just wanted to avoid unnecessary difficulties. Thinking of this, Greene couldn't help but rub his head. The Stark family seemed to be his nemesis, making it all the more challenging. Find a way to inform Greene. However, Sansa never left the tower, and Greene's plan was at a standstill. Greene sighed inwardly. It was just a choice, after all. He was a lord who could juggle 5 balls with both hands. In Maegor's tower, one of Greene's golden dragons slipped into the chamber of a maid. He discovered the room where Sansa was being kept. "Lord Crabbe, no one is allowed to see Sansa Stark without Her Majesty's orders," Lancel Lannister said contemptuously. He had changed, forgetting the friendship they once shared. Greene glanced at the small tuft of beard on Lancel's chin, which looked ridiculous. "Lancel, you," Greene began, but Lancel interrupted. "Her Majesty the Queen Mother has promised to canonize me as a knight." "Then what should I call you?" "Sir Lancel, who has not yet been canonized," Greene retorted. Lancel's face turned red, and his right hand grasped the handle of the sword at his waist. Greene raised an eyebrow. "Lancel, are you sure? I'm very happy." He tapped the hilt of his sword with his slender fingers and looked at Lancel provocatively. Lancel stood there, his expression changing, and finally released his grip on the sword handle. "Earl Greene, I will report all this to Her Majesty the Queen Mother," he said sternly. Greene rubbed his hair, feeling that Lancel had some kind of psychological problem caused by King Robert's manipulations. As Greene approached, Lancel looked panicked. "You? What do you want to do?" Lancel suddenly remembered the scene where Greene caused heads to roll in the Queen's area. One of Greene's hands grabbed Lancel's shoulder, and Lancel jumped. "Why are you messing with me?" "Fortunately, Lord Greene has a broad heart and deep friendships," Greene whispered in Lancel's ear. "You don't want Sir Jaime to hear what happened between you and the Queen Mother, do you?" Lancel's forehead was beaded with sweat, and he was at a loss. He was about to kneel, but Greene held him back. Greene patted Lancel gently. "Lancel, I still think highly of you. Go open the door, and I will say a few words." On the night of the tourney, Sansa dreamed that Joffrey was sitting on the Iron Throne, and she was standing next to him in a golden robe with a crown on her head. Everyone she knew came to kneel before her. She felt that the dream foreshadowed her future. Sansa was now crying for her father, her face swollen from tears and her eyes confused. Before Joffrey left, she had asked to see her father, but she was frightened by Joffrey's strange behavior. Did her father's actions make Joffrey angry? What should she do? Queen Cersei had promised to pardon her father's crimes, so he would be fine, right? Sansa remembered the tragic death of the Stark guards and became panicked. The door creaked open. Did Joffrey forgive her and come to see her? Sansa looked over with joy, but it immediately turned into disappointment. Greene paused, noticing the change in Sansa's expression. Her happiness turned into disappointment, and she seemed guarded against him. Sansa took a breath and reminded herself that she was the daughter of a duke and must not forget her etiquette. She forced a smile. "Good day, Lord Greene. You are really radiant and charming today." Greene ignored Sansa's kind words and found a chair to sit on, leaning back and crossing his legs. He looked at Sansa expressionlessly. It was clear that the little girl in front of him didn't trust him, and he needed to change his approach. Greene had arranged everything carefully, but something went wrong with Sansa. 3 cooks, 2 grooms, and a waiter in the Prime Minister's tower had been secretly bribed by Greene. Their task was simple. When they saw Sansa slipping out of the Prime Minister's tower, they were to report it to Duke Eddard. The Discoverer would then find a way to inform Greene. However, Sansa never left the tower, and Greene's plan was at a standstill. In the end, Sansa managed to escape everyone's surveillance and quietly left the Hand's tower. Except for Lord Eddard's family, all the people he brought from Winterfell and those hired by King's Landing were killed. It was said that the spiral staircase of the Hand's tower was littered with dead bodies, and the blood-stained steps were slippery. Greene could no longer investigate whether someone had intenti. Onely let Sansa go, but the matter was over, and there was no need to go to war. He wondered if Sansa might have hidden attributes that were easily overlooked, similar to Stannis. He even considered setting up a special team to monitor Sansa's movements. Greene sighed. He had promised Duke Eddard that he would return his daughter to Winterfell safely, and he intended to keep that promise. But if he were to take her away by force now... Forget it. Lord Greene is omnipotent. He just needs to put in a little more effort. Miss Sansa, your father saved my mother. I have always been deeply grateful, but why did you deliberately harm me? Greene's voice was cold, and Sansa was visibly frightened. She replied cautiously, Earl Greene, you may have misunderstood my father. He is definitely not that kind of person. Greene nodded and said, Yes, everyone thinks so, and I thought so too, but before he prepared for the mutiny, he asked me to take you away. Do you still think it was a misunderstanding? Sansa's red and swollen eyes widened, and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute his words. After a pause, she lowered her face and whispered, I'm sorry. The corners of Greene's lips twitched imperceptibly, and he said, Miss Sansa, there's no point in saying sorry. God bless you. Luckily, you were not sent away by me. Otherwise, I would not be able to escape the blame. After a moment of silence, Sansa suddenly raised her head and asked eagerly, Where is Arya? Greene glanced at Sansa strangely and said with a hint of anger in his tone, Don't you understand yet? I am just a cover. Only the gods know where she is. Chapter 165, The Commander-in-Chief in the Golden Robe. Sansa Stark shook her head hastily, her eyes filled with tears. Earl Greene, I don't know. I only know that my father is sending us away. The Queen Mother can vouch for me. Greene raised an eyebrow. Dear Queen Mother, why do you want to testify for the rebel's daughter? Upon hearing Greene's words, Sansa's tears began to fall more freely, and she collapsed weakly. No, he would never do such a thing. This must be a misunderstanding. Greene pressed on aggressively. Didn't you see it with your own eyes this morning? The blood in the throne room hasn't even been wiped clean yet. Do you want me to take you there to remind you? Sansa burst into tears, overwhelmed by sadness and fear. Why did her father do such a thing? Would she really become the daughter of a rebel? Could she still love Joffrey? She cried out, That was his own fault. It's none of my business. Greene had initially intended to hint directly to Sansa, but he decided against it. Love had blinded the young girl's mind. He would not extend his hand to her until she realized the true nature of Cersei and Joffrey. Every step Greene took made Sansa's heart beat faster. He lowered himself and clamped her cheek with one hand. It's really funny. The father is a rebel, and the daughter betrays her father. Does she deserve to be of the same blood? Sansa tried to shake her head in denial, but Greene's grip was like a vice, preventing her from moving. No, she desperately denied. She remembered that Lord Greene was a very good person, so why was he treating her like this and accusing her? Sansa weakly begged, Please let me go. I really don't know anything. Miss Sansa, your appearance has calmed my anger a little, Greene said, releasing her cheek. Without Lord Ned, who will care about your feelings? Greene's ears twitched, and he slowly stood up. He looked down at Sansa and said coldly, This is your current situation. Are you clear? Sansa cautiously glanced at Greene, who was unfamiliar to her, and said tremblingly, I know. Tell me, where is Arya Stark? How could she know where Arya had gone? Sansa felt it was so unfair. Why should she be blamed for everything? Seeing Sansa's silence, Greene's face turned cold. Sansa had always aspired to be a lady, to be as gentle as the queen and as strong as her mother. But the Greene in front of her frightened her, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Please, let me go. The door suddenly burst open, interrupting Sansa's plea. Greene turned to see Cersei Lannister walking in, followed by Boros Blount and Meryn Trant of the Kingsguard. Sir Boros, who was born in the royal family, and Sir Meryn, who hailed from the Stormlands, were both members of Robert Was Kingsguard. It was rumored that they had secretly taken refuge with Cersei while Robert I was still alive. And at the end of the line, Lancel waved his hand towards Greene, indicating that he had not complained. Greene greeted, "Good day, Queen Cersei." Queen Cersei glanced sideways at Greene. She walked over, helped Sansa up, and held her in her arms. Queen Cersei's tenderness made Sansa choke up. "Your Majesty, please believe me, I really don't know anything." Queen Cersei patted Sansa's back gently and comforted her. "My poor child, how could I not believe you?" After speaking, she looked at Greene. "Earl Greene, how can you interrogate Miss Sansa privately? She is not a prisoner." Greene said helplessly, "Your Majesty Cersei, I just wanted to inquire about something with Miss Sansa. The surprise from Duke Eddard makes me restless." A look of contempt appeared on Queen Cersei's face, and she murmured, "Running Wolf's little move is really clumsy." As she spoke, she stroked Sansa's hair and said, "Earl Greene, I believe Sansa is innocent. I don't want this child to be needlessly frightened." Greene glanced at Queen Cersei and said respectfully, "As you command, my Queen Mother." At this moment, Sansa felt very at ease, staying obediently in Cersei's arms. "Okay, why, I should take a good rest first." Red Keep, Dungeon. Eddard saw a vision of young Robert, tall and handsome, wearing a deer helmet and holding a warhammer, riding a horse like a horned giant. Robert's hearty laughter echoed from the darkness, and his eyes were blue and clear, like mountain lakes. 7 levels of hell. Robert seemed to sigh. "Ned, we defeated the Targaryens together and won the Iron Throne. Now you're imprisoned here, and I was killed by a wild boar. How did we end up in this situation?" Lord Eddard could not open his mouth or make a sound. He could only shout in his heart, "Robert, my friend, my brother, I'm sorry for you. I deceived you, concealed the truth, and in doing so, I killed you. You stubborn idiot, I sought my own death, and you are seeking yours." Robert's voice rang out, as if he could hear Eddard's thoughts. "Ned, you are arrogant and disobedient. Can you eat your pride? Can your sense of honor protect your children?" Eddard thought, "You're right, I'm a hopelessly stupid man. Robert, I think we will meet soon. Go away, don't disturb Lyanna and me. Damn it, I don't want to see your stinky face yet." An old friend wants to leave, but there is nothing you can do to stop him. "Robert." Duke Eddard woke up from his dream. After a moment, he began to come back to his senses. Where is this place? There was no light, and the straw beneath him reeked of urine. Duke Eddard reached out his hand and touched the cold stone wall. He was now no different from a blind man, or in other words, a dead man. The king eats, and the prime minister poops. When the king dies, the prime minister is buried with him. Lord Eddard thought this would be a good place to bury himself. Perfect for a goddamn fool like him. He lost the Game of Thrones, and his men paid the price for his foolishness with blood and lives. In the Game of Thrones, if you don't win, you die. He vaguely heard Cersei's mocking voice, and Lord Eddard's eyelids became heavier and heavier, as if an irresistible weight had been placed on him. "My child." Duke Eddard's chapped lips moved slightly before he fell into a coma again. The Great Hall of Maegor's Tower. Lancel saw that Greene had no intention of embarrassing him, and he remembered the friendship between the two of them. His heart gradually calmed down, and he regained his brave image in front of Cersei. Queen Cersei stood at the window, with Greene and Lancel behind her, and 2 Kingsguards standing guard in the distance. Greene glanced at Lancel, who was engrossed in playing the knight, then lowered his eyes and remained motionless. After a while, Queen Cersei's voice broke the silence. "You heard it too. Janos Slynt is dead." She turned around and looked at Greene with her piercing green eyes. Greene's eyes trembled slightly, and he said respectfully, "Queen Cersei, Earl Slynt has betrayed your trust." Queen Cersei showed a look of satisfaction. Earl Greene, why do you say that? You have planned everything. If it weren't for his recklessness, he should be waiting for your reward right now, helping you win over the Golden Cloak's military morale. Queen Cersei was slightly stunned, but soon returned to her normal expression. She walked up to Greene and said, "Greene, will you satisfy me?" Greene stroked his chest, his voice trembling slightly. "Your Majesty Cersei, I am only loyal to you." Lancel felt a pang of jealousy seeing the Queen Mother so close to Greene. He also heard their conversation and thought Greene was foolish. The Queen Mother clearly asked if he could satisfy her, but he only showed his loyalty. Before Lancel could finish feeling proud, what he heard next left him stunned. After hearing Greene's answer, Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly and smiled. "Earl Greene, starting today, you are the Commander-in-Chief of the Capitol Guard, Golden Cloak." Greene knelt. Kleb knelt on one knee, struggling to suppress his excitement. "Your Majesty Cersei, Kleb will always remember your kindness," he declared. Lancel, witnessing the small knee, stood in disbelief, his mouth agape. Queen Cersei turned away and walked to the table in the small hall. She sat down and pulled out a blank piece of parchment. "Get up," she commanded, picking up a quill and dipping it in ink. As she began to write, she asked, "Earl Greene, do you have enough troops?" Greene stood up and nodded slightly in Cersei's direction. "Your Majesty, you will have control of 8,000 swords for up to 10 days. The quill moved swiftly across the parchment, making no sound. After completing the appointment of Grimm as Lord Commander of the Gold Cloaks, Queen Cersei signed at the end, "Keeper of the Realm, Queen Regent, Cersei of House Lannister." The next day, in the meeting hall of Maggot Tower, the long table was cluttered with papers and candles. Queen Cersei sat at the head with Sansa standing beside her. Grand Maester Pycelle and Intelligence Chief Varys were seated on either side. Cersei's tone was filled with regret. "Sansa, we found this on the Stark Guard. The recipient of the letter is my late husband's brother, Stannis Baratheon. Your father invited him to seize the throne." The letter on the table was torn and stained with dried blood. Sansa recognized the direwolf family crest, and a sudden panic made her feel dizzy. Pycelle opened his sleepy eyes slightly. "We heard with our own ears that Duke Eddard swore to King Robert that he would protect the young prince and treat him as his own son. Unexpectedly, as soon as King Robert died, he summoned his ministers in an attempt to steal the throne that rightfully belongs to Joffrey." Varys looked frightened. "I didn't expect that Duke Ed would rebel for power. It's truly unbelievable." Sansa, confused and frightened, pleaded, "Your Majesty, please, please come to my father. He will explain to you that he is a friend of King Robert and would never write such a letter." Robert thought so at the beginning. If he were still alive, this incident would surely break his heart. Fortunately, the gods were merciful and did not let him see it in his lifetime. Queen Cersei sighed softly. "Sansa, my dear child, I know this matter is heavy for you, but you must also understand how embarrassing this is for us. We all know it has nothing to do with you, but you are the daughter of a rebel. How dare I let you marry my son?" The term daughter of a rebel echoed in Sansa's mind. She had heard it from Greene's mouth the previous day. Would she also be judged? Could she still marry Joffrey? Sobbing, Sansa said, "Queen, but I love Joffrey." Things shouldn't have turned out like this. Hadn't the Queen Mother already agreed to her marriage to Joffrey? She had dreamed of their wedding. Was she and Joffrey going to be separated because of her father's actions? "My child, stop crying," Queen Cersei said, looking at Pycelle and Varys with embarrassment. "Pycelle, Varys, what do you think about Sansa?" Varys showed a look of pity and whispered, "What a poor child. Your Majesty, this is such pure infatuation. It would be too cruel not to agree to her. But then again, her father committed such a grave crime. Oh, what else can we do?" Pycelle spoke slowly. "Your Majesty, the Queen Mother, since Sansa Stark is a rebel's daughter, I'm afraid the rebellious nature has taken root in her heart. She is a lovable and good child now, but what will happen next year?" He shook his head slightly, scrutinizing Sansa before finally saying, "No one can tell." "No," Sansa cried in horror. I won't. I will never betray Joffrey. I love him. I swear I really love him." Varys sighed. "Oh, it's so bitter. But in the final analysis, it's always hard to rest assured. After all, oaths are not as reliable as blood." Sansa turned to the queen for help. Queen Cersei was clearly worried about her, but Sansa found that the queen's concern was tempered by the harsh realities of their situation. Mother's clear green eyes radiated love, igniting a spark of hope within her. "Your Majesty, I assure you, I do not possess the blood of a rebel. I have always been Obed, Eant. You can ask Septa Mordain. I promise, I only wish to be a good and loyal wife to Joffrey." Queen Cersei scrutinized Sansa's earnest expression for a moment before speaking gently. "My child, I believe you are telling the truth." Sansa's eyes welled up with tears of relief as she smiled. "Your Majesty, thank you. I will never betray Joffrey. I swear, I truly love him." Queen Cersei returned the smile and nodded. She then turned to address the others in the room. "Pycelle, Varys, esteemed ministers, this child Sansa is on the verge of breaking my heart. In my opinion, if the Stark family in Winterfell is willing to swear allegiance to Joffrey's Iron Throne, then we need not worry about her loyalty." Chapter 166, Vigilance, Maegor's Tower, the Council Chamber. Cersei Lannister looked at the 4 letters written by Sansa Stark with satisfaction and ordered Varys to stamp them with Lord Eddard's direwolf seal. The recipients of the 4 letters were Sansa's mother, Lady Catelyn Tully of Winterfell, Sansa's brother, Robb Stark, the heir of Winterfell, Sansa's aunt, Lysa Tully, Lady of the Eyrie, and Sansa's grandfather, Lord Hoster Tully of Riverrun. "Pour me some wine," Queen Cersei commanded. She took the wine glass handed to her by the maid, her lips curling into a proud smile as she sipped the summer red. "Thank you for your hard work, my Sansa." Varys stamped the seal and smiled. "The pure little girl has saved her father." He glanced at Queen Cersei and continued, "She is also looking forward to marrying our King Joffrey in the great Sept of Baelor, so that all of King's Landing can witness her wonderful marriage." Queen Cersei's lips curled in contempt, but she remained silent. Maester Pycelle's voice held a note of concern. "For the sake of family ties, I hope they will make a wise decision and come to King's Landing to attend the coronation ceremony and swear allegiance to King Joffrey." Varys clasped his hands together, appearing relieved. "They will soon know that Sansa is under our good care and everything is safe. They will surely be very grateful to Her Majesty the Queen Mother for her kindness." He paused, then stood up and nodded towards Cersei, his voice filled with excitement. "Your Majesty the Queen Mother, you have not only quelled the rebels, but now, with just a few pieces of paper and a pen, you can quickly stabilize the chaos following Robert I's death. Your wisdom is truly admirable." After Varys finished speaking, Maester Pycelle glanced at him and quickly stood up, nodding in agreement. Queen Cersei raised her chin proudly. "Some victories are won with swords and spears, and some victories are won with pen and paper and messenger crows." This was a lesson Lord Tywin had taught his children at Casterly Rock when Cersei was still a young girl. "Has the wolf in the dark cell woken up?" Queen Cersei asked, her eyes narrowing. Varys replied, "He has woken up. It is said that he is not in good condition. The jailer mentioned that he has not touched the food. It may be that the food is too hard to swallow." Queen Cersei sneered. "Is he confessing to the gods?" She paused, then said coldly, "Let him taste the feeling of hunger. Just give him some water every day, as long as he doesn't die." Varys nodded. "As you command, Queen Cersei." Maester Pycelle echoed, "Your Majesty, this is a good idea. A weak wolf is always harmless." Queen Cersei's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction. She remembered Lord Eddard's defiance and was determined not to let him live comfortably. "Tell the jailer to give him a glass of water every day." Varys nodded again. After a moment of silence, Queen Cersei said thoughtfully, "After Joffrey's coronation ceremony, it would be best to have a public trial for Duke Stark's rebellion." Maester Pycelle pondered and slowly said, "It would be best to have Duke Stark admit his crimes of rebellion in public. This will help establish the reputation of the new king." Queen Cersei frowned slightly, then paused. "Stark is a man who accepts death. Sansa may not be able to convince him to do such a thing." Pycelle's cloudy eyes shifted, and he suggested, "Your Majesty the Queen Mother, perhaps you could let the little girl meet her father and give her a chance to persuade him. If we promise him the opportunity to take the black, I believe my good daughter will convince her father." Queen Cersei was intrigued by Pycelle's suggestion. She thought it sounded reasonable. Varys objected loudly. Queen Cersei, it is too risky to let the little girl meet her father. Queen Cersei and Maester Pycelle looked at Varys, considering his words. Varys spoke up. We can't ignore the stubbornness of the people in the north. If the father and daughter are allowed to me, I'm really worried. Will they do something we didn't expect? For example, a farewell for the sake of honor. Duke Stark would never spare his life. He paused before adding, at that time, it will be us who are in trouble. Pycelle interjected. Your Majesty, I heard that Duke Stark values his family very much. Varys glanced at Pycelle and said, Queen Cersei, both father and daughter are in our hands. There is no need to gamble. Queen Cersei thought for a moment and then said, Varys, tell me your method. A slight smile appeared on Varys' face. That little girl should continue to maintain her innocence. Don't let her see terrible scenes, otherwise it would be too cruel to her. He shuddered as if afraid. Queen Cersei, growing impatient, said, That's enough, let's get to the point. Varys quickly continued, Queen Cersei, you can leave this matter to me. I promise to make Duke Stark confess. Pycelle's face showed slight dissatisfaction. Lord Varys, didn't you just say that Duke Stark was a deadbeat? Don't forget how he viewed us when he was Hand of the King. He looked at Queen Cersei and added, Your Majesty, Duke Stark will at least care about the safety of his daughter. Varys shook his head. Maester Pycelle, this is exactly what I want to take advantage of. Turning to Queen Cersei, his smile deepened. Isn't the charm of fear the unknown? A good father will eventually compromise for the sake of his daughter. The sun shone into the room, casting a golden hue on Queen Cersei's hair. Her smile was mocking. Varys, I trust your tongue for once. Varys smiled broadly. Queen Cersei, thank you for your trust. Maester Pycelle regained his sleepy look and remained silent. Queen Cersei tapped her chin, took a sip of wine, and suddenly snorted. Varys, Pycelle, my late husband's 2 brothers have not surrendered yet. She put down her wineglass with a bang and continued, Their ambitions are not small at all. Those 2 are our biggest enemies. The smile on Varys's face remained unchanged. Your Majesty, at least those 2 will not form an alliance. This is something everyone knows. The bond between the Baratheon brothers was deep, and Varys' words were echoed by Queen Cersei. She glanced at Varys sideways with her beautiful eyes. Varys, you are so clever. Varys nodded respectfully. Queen Cersei, I just got a little bit of your dazzling light. This is a great honor. Faced with Varys' sweet words, Queen Cersei accepted them calmly. For her, Varys was just telling the truth and was not worthy of making her happy. Her green eyes moved slightly as she looked at Pycelle. Pycelle, please arrange for these letters to be sent out as soon as possible. Pycelle walked over tremblingly and began to put away the letters on the table. Seeing the letter addressed to the Eyrie, Pycelle paused and looked at Queen Cersei with his cloudy eyes. Your Majesty, should we keep the letter from the Eyrie for now? I heard that the Vale is not peaceful right now. Queen Cersei frowned slightly and looked at Varys. Varys said respectfully, Queen Cersei, my little bird told me that because of Lady Lysa's murder of Prime Minister Jon, the nobles of the Vale formed the Alliance of the Just. They said they would use all necessary means to bring the murderer to justice. Pycelle nodded and continued, I think they will seek the support of the Red Keep soon, which will be beneficial to us. What a ridiculous name, Queen Cersei scoffed. She then paused and said, Pycelle, just ignore the Eyrie for now. We'll wait for them to come. She stood up and said again, Varys, keep an eye on Stannis and Renly. With that, she left the council chamber, surrounded by her maids. A week later, in the Red Keep's black cells. Because he couldn't see anything, not even markings on the wall, it made no difference whether his eyes were open or closed. Duke Eddard Stark didn't know how long he had been lying there. He slept and woke up, only to sleep again, not knowing which was more painful, falling asleep or waking up. When he slept, he had dark and disturbing dreams filled with blood and broken promises. When he woke, he had nothing to do but think, and his thoughts were more terrifying than nightmares. Thinking of his wife, Catelyn, was as painful as lying on a bed of nettles. He imagined where she was and what she was doing at that moment, but he didn't know if he would ever see her again. Thinking of his children made him want to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. Even in this dire situation, he was still the Stark of Winterfell. with his sadness and rage frozen inside him. Time passed, or so it seemed to Lord Eddard. The only sound in the cell was his own breathing. To keep himself from going mad, he began to make plans and build a castle of hope in the darkness. Robert's two younger brothers, Stannis and Renly, should be preparing their armies at Dragonstone and Storm's End, respectively. Lord Beric and Sir Gladden would lead their soldiers back to King's Landing once they finished dealing with the old troops at Mount Moor. If there were no accidents, Greene would definitely be waiting for an opportunity outside. Once Catelyn received news of his situation, she would call on the northern vassals to raise troops and march south, along with the Riverlands and the Vale. He hadn't had time to judge the poison that killed Jon Arryn, but he suspected Lysa Tully. Whenever the jailer brought him water, Duke Eddard told himself that another day had passed. At first, he asked for news from outside, but the jailer, who had a rat-like face, never responded. Eddard thought the man might be mute. A few days later, Duke Eddard's stomach cramped with hunger. He wondered if the Lannisters planned to starve him to death, but dismissed the idea. If Cersei wanted him dead, she would have had him executed in the throne room long ago. She wanted him alive, no matter how weak or desperate, to save his life. There was a clanging sound, and the noise of iron chains clashing came from outside the cell. The cell door suddenly opened, and the bright light of a torch made Duke Eddard squint. After a while, he adjusted to the light and saw a bald head as smooth as an egg. "Varys," Duke Eddard murmured hoarsely. Varys smiled slightly and said politely, "Good day, Duke Eddard. I haven't seen you for a few days." Duke Eddard leaned weakly against the wall and murmured again, "Is it daytime now?" Varys's expression showed concern as he handed over a wineskin. "Drink quickly, Duke Eddard." Duke Eddard took the wineskin with some difficulty and took several sips. Red wine flowed from the corners of his mouth. It was summer red. Duke Eddard had never liked the sweetness of summer red, but today it tasted particularly good. He began to feel dizzy, and it took him a while to recover. "It seems there are no tears of lice in it," he remarked. Varys looked hurt by the comment. "My lord, poisoning a duke. I don't have the guts. I'm just a little person." Duke Eddard took another swig of summer red, feeling much better. "I'm just a prisoner now." Varys consoled him. "Duke Eddard, your northern border still relies on your leadership." Lord Eddard was eager to ask questions, but he had learned to be wary of those he didn't trust, and Varys was one of them. He took a breath and asked, "How is Sansa?" Varys did not hide anything. "Queen Cersei has kept Miss Sansa by her side. She asked the Queen for mercy a few days ago to save you. It's a pity you weren't there. You would have been deeply moved," Duke Ed said, his eyes trembling slightly. He paused before asking, "Where is Arya?" Varys shook his head. "Your little daughter escaped. My little birds haven't been able to find her, and the Lannisters haven't either. It's a small mercy from the gods." Duke Ed felt a wave of relief. Arya's escape meant she was likely safe. "Gods be merciful," he murmured, taking a sip of wine to celebrate the good news quietly. "And my illegitimate son?" he inquired. "My Lord Duke, no one pays attention to a lowly illegitimate child," Varys replied calmly. Duke Ed's express ion remained stern. "Where's Greene?" Varys's eyes flickered slightly. "Earl Greene is deeply trusted by Queen Cersei. She appointed him commander-in-chief of the City Watch," he said, watching Duke Ed's face closely. "That half-savage noble has caused quite a stir in King's Landing. It's said he nearly painted the city red." Varys was exaggerating. Earl Greene had indeed taken drastic measures to address corruption within the City Watch, which involved executing several men in the military camp. Since Greene's appointment, Varys's relationship with him had become strained, and his vigilance had increased significantly. Duke Ed did not believe Varys's words entirely. "The guilty deserve to be punished," he said coldly. Chapter 167, Greene's Good Temper. Varys did not refute. He nodded calmly. "Duke Ed, you know that child very well. He has indeed never harmed an innocent person." Ed Stark's gray eyes trembled slightly. This is the character that a knight should have, but now it has become a praiseworthy part. A meaningful smile appeared on Varys's face. He sighed. "When I was a child, to be precise, before I was mutilated, I followed the troop all day long, touring the free trade cities. They taught me one thing. Everyone has their own role to play, both inside and outside the play. Later, when I came here to serve as intelligence chief, I discovered. After a pause, he continued, the same is true in the Red Keep. The Minister of Justice needs to be ruthless. The Marshal needs to be ruthless. The Chancellor of the Exchequer needs to be thrifty. The Captain of the Kingsguard needs to be brave. And the Chief of Intelligence. Of course, he should be cunning and good at flattering, but he should also be pervasive. Duke Ed said coldly, Varys, you have found a good excuse for staying out of the matter. Varys didn't seem to understand the sarcasm in Lord Eddard's words. He smiled and said, Duke Ed, a courageous intelligence chief is as useless as a cowardly knight. Duke Ed frowned. He didn't like Varys's wordplay. No matter how nicely he said it, it couldn't change Varys's hypocrisy. He took a sip of wine and said, Varys, are you going to slit my throat for Cersei? Varys's smile froze, and he shook his head. I can't do such a thing. Duke Ed's voice contained sarcasm. It can't be just to let me go, can it? Varys shook his head again. He seemed to be regretting. Maybe I could have done it before, but Peter Baelish suddenly disappeared from the heavily guarded dark prison not long ago. Now, here, the supervision has become very strict, not to mention you, who are the most important to the Queen Mother. Duke Eddard paused with the hand holding the wine bag and said, Littlefinger escaped? Varys nodded slightly. Duke Ed, I am very sure. Although eunuchs have no honor, there is no need for me to deceive you. After a moment of silence, Duke Eddard said, Forget it. I can't do anything now. He added, It's rare for you to tell the truth. Varys, please just tell me your purpose for meeting me. Your Majesty the Duke, I come for peace. Varys nodded, held his hands together, and said seriously, If there is anyone in King's Landing who sincerely wants to save Robert Baratheon's life, it is me. Duke Ed remained silent. Varys showed a helpless smile, sighed, and continued. For 15 years, I have tried my best to protect Robert I from his enemies, but in the end, he was inevitably harmed by his old friends. He looked directly at Duke Eddard. What crazy thoughts are in your mind that made you run to tell Queen Cersei that you knew those 3 children were not of royal blood, and gave Lannister enough time to arrange for Robert first to suffer the so-called accident? Lord Eddard seemed to be laughing at himself. A crazy idea of mercy. There is only one answer. Duke Ed, you are a man of noble character. I often forget this because I rarely meet people like you in my life. He looked around the dark and damp cell and continued, After I saw what kind of consequences kindness and honor brought to you, I finally understood why. Lord Eddard asked, Did Robert find out anything about the wine he drank? I have investigated secretly. The strong wine was given to Lancel by Queen Cersei. She had planned this day long ago. Lancel was praised by King Robert. He may like to get drunk. Hunting while drunk is inherently dangerous, and accidents will happen sooner or later, which is what Queen Cersei hopes for. Varys's eyes flickered, and he looked at Duke Eddard, whose face was slightly lowered. He added, Without your stimulation, Queen Cersei might have continued to wait for a while. Alas, even if the pig did not kill Robert, he would have fallen off his horse and seriously injured himself. Injured him, or a missed shot, an arrow, or a poisonous snake that suddenly bites. That hunting ground is already full of traps, just waiting for the drunk king to stumble into them. Therefore, it was not the wine that killed Robert Force, but your kindness and honor. Duke Eddard closed his eyes in pain. Gods forgive me. Seeing Duke Eddard immersed in grief, Varys consoled him. Duke Eddard, if there are gods in the world, I don't think they will blame you harshly. When you were in Winterfell, Queen Cersei was already plotting to get rid of Robert first. Duke Eddard suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze became as sharp as it had been during the bloody battle in the throne room. Varys, you are deliberately disturbing my mood. Varys took a step back, acting both scared and innocent. Duke Ed, you can't misunderstand the kindness of a small person. Duke Eddard stared at Varys. Tell me your true purpose. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Varys raised his hand to wipe the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Duke Eddard, I actually came here today to tell you that Queen Cersei will be visiting you soon. Duke Eddard said coldly, Why would she want to see me? Varys glanced at the prison door and whispered, Queen Cersei is afraid of you. Duke Eddard showed an impatient look. Varys, I have not forgotten that I am a prisoner. She can execute me at any time. Varys quickly explained. Maybe I didn't express it accurately enough. It should be said that she is afraid of the power behind you, the soldiers of the Stark family and the Tully family. Have troops been raised in the north? Duke Eddard asked. Varys nodded first, then shook his head, and then said, Your wife and eldest son are summoning the vassals of the Stark family in Winterfell. It is said that your wife has sent a letter to Riverrun and the Eyrie. The content of the letter is not difficult to guess. After a pause, Duke Eddard asked, Is there no movement in Casterly Rock? Varys shrugged his shoulders. I heard that the Duke of Metz in Highgarden has gathered 20,000 troops at the border of the Reach and the West in the name of catching bandits, and is holding a banquet there with his vassals. To the east of the Reach, plus the Riverlands to the north, I think Lord Tywin will find it very difficult now. Dorne in the frontier, the Martell family still holds a grudge against the death of Princess Alia and her children. As long as there is an opportunity for revenge, they will never let it go. What makes Queen Cersei uneasy are Robert I's two younger brothers, especially Stannis, whose claim is justifiable, and he is a formidable warrior. What will Stannis do on Dragonstone during this time? I bet he is gathering troops, not shells. He controls the royal fleet. When will he attack King's Landing? Everyone knows that Lord Stannis is by no means a soft-hearted person. Varys finally said with emotion, The King's Landing and the Western lands have to face too many enemies. Duke Eddard wondered why Varys was telling him this outside information, which was not beneficial to Cersei. Varys, who do you work for? Varys smiled lightly, his eyes sincere. Duke Eddard, I work for the peace of the kingdom, and I swear on my lost lifeblood. All my efforts have only one purpose, and that is to avoid war and maintain peace in the kingdom. Duke Eddard did not believe what Varys said. This was not because of his prejudice against eunuchs, but because of his intuition. He felt that Varys must have hidden other ulterior motives. Duke Eddard closed his eyes. He was a little drunk. His honor was unwavering. He said bluntly, Varys, I will not support Cersei's child. Stannis is Robert's true heir. I welcome him to sit on the Iron Throne. Oops, Varys first exclaimed, then approached Duke Eddard. Duke Eddard, I promise you, Queen Cersei doesn't want to hear these words. If you don't mind your tongue, even if Stannis wins the Iron Throne, I'm afraid he will have to use a rotten eye turned around to welcome him. Duke Eddard said solemn, Enley, Varys I'm not afraid of death. But, Varys seemed to be pleading with Lord Eddard. Have you forgotten your innocent and good daughter? Sansa tried so hard to plead for you, but she is so pitiful. A chill surged through Duke Ed's heart, and he opened his eyes suddenly. Don't involve my daughter. Sansa is just a child. Varys couldn't bear it and said softly, Duke Ed, who cares if she is a child except you? In the eyes of Queen Cersei, Sansa is a bargaining chip against you. She knows a tame wolf is much more useful than a dead one, so Sansa is still alive. Duke Eddard's voice was full of anger. If Cersei dares to hurt Sansa, the Stark family and the Tully family will never let her go. Varys sighed. Queen Cersei is not a rational woman. This is something everyone knows. Duke Eddard could not hide his concern for his daughter, and he was at a loss. Varys glanced at him and then said, Prince Rhaegar's daughter, wasn't Princess Rhaenys a child too? She was a lovely little baby, younger than your two daughters. Do you know she had a little black cat named Balerion? Princess Rhaenys liked to think of it as the real Black Death Balerion. But when the Lannisters broke into her room, they must have quickly taught her the difference between a kitten and a dragon. Varys seemed to be trapped in sad memories. After a pause, he sighed tiredly. The Archbishop once told me that we suffer because of our sins. If this is true, Duke Ed, please tell me. Why do you, the great nobles, play this game of power where it's the innocent people who always suffer the most? Peace is actually very simple. You only need to promise the Queen Mother that you are willing to confess your crimes of rebellion, make Winterfell honor Joffrey Baratheon as king, and promise not to reveal her secret until she dies. Then I believe she will agree to let you take the Black, and Sansa will not be harmed. The most important thing is to avoid a big war, so the people can continue to live a stable life. Varys walked to the prison door, turned around, and nodded slightly towards the silent Duke Eddard. If you wish, think carefully before Queen Cersei arrives. Lord Eddard, I advise you not to overestimate her patience. After speaking, Varys reached out and knocked on the door. The Capitol Guard, Golden Robes, are the garrison and law enforcers of King's Landing. They have 2 military camps in the city. The Eastern Military Camp is near the Dragon Gate, and the Western Military Camp is near Shoemaker's Square. In the Eastern Military Camp of the Golden Robes, inside the Commander-in-Chief's tent, Greene was sitting at the table, studying a detailed map of King's Landing. He looked away from the map and said, "Leiden, go and take a rest." It was already dawn, and Greene and his little butler had been busy all night. He missed Maester Al and Samwell, who were far away in Whispering City. Leighton raised his head from the pile of documents, his eyes dark with circles. "My master, there is not much left. I estimate it will be completed this morning." After saying that, Leighton couldn't help but blow a whistle, quickly covering his mouth afterward. Greene smiled. "The corruption within the Golden Robes is too serious, but it still gives us a good excuse. Leiden, thank you for your work." Leighton scratched his head sheepishly. After a while, he put away a letter and said, "Sir, Steward Russell has made an appointment with the merchants of King's Landing. They are waiting for your reception tonight." Greene tapped his chin. Leighton was referring to the businessmen who had cooperated with Greene during the hunting in King's Landing last year. "Lord Greene, Sir Lancel Lannister wishes to see you." The voice of the messenger suddenly came from outside the door. Greene raised his eyebrows. "Has Lancel been canonized as a knight?" Lancel stood in front with a proud expression, and Greene rubbed his hair. This child must have had problems with PUA. "Earl Greene, Her Majesty the Queen Mother Regent." Lancel's words were abruptly cut off by Greene. "Kneel down and speak." Lancel looked at Greene in disbelief. "I represent." With a swift motion, Greene's longsword whizzed past Lancel's cheek, embedding itself into the wooden pillar of the tent. The sword handle quivered from the impact. Terrified, Lancel dropped to his knees. You, Lancel stammered. Greene tilted his head, his tone laced with confusion. "Lancel, have you forgotten my warning?" Lancel's face flushed with anger and humiliation. "I am a knight!" Greene rose from his chair, walked over, and crouched down in front of Lancel, their eyes locking. "Tell me, what does my warning have to do with whether you are a knight or not?" Lancel's handsome face contorted with frustration. "Don't forget, you have no evidence." With a sudden, forceful blow, Lancel crumpled to the ground in pain. Greene stood up leisurely, looking down at him. "Why do you think I need evidence? Have you ever considered what the consequences will be if Joffrey finds out about this?" Chapter 168, Greene's Friendship. Lancel Lannister said in horror, "No, don't. No, I didn't." Greene Kleb raised an eyebrow and asked, "What don't you want? What didn't you do?" Lancel crawled over and grabbed one of Greene's calves tightly, pleading, "Greene, you have to believe me. I didn't take the initiative. I was ordered. Lancel's lips trembled, unable to think of a good excuse. Greene looked down at Lancel, whose eyes were red, and said coldly, "Ordered? Lancel, are you saying that the noble Queen Cersei took the initiative to open her legs for you at night?" Lancel's eyes lit up. This was the truth, and Greene was really smart. He nodded vigorously. Greene looked into Lancel's clear blue eyes, moved his leg, and shook off Lancel's hand. "Sir Lancel, you dare to slander Queen Cersei. Words of slander cannot hide the truth. I think Queen Cersei must have been forced by you using dirty means." Lancel began to cry. "How dare I?" Greene interrupted. "Forget it. I'll leave you to His Majesty Joffrey." Lancel's face was filled with tears, and his voice trembled. "For the sake of our friendship, please, Lord Greene." Greene refused coldly. "Sir Lancel, leave these words to His Majesty Joffrey. I remember that he likes people to beg for help." Lancel trembled with fear at the thought of being interrogated by Joffrey. "Lord Greene, I will never dare to go against you again. Please don't hand me over to King Joffrey." Greene's face hesitated. "You want me to help you deceive His Majesty Joffrey?" Lancel said quickly, "As long as you are willing to let me go, I will leave King's Landing immediately. I swear." Greene stared at the poor Lancel for a while, with a bit of an unbearable expression on his face. He sighed softly, leaned down, and reached out to help the frightened Lancel. "Lancel, you have just been canonized as a knight, and I don't want to see your bright future ruined like this." Greene patted Lancel and said, "I have not forgotten our friendship. You should stay." Lancel looked in disbelief, and the sudden joy made him burst into tears again. He choked up and said, "Greene, I really deserve to die." Greene picked up the wine bottle on the table, poured a glass of wine, and handed it to Lancel. "No one will know about you. You continue to stay with Queen Cersei, maintain her trust, and meet any of her needs at any time. Well, for our unchanging friendship." Lancel wiped away his tears and carefully took the wine glass. He looked at Greene with some confusion. "Sir Lancel, keep our strong friendship hidden, continue to play your role, and continue to be jealous of Queen Cersei's trust in me." Lancel lowered his head and thought for a while, and he seemed to understand the hidden meaning of Greene's words. "Greene, you want me to?" Greene tapped his chin and patted Lancel's arm. "This is a good thing. Queen Cersei will rely more and more on the two of us. Lancel, you won't be satisfied with a small knighthood, will you?" Lancel looked at Greene with bright eyes, a little excited. "Greene, you are still smart. I understand. I will do whatever you say, I swear." Greene raised his glass, gestured towards Lancel, and said, "Sir Lancel, for our friendship and for our bright future, let's drink a toast." Lancel drank happily. After a pause, he hesitated and said, "Greene, then, in the future, the Queen Mother will still want me." Greene's brown eyes moved slightly as he looked at Lancel, whose face was getting redder and redder. "Lancel, whatever you did before, you will do in the future. Be happy. Queen Cersei is a great beauty. The Queen Regent is very hard. She needs to be happy. Everything you do is for our kingdom." Lancel nodded blankly. Greene put down his wineglass and said, "Sir Lancel, tell me now why you are looking for me." Lancel glanced at Greene first, then lowered his head and whispered, "I beg the Queen Mother to arrange a position in the Capital Guard." "What did you say? How did Queen Cersei answer?" Lancel didn't dare to express his anger, and he answered honestly, "Why? I said, the golden robes cannot all be in the hands of people who are not Lannisters." He raised his eyes and glanced at Greene. Seeing that Greene was not angry, he continued, "The Queen Mother said, 'Let me go directly to you.' Is there none left?" Lancel nodded quickly. After a moment of silence, Greene's eyes trembled slightly. "Lancel, it seems that the Queen Mother still trusts you. You must remember her kindness." Lancel showed a confused look and couldn't help scratching his head. In addition to the kingdom's affairs, Queen Cersei definitely needs someone to help her handle some personal matters. She will feel more at ease if she leaves some matters to you, who is also a Lannister, Greene added in his mind. "And you are easy to control, or easy to handle." Hearing Greene's words, Lancel's lips turned up uncontrollably. Greene's eyes moved slightly, and he realized Lancel could easily lose control now. To make Lancel more reliable, he decided to find opportunities for Lancel to get in touch with Joffrey a few more times, to consolidate the friendship between the two. Lord Greene sighed secretly. Originally, there was only Pycelle, but now Lancel was added to the mix. He was worried about them. "Sir Lancel, I appoint you as captain of the Red Keep Guard in gold robes to protect Queen Cersei's safety together with the Lannister red robes." Lancel puffed up his chest with excitement. "As you command, Lord Greene." Greene smiled and said, "Lancel, the Red Castle and the Queen Mother will be under your protection. Remember that some of the Queen Mother's personal affairs must be completed with all your heart. Don't let her down." Lancel nodded heavily. "Greene, I understand. I will definitely remember it." Greene's face was gentle, and he put one hand on Lancel's shoulder. "Lancel, we are good friends, and I will support you." After a pause, he added, "Also, you must remember that Robert I has passed away. You must not get into Queen Cersei's bed, otherwise, not even the gods will be able to save you." Lancel blushed and whispered, "Greene, the Queen Mother forbids me. I always go to her bed." Greene raised his eyebrows, understanding instantly. "Wonderful bed," Greene sighed, and then said, "as long as you don't forget the consequences, my friend." Hundreds of Swamp Marigold flags fluttered in the training ground of the capital garrison's east camp, and the soldiers' armor and weapons sparkled in the sun. On the high platform, Greene raised his hand slightly, paused for a moment, and then lowered it. The heads of dozens of people, including Yalar Diem, the former commander-in-chief's adjutant, rolled down. After Greene took over as commander-in-chief, There were scenes of heads rolling down every day at the military training ground. These people were the last group of confidants of the former commander-in-chief, and they were also the biggest beneficiaries of the corruption of the Golden Robe. Greene deliberately kept them until today and executed them in full view of the public. Lancel, one of the captains of the golden-robed guards, froze there, motionless. When the execution was over, Lancel glanced uneasily below. Whether it was the blue phalanx or the golden phalanx, it was so quiet that it made people panic. Lancel was standing next to Greene at this time, his voice trembling. "Greene, aren't you worried about a mutiny?" Greene's eyes moved, and he looked at Lancel. "Lancel, Queen Cersei only gave me 10 days, and—" As he spoke, Greene's lips curved slightly, and he continued, "If we don't deal with these people, how can we have the money to subsidize the salaries of ordinary soldiers? And how can we arrange higher positions for those who take the initiative to join us?" Ordinary soldiers in the Golden Robe are awarded at least 2 gold dragons per year, and officers are awarded in ascending order by rank. However, most soldiers and lower-level officers had most of their military pay deducted by the former commander-in-chief and his cronies. The Golden Robes are not on, lie the garrison of King's Landing, but also the law enforcers of the city. Deprived of their military pay, the Golden Robes began extorting the people, creating a vicious cycle. When Cersei promised to appoint Greene as the commander-in-chief of the Golden Robes, Chapter 136, he already considered the Golden Robes his own property and began planning his takeover. Before Petyr Baelish left, he handed over his intelligence collection staff to Greene, worried that Greene would be weak in King's Landing alone. In return, Greene promised to take care of Petyr's interests in the city. Upon receiving Petyr's intelligence personnel, Greene realized that they were indeed good friends. Both had their eyes on the Golden Robes, or rather, Petyr had long been eyeing the largest armed force in King's Landing. With the former commander-in-chief Janos Slynt dead, the Golden Robes were leaderless. Greene, with 2,000 Kleblin blue robes and accurate intelligence, quickly dealt with the former commander's team. When those people were executed, their belongings, valued at nearly 300,000 gold dragons, were pocketed by Greene. Lancel smiled reluctantly and said, "I definitely wouldn't be able to do it." "Actually, the key lies in the Golden Dragon," Greene said, his eyes moving to where the Golden Robes were lined up. Greene first took out 50,000 gold dragons to subsidize the Golden Robes. The nearly 1,000 Golden Robes standing there were the second group to receive Greene's gift. Boxes full of golden dragons were brought over, and Greene personally supervised the distribution of the soldiers' subsidies, as he did last time. When asked why he only took out 50,000 gold dragons, Lord Greene raised his eyebrows and refused to answer. After Lancel left, Greene called Geoffrey, the captain of the Survey Corps in King's Landing, who was standing not far away. "Geoffrey, arrange for someone to keep an eye on Lancel Lannister." Red Keep, Throne Room. "Welcome His Majesty Joffrey I, King of the Andals, Rhoynar, and First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, House Baratheon and House Lannister. Welcome to Your Majesty, Mother, Light of the West, Protector of the Realm, Queen Regent, Your Majesty Cersei of House Lannister." Sir Barristan Selmy, dressed in brilliant silver armor, walked at the front. Sir Aerys Oakhart escorted Queen Cersei, and Sir Boros Blount walked beside King Joffrey. King Joffrey walked to and stood in front of the Iron Throne. He wore a black velvet coat embroidered with red thread, a glittering high-collared gold-lined cloak around his shoulders, and a gold crown set with rubies and black diamonds. King Joffrey curled his lips, looked around at the people under the Iron Throne, and then slowly sat down. He shouted, "It is the king's duty to punish traitors and reward loyal ministers. Grand Maester Pycelle, I order you to read my sentence." After Joffrey finished speaking, Maester Pycelle stood up and nodded slightly in the direction of the Iron Throne. Maester Pycelle was dressed very richly today, wearing a thick red velvet robe, an ermine collar, a bright gold ribbon, low sleeves, and full of gilded scroll decorations. Maester Pycelle unfolded a roll of parchment and began to read out a long list of names. Lord Stannis Baratheon and his wife and their daughter, Lord Renly Baratheon, Lord Mace Tyrell and all his heirs, Lady Lysa Arryn and her son, Prince Doran Martell of Dorne and all his heirs, Lord Walder Frey and his heir, Lord Hoster Tully and his brother Sir Brynden, his son Sir Edmure, Catelyn Tully, Robb Stark, Brandon Stark, Rickon Stark, Arya Stark. The list read out by Maester Pycelle included most of the important nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. In the name of the king and the royal council, the people on the list will come to the Red Keep immediately. Swear allegiance to the king. If they fail to comply, they will be regarded as rebels and their territories and titles will be reclaimed by the royal family. A collective gasp echoed through the throne room. Grand Maester Pike, rolled up the parchment containing the list and unfolded another piece. Clearing his throat, he read aloud, "In order to replace the rebel Eddard Stark, and in accordance with the wishes of the Queen Regent and His Majesty the King, Tywin Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, is appointed as Hand of the King. He will manage the affairs of the kingdom in the name of the king." The room fell silent as Pycelle continued. Finally, our beloved King Robert I passed away unexpectedly. The Royal Council considers King Joffrey's safety to be of utmost priority. Pycelle glanced at Queen Cersei, who nodded and rose slowly from her seat. "Leader of the Kingsguard, Sir Barristan Selmy, at your command." Sir Barristan, who had been standing guard at the base of the Iron Throne, approached and knelt before Queen Cersei. "Your Majesty, Barristan Selmy, is at your disposal." Queen Cersei's green eyes fixed on Barristan, her voice icy. "Please stand up, Sir Barristan. You may remove your helmet." Though puzzled by the Queen's command, Barristan stood and removed his helmet, holding it in one hand as he looked at her. Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly and said, "Sir Barristan, you have served the kingdom faithfully for many years. Every good man and woman in the Seven Kingdoms is grateful to you. However, I regret to inform you that your service must now come to an end. Our king and his council wish for you to relieve yourself of this heavy burden." Chapter 169, The Lost Knight's Heart. Barristan Selmy's brows knitted together, his eyes filled with confusion. "Burden? Queen Mother?" Varys stepped forward lightly, a slight smile on his lips. "Old sir, Her Majesty the Queen Mother means that you have been relieved of your duties as captain of the Kingsguard." Barristan's expression turned blank, the gray-haired man seemingly frozen in place. He spoke with difficulty. "Your Majesty, the Kingsguard has sworn an oath for life. Only death can relieve us of our sacred mission." Cersei Lannister's eyes flickered as she looked at the pale Barristan. "Old sir, who has died? Is it you or your king?" Joffrey's voice echoed from the Iron Throne, his tone accusatory. "My father is dead. You are too old, and no one can protect you." Barristan seemed to age instantly, his gaze fixed on the towering King Joffrey. "Your Majesty, since I first held a sword, becoming a Kingsguard has been my only desire. At 23, I gave up the inheritance of Harvest Hall. I have no need for fiefdom or heirs. My life has been dedicated to serving my country. I swore an oath, witnessed by Sir Gerald Hightower, captain of the Kingsguard to Aerys II, to protect the king to the best of my ability, even unto death. Before I served your father, I guarded King Aerys and his father Jaehaerys. I have served 3 kings." Varys interjected, "Gee, it's so sad that they're all dead." Queen Cersei's impatience was evident. "Old sir, your duties end here." Barristan's lips moved, but no sound came out. Queen Cersei raised her chin and continued, "The council has decided that Sir Jaime Lannister will succeed you as captain of the Kingsguard." She glanced at Barristan with her beautiful eyes, her tone mocking. "My son needs young and strong people around him." "Kinslayer?" Barristan spat out Jaime's nickname contemptuously, then sternly added, "Is he the hypocritical knight who stained his sword with the blood of the king he swore to protect? Now he wants to stain the captaincy of the Kingsguard again. Are you on duty?" Queen Cersei's voice held a hint of anger. "Old sergeant, mind your words. Sir Jaime is my beloved brother and Joffrey's uncle." Barristan reached out and unbuttoned his shoulders, letting the snow-white cloak that represented his sacred mission fall to the ground. "The white robes of the Kingsguard are no longer pure, so I no longer have any attachment to them." Pycelle glanced at the angry Queen Cersei and stood up. "Barristan Selmy, you are no longer a Kingsguard. You are now superfluous, this hypocritical knight." As Pycelle finished speaking, laughter erupted from everyone, including the 5 brothers of the Kingsguard. The laughter was harsh, and the heroic old man stood there, his face red with anger, unable to speak. With a bang, Barristan drew his sword from his waist. Suddenly, there were screams of shock. Sir Boros and Sir Meryn of the Kingsguard quickly stepped forward to confront Sir Barristan, but they were frozen in place by the old knight's sharp eyes. Sir Boros, Sir Meryn, there is no need to be afraid. Your king is safe, but not because of your effective protection. Even now. Barristan's sharp eyes swept across the Kingsguards, and he continued, I can still cut all 5 of you down like cheese. If you plan to serve the Kingslayer, then you are not worthy of wearing this white robe. With a choking sound, Barristan threw his sword at the base of the Iron Throne. He raised his eyes to look at Joffrey, who sat above him, and said, Boy, take it. You can melt this sword and let another one sit on the Iron Throne. In that case, it may be stronger than the swords in the hands of these 5. He turned and walked away. The noble men and women stepped aside to let him pass. His footsteps echoed loudly on the floor, reverberating through the throne room. Just as the golden cloaks closed the oak doors behind him, the room fell into a tense silence. As the bronze doors of the throne room swung open again, Joffrey's angry voice echoed from the Iron Throne. How dare he call me a kid? I'm going to arrest him. On the towers of the Red Keep's walls, Greene Kleb stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the stone. Opposite him was Jaime Lannister, who looked a bit melancholic. Greene quipped, Sir Jaime, you look like a lost child? Jaime glanced sideways at Greene, but remained silent. Greene pointed in the direction of the throne room and said, I heard you're about to be appointed captain of the Kingsguard. Congratulations. Jaime remained silent for another moment. Greene sighed. I said, Sir, if I remember correctly, you came to find me. After a pause, Jaime's green eyes met Greene's. How did you know I would be appointed captain of the Kingsguard? Greene shrugged. Everyone knows there are no secrets in the Red Keep. People who shouldn't know already do, but those who should know don't. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a figure in a golden robe appeared. Lord Greene, Sir Barristan has requested to leave the Red Keep. During petitions in the throne room, the doors of the Red Keep are closed until the session is over, prohibiting entry and exit. Greene and Jaime exchanged glances. Just as Greene was about to speak, another man in a golden robe hurried over. Lord Greene, the Queen Regent has ordered the arrest of Barristan Selmy. Greene waved his hand dismissively. Let the respected old sir leave. And tell Sir Barristan to be careful of our pursuit. As you command, Lord Greene. After the golden robe left, Jaime said, Earl Greene, aren't you afraid Queen Cersei will blame you? Greene spread his hands. Sir, I'm helping. Well, Queen Cersei will say you let him go. Jaime's eyes shifted. It seems you are really planning to hunt down Sir Barristan and not just pretending. Greene tapped his chin thoughtfully. He has been given a chance. Don't forget, he is the fearless Barristan. Jaime sighed softly, reached out and patted Greene's arm. Earl Greene, thank you for your help. Be happy, Mr. Warden of the East and Captain of the Kingsguard. Jaime shook his head slightly, looking into the distance with a complicated expression. Although Sir Barristan doesn't like me, I respect him very much. We were once brothers of the Kingsguard, but now, this is not the result I want to see, and this is not what I want. Greene's eyes flashed with understanding. Sir Jaime, are you planning to leave King's Landing? Or should I say, leave Queen Cersei for a while? Jaime turned to Greene, who looked surprised. No wonder Tyrion told me you two are the smartest heads in King's Landing. Sir, we know each other well. It's not hard to guess. Greene shrugged and added, I hope the excuse you're looking for isn't to find a lost self or something. Jaime remained silent, Greene's guess hitting the mark. Jaime's intention to leave Cersei's side was indeed to regain his lost knight's heart. Last time in the throne room, Running Wolf released Jaime as a prisoner. Running Wolf's men had put down their weapons, but Cersei ordered their execution. Jaime watched helplessly as the heroic warriors who had surrendered fell into a pool of blood one by one. Did he become an accomplice to deceive these people? Jaime admits he hates Robert Baratheon, but he wants to stop Cersei from executing Robert's bastards because they are just innocent children. Why does Cersei insist on doing this? Of course, Jaime knows the real reason. Last night, Cersei suddenly told him he would be appointed captain of the Kingsguard and Sir Barristan would be expelled from the Red Keep. Why would Cersei be so eager to expel Sir Barristan, a man who kept his oath of loyalty? Of course, Jaime knows the real reason. He is the Oathbreaker. He is the Kingslayer. What qualifications does he have to take over as captain of the Kingsguard? The Kingsguard, who shoulder the sacred mission and represent the highest knightly honor, gradually became tarnished because of him. He suddenly felt that he was a ridiculous existence. In order to love Cersei, to what depths of hell would he descend? The wonderful dream that Jaime had woven for himself was shattered piece by piece. Whether he leaves or escapes, he needs to change to a strange place, and he needs to think carefully. Jaime held Greene's shoulders tightly. He stared at Greene and said solemnly, "Earl Greene, I entrust Cersei's safety to you. This is my request." Throne room. The voice of the Royal Master of Ceremonies was loud and clear. The king listens to the petitions of his subjects. Report if you have something to report, but be silent if nothing happens. The hall gradually became quiet, making Sansa Stark and the crowd even more nervous. Gods, please grant me courage, Sansa told herself. She must do it now. She must save her father. Now. Sansa exhaled and walked out slowly. She stopped under the Iron Throne, and the Master of Ceremonies announced, "Lady Sansa of House Stark." "Your Majesty the King," Sansa curtsied to Joffrey. She quietly raised her eyes and saw Joffrey looking at her with a smile. His smile gave her the greatest courage. "Report if you have something to report, but be silent if nothing happens." Sansa knelt down. She looked at the towering Joffrey and said, "Your Majesty, I want to petition for my father, the former Lord Eddard Stark, and ask you to forgive his crimes with mercy." The voice of Maester Pycelle came first. "Miss, your father has committed a heinous crime." Varys sighed. "Oh, what a poor child. Sir, she is just a child and has no idea what she is asking for." Sansa was trembling with fear. She didn't know what to do. She could only cast her pleading eyes on the Iron Throne, where her lover sat. Joffrey did not disappoint Sansa, and his voice came out from the Iron Throne in time. "Let her speak. I want to hear what she has to say." Sansa nodded with emotion and gratitude. "As you command, my lord." Pycelle shook his head, his tone seeming to pronounce a verdict. "The crime of rebellion is like a poisonous weed. It must be uprooted and killed, otherwise rebels will spread everywhere." Varys said with a gentle face, "Miss Sansa, can you deny the crimes your father committed?" In the past few days, Sansa had thought of a way to save her father, or an excuse to avoid the crime. She spoke carefully. "Your Majesty the King, Your Majesty the Queen Mother, gentlemen, I do not deny it." Buzz! Whispers in the hall suddenly began to fall, one after another. "Nothing is wrong. Be quiet, be quiet." After the silence was restored, Joffrey's voice sounded. "Miss, please continue." "Your Majesty, I know very well that my father must accept sanctions. All I ask is to be generous and let him live. My father must have regretted what he had done. He was a close friend of King Robert during his lifetime, and he truly loved King Robert. I believe everyone here understands that before King Robert spoke, he had never had the idea of becoming Prime Minister. He must have been bewitched by Lord Renly or Lord Stannis, otherwise he wouldn't." King Joffrey leaned forward, looked at Sansa below, and said, "He said I was not the king." Why did he say that? Sansa had secretly prepared the answer to such a question. She almost blurted out when she heard Joffrey's question. "My father was deceived by the man he trusted. He loved King Robert so much that he trusted King Robert's brother." Varys held his hands together and said softly, "This is due to the child's confidence in her father. How simple and innocent. But don't people often say that wisdom often comes from the mouths of children?" Pycelle shook his head stubbornly. "Lord Varys, no matter what the reason, rebellion is rebellion." Joffrey frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Mother, what do you mean?" Queen Cersei looked at Sansa for a moment before sighing. "Stark is willing to confess his crime. We can be sure that he has repented. I hope he will not let down Sansa's good intentions." Joffrey stood up from the Iron Throne and casually glanced at the people below. Sansa looked at Joffrey, too afraid to speak, but she kept pleading, gnawing in her heart. "Please, please, you are the king in my heart, the kind, noble, and compassionate king. Please." Perhaps Joffrey sensed Sansa's inner begging, for he nodded slightly in her direction. His voice was unexpectedly gentle. "Miss, do you have anything else to say?" Joffrey's gentleness gave Sansa the courage she needed, allowing her to see a glimmer of hope for saving her father. "Please, please, for the sake of your love for me, please grant my wish, my prince." Joffrey looked down at Sansa, pausing for a moment before nodding slightly, as if to reassure her that everything would be okay. "Miss Sansa, your heartfelt words have touched me. I can honor your love for your father, but he must first bow his head, confess his sins, and acknowledge me as his king. Otherwise, I will not be merciful." Chapter 170, True Dragon and True Dragon Eggs. Essos, the city-state of Viserys, formerly known as Cantus, the governor's palace. Today marks the 14th name day of Daenerys Targaryen, Princess of Dragonstone, breaker of shackles, Stormborn, savior, and protector of the city of Cantus. Daenerys is in the small hall, receiving many strangers who have come to offer their blessings. Daenerys is dressed in an ivory silk gown, adorned with a simple yet elegant silver necklace. She sits upright on her chair, a polite smile gracing her face. Her loyal companions, the sisters Osanna and Barona, stand guard on either side of her. "Dear true dragon princess, I am a merchant from Lys. I have been entrusted by others to bring you gifts. May you receive the blessings of the Lord of Light," the Lysine merchant says, bowing respectfully. He gestures, and two slaves step forward, carrying a bronze-decorated cedar box. When the box is opened, Daenerys' eyes widen in astonishment. Inside are 3 enormous eggs, each more beautiful than anything she has ever seen. The intricate patterns on the eggs make them appear as if they are encrusted with jewels. She carefully picks up one of the eggs, cradling it in both hands. The eggshell is covered in tiny scales, and as she turns it in her hands, it reflects the setting sun, giving off a metallic sheen. She initially thinks it might be made of fine ceramics, colored glass, or glaze, but it is much heavier, as if it were carved from solid stone. Each egg is unique. One is dark green with bronze flecks, another is a creamy white with golden stripes, and the last is black, reminiscent of a midnight ocean, with dark red waves and whirlpools. Daenerys realizes she has been staring at the eggs for too long and gently places the egg back in the box. She looks at the respectful Lysine merchant with her violet eyes. "Thank you for your gift, guest from afar." The merchant bows humbly, placing a hand over his chest. Daenerys touches the black egg with her white fingers and says, "They are so beautiful. I am curious, what are these?" "These are dragon eggs from the Shadowlands east of Ashai. They have been fossilized for thousands of years, but they remain stunningly beautiful," the merchant explains. Daenerys has heard many rumors about dragon eggs, but has never seen one in person, let alone expected to receive such a gift. The Lysine merchant has brought her something priceless. Daenerys withdraws her hand, folding them in front of her and straightening her posture. She smiles slightly and says, "Your gift is too precious." The merchant nods and smiles. "Your Highness, I am merely a messenger." Daenerys raises an eyebrow. "I'm grateful. Please tell me who the kind person is." "He resides west of the Narrow Sea. He is a supporter of the True Dragon," the merchant replies, his eyes sincere. "He remains hidden, fearing the usurper. He will reveal himself at the right time to continue serving House Targaryen." Daenerys' eyes tremble slightly, and she nods. "Please tell him I will treasure them forever." Later, in her bedroom, Daenerys feels exhausted. She has spent the entire day repeating similar words to different people. She turns to look at the 3 dragon eggs placed in her room, blinking as the red sunset filters through the window, casting a glow on the eggs. For a moment, thousands of blood-red sparks seem to flash before her eyes. She dismisses it as an illusion, a sign of her fatigue. Daenerys reaches out, placing her palm against the black dragon egg, her fingers gently tracing the curve of the eggshell. The stone feels warm, almost hot. She whispers to herself, the sun must have heated them up." Daenerys sits next to the dragon egg, stroking its surface, lost in thought. The door with a hopeful heart, clutching the dragon egg in one hand, and looked out the window. Dragons are extinct. Viserys once told Daenerys that the last dragon of House Targaryen died about a century and a half ago, during the reign of Aegon III, a period known as the Dragon Scourge. If only Viserys could have dragons. Thinking of her brother, Daenerys sighed quietly. Viserys has always been eager to return to Westeros and reclaim the Iron Throne, but his impatience has been growing. To appease Viserys' restless heart, Daenerys did not object when he insisted on renaming the city-state of Cantis after himself. Cantis is a name with a long history, and although no one agreed with the new name, Viserys was elated, perhaps too elated. Daenerys' kind-hearted comfort or concession was seen by Viserys as surrender. He believed that everyone had yielded to his wrath, the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Why did Daenerys sigh? She was worried about her brother's safety. In truth, Daenerys knew very well that although Viserys was the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms, he was not powerful and could easily make enemies. Daenerys feared that some unexpected enemy would one day slit her brother's throat. Petitions from the governor's palace. Viserys' arbitrary judgments. The resentment of the people was spreading, and Daenerys noticed many frightening looks of hatred in the crowd. For her brother's safety, Daenerys suspended petitions to the governor's palace and strengthened the guards around him, but Viserys took her kindness as a power grab. She had loyal guards, and Viserys, who had awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon, could not harm her. But Daenerys felt aggrieved. The corners of Daenerys' eyes turned red. She suddenly missed Greene so much. At this moment, she really wanted Greene's company. She wanted to hear his gentle voice and see his warm smile. Daenerys gently wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, her petite figure standing in front of the window. Under the setting sun, the entire sky looked like a beautiful painting, colorful and intoxicating. The setting sun shone slantingly, and the bodies of the loyal soldiers guarding her seemed to be covered with a layer of golden gauze. A loyal warrior. Daenerys still couldn't stop worrying about her brother's safety. She suddenly thought of the Kingsguard created by Aegon the Conqueror, the Targaryen ancestor, to protect the royal bloodline. They did not hold lands, take wives, or have children, but loyally guarded the king. King Viserys needs a loyal Kingsguard to guard him, at least. Daenerys shook her head. The Kingsguard had proven through their actions that they were not reliable. The white-robed and silver-armored Kingsguard in the ballads were always noble, brave, and sincere, but her father, Aerys II, died at the hands of one of them. The handsome boy is now called the Kingslayer, and the fearless Ser Barristan has joined the usurper. Daenerys couldn't help but wonder why the Kingsguard, whom everyone praised, could be so hypocritical. Daenerys learned from Ser Jorah Mormont that the Dothraki Khal had followers called the Bloodriders, who were his guards, brothers, and companions. Khal and the Bloodriders called each other the blood of my blood. They swore to live and die with Khal and protect him from danger. Rumor has it that according to ancient traditions, after Khal died, his Bloodriders would also follow him into death. Daenerys decided that when Viserys sat on the Iron Throne, she would help her brother prepare loyal guards similar to Bloodriders to protect him from the machinations of the Kingsguard. The noise outside the room interrupted Daenerys' thoughts. She vaguely heard Viserys' voice, and a smile appeared on her face. Today is Daenerys' name day, but Viserys was angry that the petition had been suspended, so he hadn't shown up. Isn't he angry? Today is a special day. Her brother is her only relative. She actually longed for his blessing. Brother still loves me. Daenerys quickened her pace happily, and she opened the door with a hopeful heart. Daenerys opened the door with a smile on her face. Viserys Targaryen was blocked by the guards. When he saw Daenerys, he was drunk and slurred. "Dany, my good sister, you are really my good sister. How dare you take away my power? You have people spying on me. How brave you are." Daenerys' smile faltered, and her eyes suddenly filled with heat. Viserys screamed at Barona and the others who were blocking him. "Get away! Don't stop me! Didn't you see Dany coming out?" Daenerys weakly grabbed the small round table next to the door, causing the beautiful vase on it to shake. She wanted to explain, to stop her brother from misunderstanding her further. She said tiredly, "Barona, I want to talk to my brother." Barona turned her head to look at the weak Daenerys, nodded slightly, and stepped aside. A strange smile appeared on Viserys' handsome face as he strode over. Daenerys was about to speak, but noticed Viserys was about to put his hand inside her collar. Without thinking, she pushed him away hard. Viserys stared at Daenerys, his lavender eyes filled with disbelief. His entire face twisted in rage as he screamed, "How dare you push me? Do you want to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon in me?" Viserys reached out, his fingers digging into Daenerys's arm. The pain was so intense that Daenerys felt like the little girl she once was, scared and flinching in panic whenever her brother was angry. She raised her hand to stop Verona, grabbing the vase with her other hand. With a bang, she slammed the vase into Viserys' face. Viserys screamed in pain and fell to the ground, his face suddenly covered in blood. Daenerys shouted angrily, "Viserys, don't awaken the wrath of my true dragon." Despite the blood dripping from his face, Viserys seemed to feel no pain. He sat on the ground motionless, looking at Daenerys with extremely resentful eyes. Daenerys' eyes flashed with distress, but she did not choose to give in. She looked directly into Viserys' eyes without timidity. "If you want to successfully get the 10,000 soldiers to retake the Iron Throne from me, I don't want it to happen again." Viserys got up and said bitterly, "You little bitch, you will definitely regret this when I return home." Holding his injured face, he left directly. Not long after Viserys left, Ser Jorah hurried over. The strong man looked at Daenerys with concern and asked, "Your Highness, are you okay?" Daenerys shook her head slightly and said, "Sir, did you see that Viserys was injured? That was my doing. I awakened my brother's wrath of the sleeping dragon." Ser Jorah, having ensured Daenerys was not harmed, softened his expression a little. He comforted her. "It's not your fault. Can you wake up the dead?" Daenerys looked at Ser Jorah with a confused expression. After a pause, Ser Jorah continued, "Your eldest brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, was the last true descendant of the dragon, and he died on the banks of the Trident. Please forgive me, but our king Viserys is not even the shadow of a snake." Daenerys murmured, "But Viserys is the legal heir to the Iron Throne, and he is the true king of the Seven Kingdoms." Ser Jorah sighed, "Your Highness, even if King Viserys takes back the Iron Throne, do you really think he can hold on to that position?" Daenerys' face turned pale. "He wouldn't be a good king, would he?" Ser Jorah saw Daenerys' expression worsen. He hesitated for a moment, but then spoke bluntly, "Your Highness, there are kings worse than King Viserys, but not many." Daenerys recalled that Greene had said similar words in Pentos. She asked, "Sir, will the people of Westeros secretly sow true dragon flags and pray that King Viserys will lead his army across the sea to rescue them as soon as possible?" Ser Jorah replied, "Your Highness, the people pray for good weather, healthy children, and a never-ending summer. As long as they can live and work in peace and contentment, it doesn't matter how the princes and nobles fight for power." "Play power games," he finally added, "but they never got what they wanted." After Ser Jorah left, Daenerys felt a bit unsteady, and Verona immediately supported her. Daenerys said softly, "Thank you, Verona. I want to rest." Verona shook her head and said, "Princess Daenerys, I know a good place." A full moon hung high in the sky. Daenerys looked at the lake covered with reeds and said with some uncertainty, "Verona, is this the good place you mentioned?" Verona nodded and replied, "Yes." She scratched her head and continued, "Your Highness, I think you need to relax. This place is perfect for swimming." Daenerys smiled softly and said, "Thank you, Verona." Verona chuckled, patted the sword on her waist, and said, "I'm nearby, don't worry." In the quiet night, the moonlight shimmered on the lake, creating sparkling waves. The air was filled with a sense of tranquility. On the grassy bank, Daenerys took off her clothes and placed them on the ground, then carefully dipped her feet into the water. Daenerys walked gently into the lake, feeling the soft mud squeezing between her toes and the coolness of the water. The lake water enveloped her body as she swam, enjoying the serene surroundings. The stars in the night sky twinkled, as if they were bathing with her. At this moment, Daenerys' mind was at ease, and her worries were temporarily forgotten. Chapter 171, A War That Cannot Be Lost, Red Keep, Throne Room. Grand Maester Pycelle stood up shakily, his maester's chain ringing softly. He whispered, "Your Majesty the Queen Mother, the kingdom's finances are in dire straits. Representatives of the Church and the Iron Bank have expressed concerns. We need to find a capable finance minister as soon as possible." Jaime Lannister had left only a letter and departed suddenly. This made Cersei Lannister feel very uneasy, and she was quick to anger. Others were cautious when dealing with her. She frowned and asked, When will Garth Tyrell of the Golden Rose arrive? Varys, with his hands folded, replied, Queen Cersei, my little birds tell me that he has been silent since arriving at Bitterbridge. Pycelle glanced at Varys and added, Your Majesty the Queen Mother, I believe his actions represent Highgarden's stance. The Golden Rose is likely waiting and watching. The cowardly Golden Rose, Queen Cersei snorted coldly. Varys, is there any news about Peter? Varys shook his head slightly. Littlefinger is adept at buying people. None of us can know who he has bribed. It could be a groom, a small jailer. Anyone could have been bribed by him, from little people to big shots. He has vanished like a ghost in a heavily guarded dungeon. Maester Pycelle interrupted. Your Majesty, do you want to? Pour me some wine, Cersei commanded. Lancel Lannister, who was standing behind Queen Cersei, immediately picked up the flagon and poured wine for her. Queen Cersei swirled her wineglass, took a sip of summer red, and said, He can be made the Chancellor of the Treasury again. Varys was surprised. Your Majesty, most people now know that Littlefinger helped Lady Lysa poison Jon Arryn. Pycelle, for once, agreed with Varys and advised, Your Majesty, this is a crime of murdering the Prime Minister. Even if Littlefinger is an accomplice, he cannot be forgiven, let alone serve as the Minister of the Treasury. Queen Cersei interrupted their suggestions. That's enough. Recommend a candidate for Chancellor of the Exchequer as soon as possible. I don't want to hear nonsense. After a moment of silence, Pycelle suddenly said, Your Majesty the Queen Mother, perhaps we can ask Prime Minister Tywin. With a bang, Queen Cersei placed the wineglass on the table. Pycelle, my father is in Casterly Rock, and I am sitting here now. Are you an old fool? Pycelle shook and nodded quickly. Before the next Imperial meeting, please recommend a suitable candidate to me for the next topic. Cersei's voice was filled with anger. What is Greene doing? Varys sighed. Queen Cersei, my little birds tell me that as soon as the rumors surfaced, the Golden Cloaks arrested those spreading them, but the effect was minimal. Maester Pycelle's eyes moved slightly. He glanced at the angry Queen Mother Cersei and said, Your Majesty, there are hundreds of thousands of people in King's Landing, but only a few thousand Golden Cloaks. Just arresting people can't extinguish the intentions of those spreading these rumors. I even heard. Queen Cersei said coldly, What did you hear? Maester Pycelle hesitated for a moment and said, It was the Queen Mother who poisoned Robert Furse. Varys's eyes flashed. Oh, are my little birds lazy? Such strange rumors. These people are so vicious. He looked at Maester Pycelle and continued, Grand Maester, where did you hear this news? Maester Pycelle looked back at Varys and said, Lord Varys, you can have your men investigate near the Mudgate. It is said that the rumors originated there. Varys smiled and nodded in thanks. Maester Pycelle said slowly, Your Majesty the Queen Mother, almost every new king encounters such rumors that cast doubt on the royal bloodline. Earl Greene's arrests were timely, and the baseless slander will soon dissipate. After listening to Maester Pycelle's analysis, Queen Cersei's eyes trembled. She stood, her mind racing with thoughts of the challenges ahead. Queen Cersei rose from her chair, her expression arc. I want the rumor-mongers who slandered Joffrey to weep and sing to strangers, praying for the kiss of death. With that, she stormed out of the throne room. As the doors closed behind her, Varys turned to the old Maester Pycelle with a smile. Maester Pycelle, you nearly gave me a heart attack. The lioness's roar was truly terrifying. Count Kleb owes you a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for you, he would have faced her wrath today. Pycelle paused in his task of sorting through files. Rolling up a parchment, he replied, It would have been better if Janos Slynt had not died, Lord Varys. Varys looked puzzled. Grand Maester, what do you mean? Pycelle sighed. There is only one person who can command the gold cloaks now. We have no choice. Varys's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled. Maester Pycelle, are you worried that Her Majesty the Queen Mother will remove Greene Kleb from his post in anger? Pycelle glanced at Varys, his sleepy eyes betraying a hint of concern. Lord Varys, I am worried that rioters will break into the Red Keep. Some matters need to be handled with caution, at least until our new Prime Minister arrives in King's Landing. Varys nodded in admiration. Maester Pycelle, you are indeed far-sighted. Pycelle's eyes widened slightly. Lord Varys, I'm just an old fool. I only wish to spend my remaining years in peace. He paused, then added, "Why would those rumor-mongers spread lies about the royal bloodline? Lord Varys, no one will truly believe such baseless speculation. The people will see it as mere entertainment." Varys leaned closer, his smile enigmatic. "What if there is some basis?" The rolled parchment slipped from Pycelle's hand, landing on the table. His age-spotted hands trembled. "Varys, what are you implying?" Varys clasped his hands together, nodded slightly at Pycelle, and left without another word, a smile still on his face. Outside the throne room, Lancel approached Queen Cersei. "Queen Regent, please leave this matter to me." Cersei paused, her green eyes scrutinizing Lancel. With Jaime's departure, Lancel's status had risen. He was now the captain of the Red Keep Guards and held significant command over the defenses of the Red Keep. "You can handle it?" she asked. Lancel straightened his posture. "Your Majesty, they are just common people who like to gossip. I will pluck out all their tongues until no one dares to spread rumors anymore." Cersei was pleased with Lancel's determination, but still hesitated, unsure of his capabilities. Seeing her doubt, Lancel quickly added, "Queen Regent, Greene only has 2 hands and 2 feet. We are all the same. I just need a chance to prove myself. Please." Cersei noticed the mist in Lancel's eyes and frowned slightly. She disliked weak men, but Lancel needed an opportunity to prove his worth. Suddenly she slapped him. Lancel covered his cheek in shock. "Why did the Queen Mother hit me?" Cersei's white fingers gripped his chin. "Lancel, don't let me see you like this again. Remember, you are wearing armor, not a skirt." Lancel replied, his voice trembling, "As you command, Queen Regent." Cersei's voice was cold. "My Lancel, I can give you opportunities, but don't disappoint me." She gently stroked his reddened cheek. In the north, at Winterfell, the vassals of the Stark family had gathered with their troops. Due to the frequent comings and goings, Robb Stark, the heir of Winterfell, ordered the gates of the inner and outer city walls to be closed. All rise. Winterfell was filled with the clash of swords and axes, the rolling of carriages, and the barking of hounds. A long column of heavily armored lancers was crossing the moat. They wore black half-iron helmets and black woolen cloaks adorned with white sunburst patterns. These were the forces of House Karstark, led by Lord Rickard himself, with his sons Haryen, Eddard, and Torhen riding alongside him. The Karstark family, a branch of the Stark family, were all tall and strong-looking, with thick beards and hair that fell past their shoulders. Their cloaks were made of bear, seal, and wolf skins. Other lords had already led their troops to Winterfell, and the Karstarks were the last to arrive. Robb Stark, at 15 years old, was a tall young man with blue eyes and auburn hair inherited from his mother's side. He had been hearing various messages from different people, each more terrifying than the last. No one was sure what the truth was. Some said Duke Eddard had killed King Robert and was now a wanted criminal. Others claimed the heads of his father's guards were stuck on spears and hung on the walls of the Red Keep to rot. There were rumors that the Baratheon army was besieging King's Landing, that Lord Eddard and the king's brother, Lord Renly, had fled south together, that Arya and Sansa had been killed by hounds, that Lord Tywin Lannister was leading his troops to the Eyrie, and even that Rhaegar Targaryen had returned from the dead to reclaim the Iron Throne. Before Robb could finish digesting the disturbing news, a messenger crow brought a letter written in Sansa's handwriting and stamped with his father's seal. The cruel truth no longer seemed to surprise him. Maester Luwin read aloud, "King Robert is dead. Mother and brother should quickly go to the Red Keep to swear allegiance to King Joffrey. We must promise never to betray. I will ask Joffrey to forgive my father." Catelyn Tully, Robb's mother, said angrily, "This is a letter written by Cersei, not Sansa. She must have been coerced by the Lannisters." Lady Catelyn grasped her eldest son's hand. Robb had summoned his father's vassals and was calmly and politely winning their hearts. She could no longer treat him as a child who had not yet grown up. Catelyn felt both sad and relieved. "Robb, the real meaning of this letter is in the part Sansa didn't write. The Lannisters are threatening us. They have taken Sansa hostage and are using her as leverage." Robb couldn't help but show a sad look. "Mother, Arya was not mentioned in the letter." Catelyn tried her best to hold back tears. She didn't dare to think deeply about what this omission meant. "Mother, I have written 3 letters to Aunt Lysa in the Eyrie, asking for assistance from the Knights of the Vale, but I still haven't received a reply. Catelyn sensed Robb's uneasiness and nervousness. She comforted him. Don't worry, my child. I will go to the Eyrie myself and bring reinforcements to you. Thank you, Mother. I'm just worried. The calm and powerful air of Winterfell suddenly disappeared, and Robb turned back into the 15-year-old boy who hoped his mother could provide answers. Catelyn noticed tears glistening in Robb's eyes. She knew her son needed encouragement. The Lord Commander must not waver in his confidence. She said softly, "Robb, can you tell me what you are afraid of?" Robb opened his mouth. Like his father, he was used to keeping everything to himself and taking responsibility alone. But Sansa's handwritten message made him unable to hold back any longer. Robb took a deep breath and continued, "If I lead my troops south, even if we win, my father and Sansa will still be in the hands of the Lannisters, and they could be killed, right? Should I?" "Robb, look at me." Robb looked up at his mother. Catelyn said firmly, "That's what the Lannisters want us to think." "What do you mean?" "Robb, all I know is that you have no choice. If you go to King's Landing and swear allegiance, it will be difficult. If you escape back to Winterfell with your tail between your legs, the Stark vassals will have no sympathy for you," Catelyn warned. "Respect will be gone, and some may even defect to the Lannister side. At that point, the Lannisters will have no worries and can dispose of the hostages at will. Our greatest hope, or rather our only hope, is that you can defeat the Lannisters on the battlefield. If you can capture Lord Tywin alive, or kill him, then we can exchange him for our families. In fact, exchanging hostages is not the most important thing. The most crucial aspect is to use your strength to make the Lannisters hesitate. As long as they fear you, Ned and your sister will be safe. Cersei is not stupid. She knows that if the war turns against her, she will be forced to negotiate for peace." Robb looked at his mother and asked, "What if the war turns against us?" Catelyn held her son's hand tightly and said, "Robb, I won't hide the truth from you. If you are defeated, then we will have no hope at all. The Lannisters never show mercy to the defeated. You must remember what happened to Rhaegar's children." The young Wolf Lord, with a solemn expression, replied, "Mother, I will defeat the Lannisters." Chapter 172, Bread and Blood. Catelyn stood on tiptoes and gently touched her son's forehead. "Robb, I believe in you." Catelyn Tully had witnessed the vassals making things difficult for the young lord. At that time, she remained silent, choosing to believe in her son. It could also be said that she'd not dare to defend him, fearing that her intervention would make the vassals see Robb as a mere boy. Thus, Robb had to earn the respect and even fear of his vassals on his own. She had tightly clasped her hands under the table, watching quietly as the vassals tested the young lord in their own ways. Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort rashly demanded that Robb lead the army. Robert Glover of Deepwood Motte had a milder attitude, but also aspired to command. Maggie Mormont of Bear Island bluntly stated that Robb was old enough to be her grandson and unqualified to boss her around, though she mentioned having a granddaughter who could marry him. Maggie Severn from Severn City brought her chubby daughter, who was about 30 years old, and paid more attention to her dinner plate than the conversation. Harris Horwood of Horwood City did not bring his daughter, but showered Robb with gifts: a horse today, a large piece of venison tomorrow, and a beautiful silver-rimmed horn the next day. In return, he sought Robb's help in acquiring a small piece of land, hunting rights, and the right to build a dam on the White Knife. Finally, John Umber of Hearth City claimed that if he were asked to walk behind the Horwood or Severn troops, he would immediately take his men home. Robb responded calmly and politely, gradually winning over the hearts of the vassals. Catelyn was proud of her son, but she missed her husband even more. "What are you going to do next? There are 20,000 troops gathered here. As the commander-in-chief, you need to make a decision soon," Catelyn said. The army her son had assembled was neither a standing army of the free cities nor the bodyguards who dined with the lords. Most were ordinary civilians, farmers, fishermen, shepherds, innkeepers' sons, businessmen, and leatherworkers, along with a few hedge knights, free riders, and wandering knights hungry for plunder. When their lord issued a summons, they came to serve, each with their own needs. Robb nodded. Uncle Edmure is summoning the vassals of the Riverlands. I want to go south to join him as soon as possible. Lady Catelyn murmured, family, duty, honor, your uncle will help you wholeheartedly. Mom, I leave the house to you, Robb said. Lady Catelyn shook her head slightly. I will go south with you. It is best if I set off before you. I want to go to the Eyrie and meet Lysa in person. Robb hesitated. His mother's decision was rational, but he worried about his two young brothers. They needed their mother's company. Catelyn seemed to understand Robb's concerns. Robb, you are also my child, and you need my help. I want to help you win the war. Maester Luwin interjected softly. Lady Catelyn, Lord Robb, I will take good care of Bran and Rickon. Thank you, Maester Luwin, Robb said. Thank you, Mother, he added. Lady Catelyn smiled softly. I will set off early tomorrow morning and leave the rest to you. Robb, remember that they are vassals of the Stark family, not your friends. They are obliged to obey your orders. Near Shoemaker's Square, in the West Military Camp and the Commander-in-Chief's camp. Lord Greene, I'm worried that King's Landing will soon be short of food, one officer said. Sir, I have the same concern. It is reported that there are almost no grain merchants from other places in the city. Lord Greene replied, Really? If there is a shortage of food, the common folk will become desperate, the officer continued. You mean they might riot? Obviously, of course, I'm just guessing. I agree with you. No one will remain calm if they are starving. Just wait to starve to death. The place I'm most worried about is Flea Bottom. I propose we strengthen our manpower there. The alleyways in that place are as intricate as a maze. Unless we mobilize all our forces, you know that's impossible. The Blacksmith Street side also needs more manpower. You're really stupid. Don't underestimate the blacksmiths. The number of golden dragons hidden in their homes is no less than that of noblemen. Even the White Walkers wouldn't believe they'd go hungry. Greene had been staring at the map on the table in silence, letting the golden-robed officers discuss. But when he heard the mention of golden dragons, one of his ears twitched slightly. Let's continue talking about Flea Bottom. We all know it's a place where morals have been lost. Don't they have brown soup? God bless you. Haven't you seen that stuff? I've seen it a few times with my own eyes. I don't want to remember it. Gods, forgive me. That's why I said he was a fool. Fortunately, you'll never become prime minister. Me. Dong dong. Greene lightly knocked on the table, and everyone standing around stopped arguing and paid attention. I've heard your concerns, and I will report this issue directly to the Queen Mother Regent and the Imperial Council. After a pause, Greene continued. Our Golden Robe's responsibility is to maintain the stability of King's Landing, so we naturally have to pay attention to every hidden danger that may endanger stability. But, Greene glanced at the crowd and continued, we ourselves have thousands of mouths to feed. Will we be hungry? Can a Golden Robe who isn't full still maintain the stability of this city? After Greene finished speaking, there was a sudden silence in the room. Greene's eyes moved slightly, and he said, Leiden, how many days can the Western Army camp sustain itself with its current food supply? Leiden nodded slightly and said respectfully, My lord, we usually receive the next 7 days of military rations every 7 days. Now, there are still 3 days until the next batch arrives. Therefore, we only have 3 days of food reserves left. Buzz. The golden-robed officers understood what Greene meant. As a result of the food shortage, the price of food would become outrageous. At that time, would the military rations still be delivered to them on time? Greene spoke slowly. Everyone, do hungry soldiers care who will riot, or can hungry soldiers still quell riots? Lord Greene, what should we do? No one paid attention to the situation in Flea Bottom anymore. In their eyes, the Golden Robe was the most important thing. There will be no turmoil in King's Landing in the short term. Even if there is turmoil, the Red Keep will never ignore us. But we still need to reserve military rations in advance to deal with unexpected situations. My order is that everyone must do their best for this. After leading everyone away, Leighton said softly, My lord, I don't think anyone, at least our golden robes, will not pay special attention to Flea Bottom. Greene leaned on the back of his chair, rubbed his brows, and said, Bread and blood, let the fire gradually spread. Bitterbridge is the seat and castle of House Caswell in the Reach. It is the key point where the Rose Road crosses the Mander River. In the Reach, at Bitterbridge, Lady Olenna Redwine clicked her tongue and said, "Robert has 2 sons, and Renly has an older brother. How could he ask for that ugly iron chair?" Duke Mace Tyrell rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. "Mother, Robert's 2 sons are still just children, and Stannis, you should know how much he hates me." "Back then?" Lady Olenna said impatiently. "If you want to brag about your achievements again, get out of here immediately. I'm tired of hearing this." Duke Mace said with a smile, "I won't mention it anymore. I won't mention it anymore." Lady Olenna resisted the urge to roll her eyes and walked slowly to the chair. Did Renly know how to dress, how to smile, how to... To think that Renly believes he should be king just because he can speak. The Baratheons always have such ridiculous ideas, and I blame it on their Targaryen blood, Lady Olenna said, patting the armrest angrily. "After you help Renly put on the crown, our family will be forced to kneel to him endlessly and be led by his whims. What do we gain from this?" Duke Mace Tyrell looked doubtful. "Mother, Renly has promised to make Margaery his queen." His expression turned proud as he touched his beard. "Renly has already agreed, so I am willing to support him." Lady Olenna wanted to find a stick and crack her son's head open. Before she could express her anger, Duke Mace continued in a flattering tone. "Mother, aren't you pleased? Our Golden Rose family is finally going to have a queen, and this queen is your favorite granddaughter." Lady Olenna took a deep breath, feeling like the biggest fool for being angry with her son. "My Lord of Highgarden, I am not an old fool. Are you sure Renly can give Margaery an heir to the throne?" The smile on Duke Mace's face did not waver. He nodded and said, "Their child must be the heir to the Iron Throne." Lady Olenna yelled, "You stupid pig! I mean, can Renly get Margaery pregnant?" Duke Mace's smile froze, and he said in disbelief, "Mother, he can't do it? This will not do him any good." He suddenly stopped talking. Lady Olenna's voice dripped with sarcasm. "You are not that stupid. The Baratheons have a stubbornness that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. You know that, right? How does it feel to be led by someone's nose, my Lord of Highgarden?" Duke Mace looked flustered and said anxiously, "Mother, what should we do? I have already sent out a message to summon the vassals." Lady Olenna snorted coldly. "What else can we do? Just issue another order for them to return to their respective homes." Duke Mace was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Mother, how can that be done? They will laugh at the Golden Rose behind our backs." Lady Olenna snorted again. "But why do I think those vassals will only laugh at their foolish lord?" Duke Mace sat blankly for a while, looking at his old and thin mother with a flattering smile. "Mother, Lady Olenna, please help me." Lady Olenna knocked her son's hand away in disgust. "Don't come near me. Sit tight." Duke Mace sat back in his chair with a smile. Whether it was her husband or her son, Lady Olenna could no longer be angry. What made her even angrier was Renly, who was plotting against the Golden Rose. "How many troops have you raised, Duke Mace?" "In addition to the 20,000 troops on the western border, there are 80,000 troops gathering here, a total of 100,000 troops." Lady Olenna couldn't help but be sarcastic. "Duke of Highgarden, you really do your best. If I were Renly, I would be moved to tears." Duke Mace chuckled. Lady Olenna finally regained her composure. "You write to Renly immediately and tell him, I will be waiting to kneel and salute him at Bitterbridge. If he doesn't mind an old woman, please ask him to set out to see me immediately." Duke Mace hesitated for a moment. "Mother, Renly is gathering an army at Storm's End, and he may not be able to leave temporarily." After Duke Mace finished speaking, he noticed his mother's gaze, a gaze he was very familiar with. It was the look she gave an idiot. Well, he was used to it by now. If you don't want to be led around, just do as I say. Duke of Mace, the Golden Rose cannot be passive. "Mother, I will send out the Raven today." Lady Olenna nodded, waved her hand, and said, "Go and make arrangements." Duke Mace did not move, but hesitated to speak. Lady Olenna said impatiently, "My Duke of Highgarden, what is it now?" "Do you have any other orders?" the Duke of Mace asked, his face adorned with a smile. "Mother, I want to know what to do next. For instance, should Renly come to see you immediately after receiving the letter, or should he not leave immediately?" Lady Olenna stared at Duke Mace with her piercing eyes for a moment before responding. It's time for you to be prepared in advance so that you don't do something irreversible again. The fact that Renly is here means he is somewhat sincere. I, an old woman, I'll make demands directly to him. If he is truly the future king, then with the full support of the Golden Rose, the armies of the Reach and Stormlands will march to King's Landing together to help him sit on that iron chair. The Duke of Mace nodded slightly. This was exactly his original plan. The thousands of gold cloaks in King's Landing would never be able to stop the hundreds of thousands of coalition troops from the Reach and Stormlands. Stroking his beard, Duke Mace seemed to understand his mother's intention. There were conditions for the Golden Rose to support Renly, and the issue of heirs was one of them. Duke Mace couldn't help but ask, what if we don't see Renly's sincerity? Lady Olenna snorted softly and replied, then you lead 100,000 troops from the Reach to surround Casterly Rock, and let Duke Tywin give an explanation to my two grandsons. Do the Lannisters not believe that debts must be repaid? Chapter 173, Bread and Blood. Dang! Dang! The bells of the great sept of Baelor echoed melodiously, as if falling from the sky. Flea bottom. Gods be good, why is this bell ringing all day long? Is the Imp King dead? The king is not dead. When the king dies, every bell in the city will ring. If it's not the king, then who's dead? This is the church's assembly bell. Gods are merciful. Will they give us bread? Bread? Don't listen to his nonsense. The bastard king won't care about us. Shh, shut up. The red-robed ghost will pull out your tongue if he hears it. I'm going to starve to death sooner or later, if you don't let me. Stop chatting. Let's go over quickly. I heard that the gold cloaks are going to chop off the Prime Minister's head. Don't believe him. Hurry up and get the bread. Dang, dang, dang. The bells seem to be getting louder and louder, calling everyone. They are taking Prime Minister Stark to the great sept of Baelor. Didn't you say he is dead? It's quick, it's quick. Come on, come on. I bet a silver stag they will chop off his head. That rebel should have been beheaded long ago. Idiot. They won't chop his head off here. The great sept is not a guillotine. You can't make him a knight, right? I heard that it was this Stark who killed King Robert. He cut King Robert's throat in the forest, and when he was discovered later, he pretended to be fine. Yeah, lied and said that the king was killed by some old wild boar. Alas, that's not the case. The one who killed his majesty was his own younger brother, Renly, who was the first to bear golden antlers. You fool, shut up that lousy mouth of yours. Stop talking nonsense here. Lord Renly is an upright and good man. How did I hear that Stannis, the king's other brother, was the real murderer? Heh, I think it's the queen who is the murderer. Shh, do you want to keep your head? In the great sept of Baelor, a group of knights and nobles gathered on the high platform of the white marble square. Sir Gregor Clegane and Lancel Lannister stood on either side of Cersei Lannister. Gregor was wearing gilded armor and a blue cloak embroidered with his family's crest. He glanced at the crowded square below, which seemed endless. Gregor leaned over and whispered in Queen Cersei's ear. Queen Cersei, the crowd below is too close to us. It's dangerous. Queen Cersei wore a mourning black dress and a black diamond veil in her hair. A trace of pride appeared on her face. This is what Joffrey wanted. Our king is going to judge Stark in full view of the public. He wants everyone to feel his justice. Earl Gregor, do you understand? Gregor advised, Your Majesty the Queen Mother, please allow me to mobilize some of my men to guard you. Queen Cersei frowned slightly, her tone a little impatient. That's enough. Lions are never afraid of sheep. Lancel glanced at Cersei and Gregor and said proudly, Earl Gregor, I think you are too worried. I have arranged 100 Lannister Red Cloak soldiers and 200 gold cloaks around. These people are enough to protect the safety of the Queen Regent and the King. Queen Cersei turned her head slightly and glanced at Lancel. She smiled. Seeing Cersei and Lancel flirting with each other, Gregor said coldly, Sir Lancel, there are tens of thousands of people gathered below. May the gods bless everything goes well today. Lancel's face turned red. He wanted to say something, but seeing Gregor's cold face, he didn't dare to speak. Queen Cersei seemed to be comforting one person or both. With you here, I feel at ease. Gregor turned his head and looked at Sansa Stark, who was standing with all the ladies. She was wearing a sky-blue silk dress, her long curly auburn hair was let down, and she wore 7 silver bracelets on her wrists. Sansa's little face couldn't hide her good mood. She might be thinking that her father would be free soon. Gregor glanced at Sir Ilan Payne, who was carrying a giant ice sword, and then withdrew his gaze. His gaze was intense. A long row of gold-robed guards with spears lined the road, separating the crowd. Eddard Stark was escorted to the high platform by Lannister soldiers clad in red. The Archbishop walked slowly to Joffrey, placed a hand on his chest, and nodded. The Archbishop was old, with gray hair, short and bloated. He wore a pure white robe and a massive crown made of gold foil and crystal, which shimmered with colorful lights in the sun. "Your Majesty, the trial can begin," he announced. Joffrey was dressed in bright red silk and satin, embroidered with leaping stags and roaring lions. A golden crown adorned his head, making him the most conspicuous figure among the crowd. The Hound, now wearing a pure white cloak, and other Kingsguards surrounded Joffrey. King Joffrey nodded slightly and said, "Let's begin." The bells stopped ringing, and a heavy silence slowly enveloped the entire square. The Archbishop looked at Duke Eddard, who was kneeling on the ground with a downcast face. He solemnly said, "Duke Eddard of the Stark family, please confess your crimes under the gaze of the gods." Duke Eddard looked up. His face was covered with dirt and dust, and his hair was messy and greasy. He seemed to be searching for someone, but the red-robed guards held him firmly, preventing him from moving his neck. He could only see the crowd below. The High Septon repeated, "Lord Eddard of House Stark, please confess your crimes before the eyes of the gods." Joffrey leaned on the armrest of his chair. Seeing that Duke Eddard was reluctant to speak, he said angrily, "My dog, tell him to speak quickly." Hearing this, Sandor Clegane, the new captain of the Kingsguard, swung his long white cloak and strode over. His voice was hoarse and harsh. "Stark, your good girl is waiting for you to come home." Lord Eddard said hurriedly, "Sir Sandor, please let me see Sansa. I'm not a knight, and I don't like lies," Sandor replied, ignoring Duke Eddard and turning to leave. The Archbishop patiently repeated, "Confess your crime." The corners of Lord Eddard's lips curled up imperceptibly. He was grateful to Sandor Clegane. He had made sure that his eldest daughter was safe and sound. For the sake of his family and the daughter he loved, Eddard was not afraid of sacrifice. He spoke slowly, "I am the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark." "What is he saying? Louder, please. We can't hear you." The crowd below shouted loudly. A man in a red robe stabbed Duke Eddard hard in the abdomen with his sword scabbard. "Speak louder." Duke Eddard gritted his teeth and did not scream in pain. He closed his eyes, knowing his most precious honor was about to be tarnished, and he would bear a stigma that did not belong to him. He just hoped that his daughter could return home safely. He would spend his whole life repenting for this moment that tarnished his honor. Duke Eddard's lip was bitten at some point, and blood flowed. He said loudly, with a painful expression on his face, "I am the Duke of Winterfell and Prime Minister Eddard Stark. I come here today to admit my crime of rebellion in front of the gods in heaven and the mortals on earth." He spoke louder and louder, his voice echoing in the square. The crowd began to yell and curse, and the air was filled with taunts and insults. A tear fell from the corner of Duke Eddard's eye, and he raised his voice again. "I betrayed my king, my best friend. I betrayed Robert's trust and faith in me." He shouted, "I swore to protect his children, but I conspired to depose his son and install someone else as king. Now I ask the Archbishop and the 7 Most High Gods to bear witness to the truth I speak. Joffrey Baratheon is the only legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, and by the names of the gods, he is the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the protector of the realm." Curses erupted from the crowd. A stone flew out and struck Duke Eddard's forehead, leaving a deep wound from which blood flowed. More stones followed immediately, but the target was not just Duke Eddard, who was kneeling on the ground. The projectile, flew past the Archbishop's ear. The golden-robed guards raised their shields to block the way. After a while, the monks and nuns in golden robes finally managed to calm the excited crowd. The Archbishop adjusted his crown, leaned down in front of Joffrey, and said, "Because we are guilty, we suffer. Eddard of the Stark family, in front of the gods in heaven and mortals on earth, here in this sacred place, has confessed his crime." The archbishop raised his hands, his voice deep and resonant. "The gods in heaven are just, but they are also merciful. Your Majesty, how should we deal with this rebel?" After a pause, King Joffrey stepped out from behind the shield of the Kingsguard. The noisy crowd gradually quieted down, and everyone focused on the young king. Joffrey sighed softly and said, "My mother wants me to let Duke Eddard wear black clothes, and Miss Sansa has also pleaded for her father many times." As he said that, he turned around and looked at Sansa behind him, smiling. Before Sansa could express her gratitude, Joffrey turned towards the crowd below. "But that's because of their weak women's hearts. As long as I am king, all rebels will be severely punished." Joffrey shouted, "Sir Ilyn, cut off the wolf's head for me." Queen Cersei stood up in shock, her tone stern. "Joffrey!" Joffrey approached with a displeased look on his face. Queen Cersei suppressed her anger and kept her voice as gentle as possible. "Joffrey, if you kill the wolf, we will not be able to negotiate with the North, I hope." Joffrey interrupted his mother roughly. "Then just kill them all." Greene looked up at the sky, and Lancel followed suit. "Joffrey, Stannis and Renly are ours." Joffrey looked impatient, his tone stubborn. "Mom, I am the king. I have the final say. I will never condone the wolf's crimes." Mom, stop talking. I have already shown mercy. If you stop me again, I will cut him into pieces and skin him. He will never die a simple death." The nobles and knights made way, and Sir Ilyn, the royal law enforcer, stepped out step by step. Sansa fell to her knees, sobbing hysterically. Sir Ilyn Payne made a gesture, and the red Lannister guards pressed Lord Eddard's head to the stone platform. Sir Ilyn drew the giant sword, ice from his back, his deep-set and pale eyes seeming to admire the Stark sword. Queen Cersei finally chose to give in, and Joffrey turned around with a proud look on his face. Suddenly, a lump of feces hit Joffrey in the face. Joffrey screamed, "Who threw it?" Joffrey pushed his hair back, shook off a handful of dung, and said furiously, "My dog, catch the person who threw the dirty things." The hound, Sandor Clegane, immediately jumped off the high platform with several red-robed guards. The people nearby squirmed and pushed to get out of the way, but those farther away wanted to squeeze in to watch the spectacle, making it impossible for him to pass through the dense crowd. "The regicide's cousin! The bastard king! Female cousin! Female cousin! Female cousin! Bastard! Bastard! Bastard!" The shouts and curses spread like a storm. "Death to the bastard king! Bastard! 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 Go to hell! Go to hell!" The mood of the people grew more intense, and anger seemed to fill every corner of the air. After Joffrey roared several times, he looked timid and hid behind the shield of the Kingsguard. This atmosphere of anger and hatred was terrifying, as if just a spark could ignite it all. Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot deeply into Sir Ilyn's eye, and blood spurted out, flowing down his face. Sir Ilyn fell in agony, his body curling up in pain. The people around were stunned by this sudden scene. After a few seconds of silence, various panicked screams broke out. For a time, people lost control, pushing and crowding each other, creating extreme chaos. Thunders composed of anger, fear, and hatred rolled in from all directions, and the irrational crowd seemed ready to engulf everyone in luxurious attire. The crowd's shouts grew louder and more chaotic. "Bastard! East! Incest!" The insults mingled with cries of support for various houses. "Long live Stannis! Long live Renly! Long live Winterfell! Long live the Eyrie! Long live Riverrun! Long live Highgarden! Long live Sunspare!" The Golden Cloaks struggled to maintain their defensive line as rocks, feces, and all manner of filth flew overhead. "We want bread, bastard!" 1,000 voices shouted in unison. "Bread, bread, bread!" Greene calmly donned his helmet, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene. He deftly blocked a flying stone with his sword. "Queen Cersei, please stay close to me. I will ensure your safety," he said, his voice steady. He then pulled down his visor. Queen Cersei showed no signs of panic. She immediately leaned over and grabbed Greene's other arm tightly, trusting him to lead her through the turmoil. Chapter 174. Bread and Blood. A sea of people in ragged clothes and hungry faces surged forward, pushing and trampling over one another. For these desperate souls, driven mad by hunger, the sight of the archbishop, too fat to walk, became an irresistible target. The archbishop and the monks beside him, adorned in gold and red robes, were quickly swallowed by the frenzied crowd. "Oh gods! Someone come and save us! Stop those untouchables!" The nobles, who had come to witness Stark's trial from the stands, screamed in panic, the scene descending into chaos. The entrance to the Cathedral of Baelor and the Street of Silent Sisters was packed with people, while the path east led to Flea Bottom. Greene Kleb glanced at the few blue-cloaked guards around him and shouted, "Gather! Go north!" "Queen Cersei, hold on to me!" Greene's sword swung, deflecting an unknown flying object, and his blue cloak shielded Queen Cersei. "Follow me." Greene led several guards forward with determined strides. Under Queen Cersei's orders, Eddard Stark was given only a glass of water and an occasional piece of black bread, as hard as stone each day, just enough to keep him alive in his dark cell. His hands were tied behind his back again. Although the guard beside him had disappeared, Ed Stark lacked the strength to escape amidst the chaos. He fell to the ground, unable to rise. He felt both desperate and oddly fortunate. Perhaps dying in this manner was more honorable than being beheaded by the Lannisters. Duke Eddard was soon surrounded, watching helplessly as the mob stripped him of his gray velvet jacket with the white wolf embroidered on it. He envisioned his own end, preferring the swift justice of a Lannister blade. No, he kicked desperately, resisting with all his might. He didn't want to become a naked corpse. A middle-aged man with a dirty face whispered in his ear, "Kleb will never forget." Duke Ed's movements froze, his pupils dilated, and his tense body immediately relaxed, allowing himself to be carried away. He murmured, "Honor never dies," before his vision went dark and he fainted. Greene shouted angrily, "Lancel, draw your sword!" He knocked away Lancel Lannister, who was trying to hide beside him, and continued to move forward. Cersei Lannister, originally holding onto one of Greene's arms, was now almost hanging on his body. Phew, phew, phew. 1, 2, 3. Greene raised his sword, blood flying everywhere, and kept moving. The panicked nobles and soldiers gradually drew closer. Bump! Menton Weishau's massive body raised a large buckler and slammed into the crowd, blood splattering on the spot. "Lord Greene!" Menton picked up the giant ice sword from the ground and threw it to Greene, who caught the handle effortlessly. The blade, forged from Valyrian steel, was as dark as black smoke. What a sword! Lord Greene was pragmatic, always preferring heavy swords that wouldn't curl or break in battle. He knew that Valyrian steel swords didn't have such issues, but they were rare. For most, the weight of the ice giant sword was unsuitable for prolonged combat. Greene swung the ice giant sword experimentally. Perfect. The helmet's visor, which hindered his view, was pulled up. He glanced down at Queen Cersei, who remained calm. The Lannister lioness showed no fear, displaying her characteristic bravery. Greene then surveyed the chaotic surroundings. He raised his sword with one hand, the tip pointing skyward. "Protect the Queen Mother. The brave have nothing to fear. Protect the Queen Mother. The brave have nothing to fear. Protect the Queen Mother. The brave have nothing to fear." Many voices echoed his rallying cry, and the guards closed ranks around Queen Cersei, ready to face whatever came next. Red robes and gold robes had gathered around, gradually stabilizing their positions. They followed with loud roars to disperse the uncontrollable fear. "The brave will win. The brave will win. The brave will win." Boros Blount of the Kingsguard hid behind his sworn brothers in a panic. His position was actually safer than Joffrey Baratheon's. Coward. With a bang, Sir Boros was kicked to the ground by Greene. "Mother!" The pale Joffrey soon spotted Queen Cersei coming from behind, as if he had seen his savior. "Joffrey!" Queen Cersei let go of Greene and hugged her son tightly. But not long after, her brows furrowed. She pushed Joffrey away and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. "Joffrey, you are the king, and kings must win." Greene glanced at Joffrey's face and raised his eyebrows. At this moment, Lancel's figure appeared next to Greene, his body stained with blood. There was excitement on Lancel's face, and his voice trembled. "Greene, I killed an enemy." He showed Greene the blood-red sword in his hand. Greene suddenly felt that Lancel needed to leave King's Landing for a while, like Jaime. It might allow him to return to normal. Now, Lancel's mindset could only be described as strange. "Lancel, follow me." Okay, a flash of cold light, and the giant ice sword passed by, turning the scene into a bloody spectacle. The icy cold light flashed, and after slashing the giant ice sword in Greene's hand more than a dozen times, the crowd of people who had lost their minds finally fell into extreme panic. Greene's gold-plated armor had turned blood red, and his location seemed to have turned into a hell on earth. Amidst all kinds of heart-rending screams, the crowd seemed to be going mad, trying their best to retreat. The people in front wanted to escape backward, but the unsuspecting people behind them still wanted to rush forward, leading to a violent conflict. Queen Cersei and Joffrey followed closely behind Greene, with Lancel guarding them. "Keep going. Forward, 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 forward." Sansa Stark cried in horror, "I have no bread! I have no bread! I have no bread!" She and several girls hugged each other tightly. Sir Sanagar, who had been protecting them, lay next to them with blood under his head, no longer breathing. Although the golden robes and knights tried their best to protect them, there was always someone who could break through. Various desires caused more and more mobs to flock to the place where dozens of girls gathered. A dark hand grasped Sansa's ankle and pulled her away. Another hand grabbed the hem of another girl's skirt. A young nobleman in gorgeous clothes was about to rush over to rescue them, but was hit on the side by a flying stone and fell straight down. "Gods, save us!" Sansa's sleeves were torn, and a fair and fat girl was pulled off the platform holding her sleeves. "Get me!" Sansa immediately reached out to grab the girl, but missed. The scene in front of Sansa changed. She let go of one hand to save others, but was unable to resist the force grabbing her ankles. Sansa was also pulled off the high platform. "Mother!" Sansa screamed as the suffocating darkness surrounded her. She could only cry in despair. In the distance, hundreds of Swamp Marigold flags waved, war drums rumbled, and trumpets blasted loudly. Under the flag, a 1,000-man military formation composed of blue and gold advanced with shields. The surging crowd in front of them was shattered at the first touch. Greene exhaled, handed the ice giant's sword to the soldier beside him, and took off his helmet. Players at the power table were playing with King's Landing, a city filled with sacrifice and sin. The undercurrent that Greene secretly pushed had turned into a giant wave. Greene threw his helmet on the ground. He thought he was far-sighted, but he had miscalculated the power of incitement and the scale of the riot. Chaos may be the... Greene closed his eyes and took a deep breath, reminding himself that the power game was not a solo endeavor. He turned around and took deliberate steps, embodying the unyielding spirit of Lord Greene. As Greene approached, the Kingsguard surrounding Queen Cersei and King Joffrey parted to let him through. He placed a hand on his chest and said, "Queen Cersei, King Joffrey, please rest here for a while. Our support will arrive soon." Queen Cersei nodded slightly. She still held her chin high. She couldn't completely mask her embarrassment. Nearby, a group of ladies were gathered, their cries causing Queen Cersei to frown in contempt and impatience. Joffrey was angrily kicking Sandor Clegane. "You useless dog, where did you go?" he shouted. Sandor stood there motionless, silently enduring Joffrey's punches and kicks. After a moment, Queen Cersei waved Greene over. He approached her, his eyes attentive. She looked him up and down and asked warmly, "Earl Greene, are you not injured?" Greene shook his head slightly and replied seriously, "Queen Cersei, when you travel in the future, please allow me to protect you." Queen Cersei's eyes softened. "I will. Only you can make me feel at ease." Greene knew from experience that when Queen Cersei suddenly became gentle, she had something in mind. He remained humble, saying, "Queen Cersei, it is my duty to protect you." Her voice turned sharp with anger. "The atrocities of these commoners will affect Joffrey's prestige. How do you think we should respond?" "Queen Cersei, to restore law and order, we need to implement a curfew as soon as possible and extend it for as long as necessary." "And what else?" she pressed. "We need to secure food supplies. The specifics can be discussed at the Imperial Council." Queen Cersei snorted coldly. "The Royal Council is full of idiots. Their stupidity caused today's riot and put my son in danger." She paused before continuing. "I've had enough of Pycelle and Varys's incompetence. From now on, I will directly exercise the power of the Queen Mother Regent for important matters." Joffrey, having vented his anger on Sandor, approached. "Mother, I want to punish Pycelle and Varys." Queen Cersei smiled at her son. "They are cowards, Joffrey. You will scare them." Joffrey snorted. They must not make mistakes again. I never want to experience a day like today. Queen Cersei nodded slightly and turned to Greene. Earl Greene, I need you to handle the Queen's quarter as you did before. Joffrey suddenly looked around and asked, Has anyone seen Sansa? Queen Cersei stood up, glancing around. Isn't she being watched by Coach Allen and Sir Mandon? Both Cersei and Joffrey looked at Sir Mandon Moore, who was standing guard. He replied expressionlessly, When chaos broke out, my first thought was to protect the king. Queen Cersei nodded and then commanded, Sir Boros, Sir Meryn, go and find the Stark girl. Sir Boros did not move. Queen Regent, our white cloaks will only provoke the mobs. Cersei's voice turned stern. Boros, do as I command, or take off that white cloak, and remember your oath. Joffrey added, You two just wanted to check on how Runwolf is doing. I think he was seen being torn apart by the mob, Sir Boros muttered. A week later, in the throne room, Tyrion Lannister limped in, interrupting Queen Cersei's council meeting. She looked at him with disgust. Who let you in? Tyrion, undeterred, replied, Ha ha ha, I finally know where Joffrey learned his good manners from. He sighed as he looked around. The changes here are so significant. He walked to a chair and climbed up. Queen Cersei's voice was filled with anger. Get out. This is not the place for you. You should be. Tyrion grinned. Cersei, I love your welcome ceremony, my dear sister. After speaking, Tyrion took a letter from his pocket and tossed it to Varys. Lord Varys, my good sister must like you the most. Queen Cersei put down the quill in her hand and looked at the letter in Varys's hand with her piercing eyes. What tricks are you playing? This is the Imperial Council, not the women's branch where you often go. Tyrion smiled. I think it's almost the same. The Royal Council is also responsible for making people laugh. Well, maybe the reward is less. After a brief pause, he continued, Smart sister, don't pretend to be confused. You've seen the familiar logo on the letter, haven't you? Tyrion met Cersei's cold gaze and added, Yes, our kindest father has written a letter to our dearest son. Chapter 1175, Prime Minister Tyrion Cersei Lannister. Varys picked up the letter, looked at it, and sighed. Queen Cersei, I think Lord Tyrion did not deceive you. You see, he turned the letter towards Queen Cersei, pointing to the seal on it. Only Lord Tywin's letters use a golden seal. I have to say, he is too thoughtful, which allows us to recognize it at a glance. His handwritten letter. Pycelle stretched out his neck tremblingly, glanced at the letter, and nodded slightly towards Queen Cersei. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the ugly dwarf, but her hand reached out to the 8-clawed spider. Varys quickly stood up from his chair, walked over, and respectfully placed the letter in Queen Cersei's hand. She glanced at the seal of the golden lion, then opened the envelope and read it. Tyrion first glanced at the long table of the royal council, then at Cersei, who was sitting in the king's seat. He had heard that his nephew, the king, rarely attended the royal council, much like Robert I. He looked again at the empty prime minister's chair to Cersei's right. His father was indeed very considerate. His lonely sister needed a well-behaved younger brother to accompany her. Tyrion couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at Lancel Lannister standing next to Cersei. His sweet cousin's face was haggard, and the dark circles under his eyes were thick and deep, just like. Tyrion scratched his head. He remembered. It seemed that this was what he looked like after getting up from the women's branch. Several lions in the Lannister family liked to look in the mirror, and it had nothing to do with beauty or ugliness. Hey, my cousin, please bring me a glass of the Queen Regent's favorite summer red, Tyrion said. Lancel glanced contemptuously at Tyrion, who had a playful expression on his face, and ignored him. Tyrion suddenly curled up his lips. The royal council is indeed cautious. A deaf person is naturally more reliable than most people in this place, my poor cousin. Varys turned his face to one side and covered his mouth with a smile. Pycelle seemed to be asleep. Lancel's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth. I am not a waiter, nor am I deaf. I am a knight now. The smile on Tyrion's face did not change. He nodded in agreement. Okay, Knight Lancel, please bring me a glass of wine. Lancel quickly glanced at the people present. He suppressed his anger and whispered, I told you I'm not a waiter. Tyrion looked at Varys, who had a theatrical expression on his face. Why is Knight Lancel still alive? Tyrion's voice was the same as usual, though it seemed like he was whispering. Varys's eyes moved slightly, and he smiled. The Queen Mother is kind. Tyrion's eyes widened slightly, but to me, he looked like he was drunk. I mistakenly thought it was a last party, but it turned out to be a celebration of survival. After Tyrion finished speaking, Varys turned to look at Lancel, and Pycelle, who seemed to be asleep, also looked over. Tyrion smiled. "My knight cousin, which women's branch did you go to? Let's go together next time." Cersei almost tore off a corner of the letter. Without raising her head, she said, "Lancel, tell him to shut up." Tyrion's words made Lancel's face even paler. He glanced at the hilt of the sword at his waist and the golden wine flask in panic. Tyrion glanced at Queen Cersei strangely. Did she give in because of the content of the letter? But isn't this the usual style of the lioness? Not long after, Lancel came over with his head held high. He placed the jug and wine glass on the table in front of Tyrion with disdain. As Lancel turned to leave, Tyrion said playfully, "Knight Lancel, do I need to pour my own wine?" Lancel paused in his steps, glanced at Queen Cersei, who was still reading the letter, and angrily picked up the wine flask. "Thank you, Knight Lancel," Tyrion said, squinting his eyes and taking a sip of wine. "A small victory, a good start." "This is impossible," Queen Cersei exclaimed, slamming the letter onto the table. After a moment, he picked it up again, her frustration growing with each reread. "This is so unreasonable," she repeated, slapping the letter down once more. Varys leaned in and whispered, "Queen Cersei, what has happened?" Cersei leaned back in her chair, taking a deep breath before speaking. "My father has ordered Tyrion to come to the Red Keep and take over his duties. He wants us to treat Tyrion as the real hand of the king until he arrives in person." Grand Maester Pycelle stroked his white beard thoughtfully. "Duke Tywin must have made careful arrangements for this. It seems the Royal Council will have to formally welcome Hand Tyrion." "I disagree," Cersei snapped. "Putting a dwarf in the Hand's chair is a joke." Tyrion smiled slightly. "Sister Cersei, I do appreciate your warm welcome." Cersei clenched her fists under the table. "If Renly comes to the city, or Stannis crosses the sea from Dragonstone to attack, what use is a dwarf? I need someone who can defeat them, not someone to laugh at." She added, "Also, the Hand is appointed by the king and can only be confirmed with the consent of the small council. Joffrey appointed his father, not you, so you have no authority." Tyrion raised his glass, taking a sip of summer red. "Sister, our father appointed me." "Father has no right to do this without Joffrey's permission," Cersei retorted, shrugged. "You can ask our dear father yourself, but he is far away in Casterly Rock, busy gathering an army. He likely won't have time to speak with you soon." Tyrion's smile faded as he turned serious. "Grand Maester Pycelle, Lord Varys, and everyone else, could you allow my sister and me a few moments in private?" The council members exchanged glances, lowering their eyes in silent agreement, awaiting the Queen Regent's order. "My sister's sweet voice is nostalgic, and I do enjoy sweetness," Tyrion began. "That's enough. You can all leave," Cersei interrupted, her voice filled with disgust. Varys stood smoothly, nodding his goodbye. Pycelle rose shakily, placing a hand on his chest in a formal salute before leaving. Sir Lancel glared at his cousin before exiting. Once the Kingsguard had left, only Cersei and Tyrion remained. "Has the old lion lost his mind? Tell me, did you forge this letter?" Cersei demanded, crumpling Tywin's letter in her fist. "I wanted him to come in person. I am Joffrey's Queen Regent, and I issued a royal decree to him." Tyrion waited for Cersei to vent her anger before sighing. "Queen Regent, we need to be realistic. Renly and Stannis will come to the city sooner or later. The old lion can lead the troops outside to contain them." He grinned. "To be honest, you've found many opponents for our father. You are indeed his good daughter. He must love you dearly." Cersei's lips tightened in anger. "Brother, if I declare this letter a forgery and have you thrown into the dungeon, no one will dare to disobey me." Tyrion's smile remained, though his heart trembled. He knew Cersei's willfulness well. "Of course, I have no doubt. If I didn't have our father's letter, I would be begging for your forgiveness in a dark dungeon." Cersei raised her chin, contempt in her eyes. Tyrion's tone turned serious. "Cersei, you and Joffrey both need our father's army. You should not easily shake his trust in you." Cersei's pupils shrank, and Tyrion knew he had touched on her deepest fear. The royal meeting continued, the tension palpable. Before Tyrion arrived, he had already informed her that she was now surrounded by enemies on all sides. She wasn't afraid, but she didn't want to lose. Therefore, she couldn't do without the support of the old lion. Queen Cersei deliberately put on a nonchalant look. "I have Sir Jaime and Earl Greene," she said. Tyrion sighed. "Thank the seven gods you didn't mention Lancel's name." Cersei suddenly stood up, glaring at Tyrion. "What do you mean by that?" she demanded coldly. Tyrion's heart skipped a beat. Why was she so angry all of a sudden? He quickly climbed down from the chair and walked over, almost trotting. His expression was as flattering as a jester's in the Red Keep. "The roar of the lioness is truly terrifying. Charming sister, please don't be angry. We are all Lannisters. Without your support, I wouldn't be able to hold the position our father gave me." Queen Cersei shook off Tyrion's hand and sat back in her chair. Tyrion quickly picked up the flagon and poured wine for her. Seeing that her expression softened, he poured himself a glass as well. After doing all this, Tyrion climbed onto the chair next to Cersei. Tyrion squinted his eyes and took a sip of summer red. The Prime Minister's chair was more comfortable than he had imagined. Although he had relied on flattery to get there, it was a good start. Queen Cersei put down her wine glass, her voice full of warning. "Remember your words. Without my support, no one will take you seriously." Tyrion nodded cordially in agreement. He didn't show it on his face, but he was suspicious in his heart. The lioness had behaved abnormally twice when he mentioned Lancel. The corners of Tyrion's lips curved imperceptibly. His curiosity was piqued, but he could set it aside for now. He had to deal with his sister, the Queen Mother, who hated him. Tyrion said sincerely, "We just talked about Jaime and Greene. Let's talk about Sir Jaime first. He will be a good helper for our father in leading the troops outside. The old lion loves him the most, doesn't he? As for Greene, he has to help you guard King's Landing, doesn't he? I heard that Stannis is building warships on Dragonstone. Will he suddenly appear outside the city to say hello to us one day?" Cersei considered herself shrewd and sophisticated, but Tyrion had grown up with her and understood her personality well. For him, reading her expression was as easy as reading his favorite book. Cersei's face showed less anger and more uneasiness about the situation. She didn't seem to know what to do now. His lioness sister could only regain some sense after venting her anger. After a pause, he continued, "Cersei, as long as you support me, I guarantee that you and Joffrey will be safe and sound." Queen Cersei mocked, "Just you? Can you hold a sword? Can you help me destroy the enemies who threaten Joffrey's throne?" Tyrion grinned. "At least our foolish father chose to believe in me, didn't he? Someone has to work for you. This is no loss to you, my good sister." After a long silence, Queen Cersei said coldly, "I can give you a chance. Don't let me down, my good brother." Tyrion was both moved and grateful. "Don't worry, I will serve you with all my heart, my lord." Tyrion's eyes turned slightly. He thought that the old lion had the same idea as him. Cersei and Joffrey were so talented at making enemies. Their mother and son were the Lannisters' biggest opponents. The smile on Tyrion's face deepened. Maybe before the old lion could eliminate an enemy, the mother and son would probably make him 2 new ones. Fortunately, their father was always in good health. Therefore, his most important task after becoming Prime Minister was to isolate Cersei and Joffrey as soon as possible. Tyrion picked up his wineglass and gestured to Queen Cersei. Earl Greene was a problem. It could be said that Queen Cersei controlled King's Landing through him. As long as Earl Greene remained the commander-in-chief of the Goldcloaks, it would be difficult to ignore Cersei's power. Although his sister Cersei she is not stupid, and she will not easily give up the position of Earl Greene. Trust is key, but how to shake it? Or rather, who is easier to shake? Tyrion took a sip of summer red wine, and his eyes suddenly lit up. A tradition of the Crab family. He put down his wineglass and looked at Queen Cersei with a good mood. The Queen Mother is the Queen Mother, but the Queen Mother is not the Queen. Queen Cersei looked at her ugly brother and showed a rare smile. The dwarf, the ugly and deformed monster, the dwarf Prime Minister, the source of sin and suffering. What a good thing to put out to appease public anger. Cersei felt that she understood the deep meaning of the old lion. Sure enough, she was Tywin's true heir. Cersei felt sorry for her father because she didn't have a baby. Tyrion was stunned by her smile. Cersei blinked innocently. Her smile was very charming. Cersei smiled, and Tyrion saw a girl as beautiful as summer. Only when she smiled did he realize how beautiful she really was. Tyrion also laughed. She was so charming that he almost felt sorry for plotting to evade the beauty's power. Tyrion coughed lightly and said, "My dear sister, tell me about Pycelle and Varys." Cersei's green eyes moved slightly as she asked, "What are you referring to?" Tyrion spread his hands and said, "Let's put it this way. Are these two ministers useful?" Chapter 176. Prime Minister Tyrion, Part 2. Cersei Lannister swirled the wine in her glass, not immediately answering Tyrion Lannister's question. She lowered her eyes slightly, as if contemplating her response. Tyrion pressed on. "Cersei, do you think they are reliable, or do you trust them?" Her hand paused mid-motion. Queen Cersei took an elegant sip of her summer red wine and replied leisurely, "Why do you ask that?" Her green eyes flickered as she continued, "Does father have any other arrangements?" Tyrion pointed to the crumpled letter on the table, discarded by his sister. "You probably didn't pay attention to it. Our dear father doesn't like vague expressions." Tyrion thought to himself that his elder sister might have been too distracted by his appointment as Hand of the King to notice anything else. Queen Cersei glanced at her dwarf brother, who appeared sincere, then set down her wineglass and picked up the letter. She smoothed out the crumpled paper and frowned as she read it. Tyrion gently swirled his wineglass. Unlike his sister, he was not easily swayed by mere words. If the traditions of the Kleb family were not favorable to him, he was confident that the seven gods would soon provide him with a new opportunity. He took a sip of wine, his thoughts shifting to the Stark family. They might be a potential point of leverage. If Greene still adhered to his knightly principles, he would be feeling quite uncomfortable now. Perhaps a visit to Shataya's women's branch to speak with Greene and comfort the little guy would be in order. A lewd smile briefly crossed Tyrion's face, but he quickly masked it with another sip of wine. "This is all the old lion's own speculation." Queen Cersei's voice cut through Tyrion's thoughts. "Why does he think that everyone around me has evil intentions? Does he take me for a fool?" Tyrion's eyes gleamed as he whispered, "Sister, would you like to hear my analysis?" Queen Cersei leaned back in her chair, glanced at her humble dwarf brother, and nodded slightly. "He knows that although your son has only been king for a short time, he has already caused countless troubles. From this, the old lion speculates that someone has been leading our Joffrey astray. Their nephew, the king, sat on the high iron throne, believing he was dispensing justice. If he grew bored, he would hand the case over to the royal council, but if he was interested, no one could stop his absurd judgments. This included Cersei, known for her willfulness. For example, a thief was dragged before him, and Joffrey ordered the executioner to chop off his hands on the spot in the throne room. Two knights had a dispute over a piece of land and petitioned the king to decide. Joffrey ordered them to duel to the death. A woman knelt and begged for the head of a man who had been executed, hoping his body could be buried intact. Joffrey declared that those who loved criminals were also criminals, and the poor woman was dragged into the dungeon by the gold cloaks. A fat tavern singer was accused of composing a song mocking the late King Robert I. Joffrey found the song amusing and announced that the singer could choose to keep either his fingers or his tongue. Tyrion blinked, the majestic throne room having become Joffrey's playground. After a moment of silence, Queen Cersei said, "Tyrion, Joffrey does not lack the advice and counsel of his ministers, but you know his character well. He is stubborn. Now that Joffrey is king, he feels he should do whatever he wants, and that the king should not be manipulated by others." "The Iron Throne is such a seductive seat," Tyrion mused. "Anyone who wears the crown can become confused, and Joffrey is not yet an adult." Tyrion pointed to the crumpled letter and added, "Our dear father is looking forward to your performance, my good sister." Queen Cersei stared at her dwarf brother suspiciously for a while before speaking. "Pycelle and Varys are stupid and cowardly, but they are still obedient." Tyrion nodded slightly, having almost figured out the status of Pycelle and Varys in Queen Cersei's heart. He felt that he could win over one of them for his use. It was fair and friendly for each other to have a sister and a brother. Tyrion pondered. What happened to Ed Stark? I think you should know very well. Letting him take the black could have reduced many enemies, but Joffrey wanted to kill him. Without this change, it is very likely that riots would not have occurred. Queen Cersei's eyes moved slightly, and she frowned. I carefully warned Joffrey. According to the plan, I should have allowed Stark to take the black and send him to the wall. This way, not only would future troubles be avoided, but it would also be possible to negotiate peace with Winterfell. But Joffrey believed he had the responsibility to put on a good show for the audience. What could I do? Sir Ilyn was even more impatient and complied without even asking me a question. God's bless. At least the riot of the pariahs did not let Stark die on our guillotine. Tyrion smiled and nodded. Yes, it's all someone else's fault, my dear sister. Have you not found Ed Stark's whereabouts? Queen Cersei shook her head. Tyrion sighed. Winterfell will still blame us for all this. Queen Cersei interrupted angrily. Why? We didn't do it. The murderers were those hateful untouchables. Tyrion shrugged and reluctantly changed the subject. Then let me ask. Queen Cersei interrupted again. Sansa is gone too. Tyrion was stunned for a moment, as if to confirm whether he heard correctly. Miss Stark? Queen Cersei frowned and nodded slightly. Aha! Tyrion picked up his wineglass and drank it down in one gulp, grinning. The lion and the wolf can only live as one. My good sister, we are our father's good children. We must pray to the 7 gods every day for our father's good health. My requirements are not high. I just want him to survive until the trouble is solved. After a pause, he added, What I said is true. The old father is relatively reliable and can protect his children from trouble. Now I really want to kiss his shoes religiously, if he doesn't mind. Cersei glanced at Tyrion contemptuously. I can also protect the Lannisters from the wind and rain. The lioness will destroy all her enemies. Tyrion wanted to ask Cersei, This charming sister, why do you do this? By willfulness and arrogance? But he nodded in agreement, showing admiration. He really couldn't pretend. He smiled slightly and chose to change the subject. It must have been Joffrey's own idea to remove Sir Barristan Selmy from the Kingsguard? Cersei's green eyes trembled slightly. She paused and sighed. Joffrey wanted to find someone responsible for Robert's death, so Varys suggested that Sir Barristan should be removed. There is nothing wrong with this. On one hand, Jaime could take over as captain of the Kingsguard and get a seat on the council. On the other hand, Joffrey liked Sandor Clegane and had a bone to feed the dogs. We were going to reward Selmy with a castle, but the good-for-nothing old man was dissatisfied and simply left. Tyrion didn't show it on his face, but he felt some sympathy for Tywin, just a little bit. He said sternly, Sir Barristan Selmy was the captain of the Kingsguard of Robert Farst. Of the 7 Iron Guards of Aerys II, only he and Jaime are alive. People spoke of him like Savin the Mirror Shield and Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight. If they saw the fearless Barristan fighting alongside Stannis Baratheon or Renly Baratheon, how do you think they would feel? Queen Cersei's expression froze. She turned away and looked to the other side, seemingly interested in the beautiful vases placed there. After a pause, she continued. Finish his sentence. Queen Cersei's hand struck his face with a resounding slap. Her eyes blazed with fury. How dare you, she hissed, her voice trembling with rage. You will not speak of that again, do you understand? Tyrion rubbed his cheek, feeling the sting of her slap. He met her gaze steadily, his expression unyielding. I apologize, sister. I merely meant to illustrate that secrets have a way of coming to light, whether we want them to or not. Cersei's anger did not abate, but she took a step back, composing herself. You tread on dangerous ground, Tyrion. Remember your place. Tyrion nodded, his tone conciliatory. Of course, Your Majesty. My only aim is to ensure the stability of the realm and the safety of our family. We must be vigilant and prepared for any threats, both seen and unseen. Queen Cersei's eyes narrowed, but she seemed to consider his words. Very well, but remember, Tyrion, you are here to serve me and my son. Do not forget that. Tyrion bowed slightly. I will not forget, Your Majesty. With that, Queen Cersei turned and left the room, her gown sweeping behind her. Tyrion watched her go, a thoughtful expression on his face. He knew that dealing with his sister would be a delicate and dangerous game, but he was determined to play it well. As the door closed behind her, Tyrion allowed himself a small, wry smile. He had much to do and many plans to set in motion. The Game of Thrones was a perilous one, but he was ready to play his part. Later that evening, Tyrion sat in his chambers, a goblet of wine in hand. He pondered the day's events and the challenges that lay ahead. His mind raced with strategies and contingencies. He knew that to succeed, he would need to be both cunning and cautious. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," he called. The door opened, and Varys, the spymaster, glided into the room. "Good evening, Lord Tyrion," he said with a smile. "I trust you are settling into your new role?" Tyrion raised his goblet in a mock toast. "As well as can be expected, given the circumstances." "What news do you bring, Varys?" Varys's smile widened. "I have information that may be of interest to you. Rumors are circulating in the city, whispers of discontent and unrest. It seems that not everyone is pleased with the current state of affairs." Tyrion leaned forward, his interest piqued. "Go on." Varys continued. "There are those who believe that the Lannisters' grip on power is weakening. They see opportunities to exploit, and they are gathering support. We must be vigilant, my lord." Tyrion nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, we cannot afford to be complacent. Keep me informed of any developments, Varys. We must stay one step ahead of our enemies." Varys bowed. "As you wish, my lord. I will keep my ears open and my eyes sharp." As Varys left the room, Tyrion took another sip of his wine. The game was afoot, and he would need all his wits and resources to navigate the treacherous waters ahead. But he was ready. He had always been ready. With a determined look, Tyrion set his goblet down and began to draft his plans. The night was long, and there was much to do, but he was confident that, with careful planning and a bit of luck, he could steer the course of events in his favor. The Lannisters would prevail, and he would ensure that their legacy endured. Queen Cersei slapped Tyrion across the face before he could finish his sentence. Tyrion rubbed his cheek and grinned. "Sister Cersei, it's none of my business who you go to bed with, but you only opened your legs to one brother and didn't let the other brother receive the same treatment. It doesn't seem fair." Smack! Cersei slapped Tyrion again. "Hey, be gentle, Cersei. I was just kidding. To be honest, I'd rather find a beautiful girl to play with. I really don't understand, besides admiring your own reflection. What on earth does Jaime see in you?" Smack! Another slap from Queen Cersei. Tyrion's cheeks were red and burning, but he kept smiling. "Cersei, if you keep hitting me, I will get angry." "And what can you do?" Cersei sneered. Tyrion laughed. "Of course, I'll complain to our dear father." Tyrion's threat seemed to work. Queen Cersei didn't slap him again, which made him secretly relieved. At the same time, he thought of many things and felt a twinge of sympathy for his brother Jaime. "Dear sister, I am your hand of the king. I am yours to command. Even if it's for Jaime's sake, I don't want to cause any trouble. Besides, our elderly father is already busy enough, and as a good son, I must think more about him." Tyrion spoke sincerely, trying to comfort Queen Cersei's restless heart. He was worried that if he pushed the lioness too far, she might kill him on the spot. Chapter 177, The Choice of the Illegitimate Child. Cersei Lannister just snorted. Tyrion Lannister grinned and asked calmly, "One last question. How did you kill Robert Wythe?" Queen Cersei sneered, her voice dripping with pride. "He asked for it. We just sent him on his way early. When Lancel saw Robert chasing the wild boar, he gave him the strong drink. I arranged that wine. It was 3 times stronger than the usual drink, and it quickly became his favorite. In fact, he could have stopped drinking at any time, but he just couldn't. After finishing the bag, we asked Lancel to get another one, and let the wild boar do the rest for us." Her voice turned cheerful. "Tyrion, you really should have been there at that dinner. I have never eaten such delicious wild boar in my life. It tasted like victory." Tyrion remained silent. It was pretty much what he had guessed. Despite everything, Tyrion had a certain fondness for the gruff Robert Baratheon, partly because he always defied his arrogant sister. He shrugged. "Dear sister, you were really born to be a widow." Without waiting for Cersei's reaction, he added playfully, "I'll take my leave now." Queen Cersei frowned. "Don't leave. I want to know your next plan." Tyrion spread his hands. "Sister Queen Mother, I have just taken office. Strategies are like fruits. They need time to mature." Tyrion turned around and walked away, Wes raising his right hand and waving it back as he left. King's Landing, Iron Gate, Captain's Hall. Greene Kleb put down the letter in his hand and rubbed his jet-black hair. It was Davos Seaworth's reply, politely declining an invitation for one of his sons to serve as commander of Kleb's fleet. The invitation had been sent when Eddard Stark was still serving as Lord Chancellor, more than a month ago. Greene picked up the letter and read it again. 1/5 of the letter was a humble rejection, and the rest was a tribute to Lord Stannis's wisdom. Greene tapped his slender fingers on the table. The timing and content of the reply were both clever. Stannis would soon claim to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. This letter was a test of Stannis's forces. They valued the soldiers and horses in the Crabclaw Peninsula, and he might be one of their key targets. I have to say, the diplomatic methods of Stannis' forces are very crude, or rather arrogant, Greene thought as he placed the letter back on the table. The red-robed witch. Greene moved the thumb of his right hand against his index finger. There was a knock on the door, and Joffrey walked in. My lord, according to the information that just came in, Tyrion Lannister has temporarily replaced Lord Tywin Lannister as Prime Minister. Is Tyrion still appointed interim Prime Minister? Greene thought. In the next period of time, it is inevitable to deal with him. Greene recalled the character of Tyrion. Well, it is not very important. From now on, it will mainly be a naked exchange of interests. It seems that after Amparo's knight canonization ceremony is over, he can start heading north. Greene's eyes suddenly moved, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. A short figure climbed in silently from the window. Joffrey looked over alertly but quickly withdrew his gaze, looking at Greene and shrugging helplessly. Greene coughed lightly. You should step back first. Arya Stark approached quietly like a kitten, her big eyes shining with excitement. Getting closer and closer, Arya worked hard to pull down the corners of her mouth to make herself look calm. I'm going to. Arya was about to cheer, but before she could speak, Greene's big hand suddenly appeared above her head. Greene smiled and rubbed Arya's furry hair. Good day, Miss Arya. Arya's eyes widened in dissatisfaction. Earl Greene, why did you find me again? Her little face puffed up. As fast as a deer, as still as a shadow, as we're protecting Jon all along, Greene said, his voice filled with admiration and understanding. Jon's face was a mix of confusion and disbelief. My father, Rhaegar Targaryen, he repeated, trying to process the revelation. Duke Eddard nodded solemnly. Yes, Jon, your mother Lyanna was my sister. She made me promise to protect you before she died. I had to keep you safe, even if it meant lying to everyone, including you. Jon's eyes welled up with tears. All this time I thought I was a Stark bastard, but I'm a Targaryen? Greene placed a comforting hand on Jon's shoulder. You are still a Stark in your heart, Jon. Bloodlines don't change who you are. You have the honor and bravery of a Stark, and now you know the truth of your heritage. Duke Eddard's voice was filled with regret. I should have told you sooner, Jon, but I feared for your safety. The world is not kind to Targaryens. Jon took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. What do I do now? Greene smiled gently. You continue to be who you are, Jon, a man of honor and courage, and now you have the knowledge of your true parentage to guide you. Duke Eddard stood up and embraced Jon. You are my son in every way that matters, Jon. Never forget that. Jon hugged him back tightly. Thank you, Uncle Ned. Greene watched the emotional exchange, feeling a deep respect for both men. Jon, you will be my squire, and I will help you navigate this new path. Together we will face whatever challenges come our way. Jon nodded, determination shining in his eyes. I won't let you down, Sir Greene. Greene smiled. I know you won't, Jon. Now, let's prepare for the journey ahead. As they left the room, Arya ran up to them, her face bright with excitement. Did you talk to Father? What did he say? Greene ruffled her hair affectionately. We had an important conversation, Arya. But don't worry, everything will be all right. Arya beamed. Good. I can't wait to go hunting with you and Father. Greene chuckled. Neither can I, Arya. Now, let's get ready for the adventure ahead. As they walked away, the bond between them strengthened, ready to face whatever the future held. We're here to protect Jon, Duke Eddard said, patting Jon on the shoulder. Jon's eyes were red with tears. Lyanna loved you very much. The memory of his sister lying on the blood-stained bed haunted him. She had whispered, Ned, promise me. Duke Eddard had lowered his eyes, looking at his palm. When he agreed to her request, The fear in Lyanna's eyes vanished. She smiled and held his hand tightly until she passed away. Duke Eddard hid his inner sadness and added, "She loved flowers, especially winter roses." Jon turned away, wiping his tears with the back of his hand. Jon's eyes were red and swollen, but his voice was firm. "Lord Stark, I don't want to go to Crabclaw Peninsula. I want to leave Westeros. Jon, I want to explore the world." "You are still young." Jon interrupted. "No, I have grown up, and I am not being impulsive." Greene observed the stubbornness in Jon's eyes in silence. It was clear Jon had made up his mind. Seeing the conversation stall, Greene addressed Jon. "Jon, you don't have to worry about harming others. The Crabclaw Peninsula is a safe haven." Duke Eddard raised his hand to stop Greene. Greene spread his hands and fell silent. Duke Eddard nodded slightly towards Greene, then looked at Jon with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "Jon, I believe you have grown up, and I will respect your choice." Jon lowered his face, his breathing uneven as he tried to control his emotions. "Thank you." Lord Eddard patted Jon on the shoulder and smiled with relief. "My child, Winterfell will always be your home." That night, on a secluded coast near King's Landing, Greene was saying goodbye to the Stark family. Arya, standing on Lord Eddard's left, spoke first. "Lord Greene, I will miss you." Greene replied gently, "Arya, I will miss you too. Don't forget our agreement." "I won't forget it." Sansa, standing on Lord Eddard's right, held up her skirt with both hands and performed a graceful bow. "Earl Greene, I'm sorry I misunderstood your intentions." Greene shook his head slightly. "Miss Sansa, you are strong. I am happy for you. Ow." Sansa's smile was sweet. "Night, Greene, I will always remember your kindness." Joffrey's deception had forced the innocent girl to grow up quickly, but the Sansa who loved beautiful clothes, songs, heroic deeds, and handsome knights had not completely disappeared. Greene smiled and nodded. Duke Eddard patted Greene on the shoulder. "Thank you, son." Greene smiled back. "Duke Ned, Kleb will never forget him." A rare smile appeared on Duke Eddard's serious face as he handed the lost ice sword to Greene. "Take it, child. The friendship between Stark and Kleb will last forever." Greene accepted the ice sword solemnly. "Lord Ned, the friendship between Kleb and Stark will last forever." Winter is coming. United as one. The night was calm. After Duke Eddard and his party left the coast in a small boat, they approached the sea ship Black Pearl that awaited them. The Black Pearl would take them directly to White Harbor in the north. On the deck of the Black Pearl, Steward Russell greeted them. "Good night, Lord Duke Stark. I am Steward Russell from Crab Trading Company. This time I will escort you under the guise of purchasing leather. Surge is at your disposal." "Good work." Arya's voice was filled with excitement. "Father, this boat is so big. Can I fish?" Duke Eddard smiled helplessly. "Of course you can, but you must be careful." Syrio Forel straightened his clothes and grinned. "Girl, fishing is also part of the swordsmanship course." Arya made a face and ran off, with Syrio following helplessly. "Lord Stark?" Duke Eddard turned towards the voice and was surprised. "Gendry?" Lord Eddard strode over, and after confirming it was indeed Robert's child, his heart swelled with emotion. Surprise quickly turned into concern. "Child, why are you here?" Duke Eddard asked, his voice filled with worry. Gendry Waters, a stout young man, scratched his head shyly. "The guards of King's Landing suddenly tried to capture me. Lord Greene helped me escape. He said the Lannisters wanted to kill me and told me to follow you and leave King's Landing." Duke Eddard placed a reassuring hand on Gendry's strong shoulder. "My child, I will take care of you." Gendry hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sir, with all due respect, can you tell me why you are so kind to me?" Chapter 178, Greene's Sword Skills. The sun shone through the thin clouds, casting a warm glow over the vibrant flowers and plants in the Magetta garden. Greene Kleb leaned against a tree, watching little Tommen practice his sword swings with serious determination. Not far away, Lancel Lannister strode towards Greene, his handsome face flushed with anger. Greene greeted him casually. "Sir Lancel, who made you angry?" "Who else could it be?" Lancel's eyes swept over Tommen, who was wielding a wooden sword, and a flash of contempt crossed his face. "That hateful half-man Tyrion, he's a traitor to the Lannister family." Greene looked puzzled. Lancel's mouth twisted in disgust as he continued. "The half-man wants to send Gregor Clegane's head to Sunspear. Has he forgotten that the Mountain is a vassal of the Lannister family?" Greene raised an eyebrow. Can you even recognize the mountain's head? Lancel curled his lips. Tyrion said no one has a head as big as the mountains. His expression twisted further with anger and jealousy. Lancel's rage stemmed from his envy of Tyrion. Queen Cersei agrees? Greene asked. Lancel replied bitterly, the half-man's tongue is best at sweet words. Even Her Majesty the Queen Mother was deceived by him. Greene understood Tyrion's plan. The Lannisters had enemies everywhere, and Sunspear was one of the few potential allies. The head of the mountain was a gesture of sincerity for the alliance. If everything went well, the marriage alliance and the royal council seats would follow. Prime Minister Tyrion was doing his best to save the Lannisters from their current crisis. Earl Greene, we are Her Majesty the Queen Mother's most reliable people. We cannot watch her being deceived by a cunning half-man. Sir Lancel, what do you want to do? Greene's rhetorical question made Lancel pause, feeling a bit guilty. Through Lancel's evasive eyes, Greene knew the answer. Lancel wanted him to convince Queen Cersei. Sir Lancel, do not forget your mission, Greene said calmly, making Lancel tremble. Queen Cersei doesn't need anyone else to teach her what to do. Do you understand? Lancel nodded obediently, though he seemed unsure. Greene sighed and looked at Tommen, who was taking off his protective gear with the help of a servant. Sir Lancel, let me ask you a question. Who hates Tyrion the most in the Red Keep? After a pause, Lancel's eyes lit up. Her Majesty the Queen Mother? Greene waved to Tommen. And His Majesty Joffrey? Lancel's eyes brightened, and he said excitedly, Yes, Tyrion also slapped King Joffrey. How could I forget such an important thing? Greene, you have such a good memory. Greene had no interest in analyzing Lancel's thought process. One of Lancel's important tasks was to fill the gap left by Jaime and act as Greene's shield obediently. Lancel's battlefield was in the bedroom, not in politics. Greene reached out and patted Lancel, whose morale had soared. Go, Queen Cersei needs you. Stay with her. Lancel smiled brightly and walked away briskly. As he left, he met Tommen, who was trotting in. The little fat boy greeted him obediently. Uncle Lancel. Lancel barely acknowledged him, glancing at Tommen before nodding slightly and continuing on his way. Tommen approached Greene, his chubby face full of grievances. His eyes began to redden with sensitivity. Earl Greene, Lancel doesn't seem to like me. Greene lowered himself to Tommen's level, tapping the boy's cheek with a smile. Lancel doesn't like you? Well, you won't eat your favorite cream cake because you're sad, will you? Tommen shook his head, his spirits lifting slightly at the mention of his favorite treat. Greene rubbed Tommen's head and said, So, it's just one less person who likes you. Why should it affect your good mood? The corners of Tommen's mouth lifted into an innocent smile. Your Highness Tommen, today's practice is over. I'll take you back, Greene said. As they walked, Tommen suddenly asked, Earl Greene, will Lancel always dislike me? He looked up at Greene, his eyes full of expectation. The little boy was very kind, but his heart was sensitive and fragile. That won't change any time soon, Greene replied. Despite thinking about his favorite cream cake, Tommen couldn't help but feel sad. He asked again, Why doesn't he like me? Greene responded, Tommen, do you need him to like you? It seems not necessary, Tommen replied hesitantly. Greene nodded slightly. There are many people who like you, and there are also many who don't. It's the same for everyone. This is not a bad thing. So what's the bad thing? Tommen asked. The worst thing you can do is not like yourself because of other people, Greene explained. Tommen blinked, wrinkling his chubby face in thought. Earl Greene, you mean that I should like myself, right? What I want to tell you is not to doubt yourself easily because of others, but to learn to believe in yourself, Greene clarified. The little boy was honest. I don't understand much, but I will remember your words. Outside the door of the Queen Mother's bedroom in Maggot's Tower, the soft sound of a harp could be heard. Although the singer's voice was muffled by the thick door, Greene recognized it as Lancel's singing. The versatile Lancel, Greene addressed Sir Meryn Trant of the Kingsguard, who was guarding the door. Sir Meryn, Queen Cersei is expecting me. Please inform her. The Queen Regent has given instructions. You can go in directly, Sir Meryn replied, opening the door. The singing inside stopped abruptly. Inside the room, Queen Cersei was lounging on a pile of cushions with her bare feet, her golden hair disheveled but beautiful. Lancel, the harpist, the flute player and the waiter stood aside, all young and handsome. Greene had to admit that Queen Cersei really enjoyed her luxuries. "Queen Cersei," Greene greeted. Queen Cersei gently swirled the cup in her hand, appearing to be in a good mood. "Earl Greene, have you met our new Prime Minister?" she asked, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him. Greene's eyes trembled slightly. This was a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. She seemed to be suspicious of something. Tyrion. He guessed there had been some conflict between Tyrion and Cersei. "I've heard of him, but I haven't met him yet," Greene replied, shaking his head slightly. "You all step back," Queen Cersei commanded. Everyone else quickly exited the room, but Lancel did not move. Queen Cersei frowned slightly and beckoned him closer. Lancel quickly approached, and Cersei kissed her cousin's cheek politely. "Go, Lancel," she said. Before leaving, Lancel glanced at Greene, his eyes full of jealousy, but he quickly lowered his head and quickened his pace when he caught Greene's sudden gaze. Greene suddenly felt that as the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, he had to bring the captain of the Red Keep Guard to meet King Joffrey to show his loyalty. He had heard that Joffrey was recently obsessed with shooting live targets with a crossbow, and Lancel would definitely be happy to serve. Queen Cersei took a sip of the summer red wine in her cup and said leisurely, "Earl Greene, what do you think of the new Prime Minister?" "I heard that Lord Tywin of Casterly Rock appointed him. I think there may be some reasons that I don't know," Greene replied. A displeased look appeared on Queen Cersei's face. "He's just a lucky clown," she said, moving her toes. "I don't like trouble." Greene responded respectfully, "He is a trouble that you can deal with at any time," tall, and said, "The golden robe is always at your disposal." She raised her chin slightly, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "Let's see what tricks the dwarf plays first." After a pause, she added, "Do you know that Tyrion wants to send the head of the mountain to Dorne?" "Sir Lancel came to see me about this matter. I heard it from him," Greene replied. Queen Cersei snorted coldly. "He is quite good at finding helpers." Greene withdrew his gaze, pondering. Besides Tyrion, he wondered if Lancel had said something to make Cersei doubt him. Although he knew Lancel lacked the ability, he still considered the possibility, never underestimating anyone. Cersei looked at Greene. "What do you think? Why do you believe my dwarf prime minister is suddenly showing kindness to the Prince of Dorne?" Greene pondered for a moment before responding. "Tyrion wants to promote an alliance between the Lannisters and the Martells." Queen Cersei's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "The Martells have extreme hatred for the Lannisters. How can they join forces?" Greene spoke slowly. "Queen Cersei, Prince Doran's hatred for the Lannisters can be traced back to the previous generation. However, the war between the Dornish people and Storm's End and Highgarden has lasted for thousands of years. Therefore, as long as the sincerity is enough, it's not impossible." "Sincerity? A dead man's head?" Cersei mocked. Greene shook his head. "Of course, that's not enough." He leaned closer to Queen Cersei and whispered, "Marriage." Queen Cersei scoffed. "He wants Joffrey to marry a Martell." Her expression froze, and her pupils narrowed. She stood up suddenly, gripping Greene's arm tightly. For the first time, he saw panic and fear on her face. Cersei realized that if they wanted to marry the Prince of Dorne, the Lannisters would be the passive party. The Prince of Dorne would never send a Dornish princess to become a Lannister hostage. Therefore, only by sending Cersei's daughter to Sunspear could Prince Doran believe in the Lannisters' sincerity. "Myrcella, I will never agree to give my Myrcella to the Dornish people, just like I was given to Robert Baratheon. Never," Greene tried to comfort her. "Queen Cersei, please don't worry. Maybe I guessed wrong." Cersei's eyes filled with tears, and she shouted angrily, "They all deserve to die! They all deserve to die!" Greene continued to comfort her. "Queen Cersei, Princess Myrcella is still a virgin. No one can take your daughter away from you without your consent, I promise." Queen Cersei hugged Greene's waist, burying her head in his arms. She missed Jaime especially at that moment. She wanted to tell Jaime that his favorite dwarf brother was going to sell their only daughter to the Dornish people like goods. Greene could have remained silent, but he had already guessed that Tyrion was plotting against him, or perhaps against the 6,000 gold cloaks. In this case, he had to withstand the counterattack from Lord Greene, because this was the power game table. The rational Cersei was no match for Tyrion, but the angry Cersei was a different story. Greene wanted Tyrion to understand that they were now sitting at the power game table. If anything happened, they should come to him obediently and show their sincerity and chips in the transaction. The two separated, and Queen Cersei wiped the tears from her eyes. She said coldly, "Does he think everything will be fine with his father's letter? It's just a thin piece of paper." Eddard Stark also had a piece of paper left by Robert. Greene said softly, "Yes, you have the initiative. With just one order from you, he will be locked directly in the depths of the dungeon." Queen Cersei turned around, picked up her wineglass, took a sip of summer red, and stood tall. After a moment of silence, Queen Cersei murmured, "Could the dwarf be following the old lion's orders?" Greene walked over quietly, picked up the wine bottle, and poured wine for her. Queen Cersei's green eyes fixed on Greene, as if seeking confirmation. "Earl Greene, could it be Duke Tywin who gave Tyrion the order?" Greene shook his head slightly. "Queen Cersei, I can't say for certain at the moment. Some things require investigation to uncover the truth. Perhaps, at the right time, you can ask Tyrion directly." Queen Cersei's eyes narrowed, and she handed her wineglass to Greene. "Greene, I don't have the patience to wait. I want answers as soon as possible." Greene took the wineglass from her hand, paused, and said, "Queen Cersei, I will get you the information you seek without harming his life." Queen Cersei smiled. She reached out and gently patted Greene's breastplate, her eyes flashing with a cold light. "Be kind to him, Lord Greene. In the valley, at the Bloodgate. I feel like the lady in front of me looks familiar." The Knight of the Bloodgate opened his mask, a faint smile on his face. His voice was hoarse. "Little Kate, you are far from home." Chapter 179, Bloodgate and Eagle's Nest City. Hearing the familiar voice, Catelyn Tully felt as if she had been transported back 20 years to her childhood. She smiled warmly and said, "Uncle, aren't you also far from home?" Brynden Tully pointed to the Bloodgate fortress and replied, "Kate, my home is here." Uncle Brynden and her father had been at odds for as long as Catelyn could remember. The two brothers had a major falling out when she was 8 years old. Her father accused Uncle Brynden of being the black sheep of the Tully family. Uncle Brynden had smiled and said that the symbol of their family was a trout jumping out of the water, so he should be a black fish, not a black sheep. From that day on, he adopted the black trout as his coat of arms. Their dispute did not end until the day she and her sister got married. At the wedding feast, Uncle Brynden announced to his father that he was leaving Riverrun with his niece Lysa to serve her new husband, Lord John Arryn of the Eyrie. "Your home is in my heart." Catelyn clasped her hands tightly and kept her eyes on her uncle. "Uncle, take off your helmet. I want to take a good look at you again." During Catelyn's girlhood, her father was often too busy and her mother too ill, so it was Uncle Brynden who shared the joys and sorrows of Duke Hoster's children. Whether it was Catelyn and Lysa or Edmure Tully and their father's adopted son Peter Baelish, Uncle Brynden listened patiently, celebrated their successes, and sympathized with their troubles. "I'm afraid that after all these years, you still won't recognize me." Although Sir Brynden said this, when he lifted his helmet, Catelyn thought he had lied. Despite his weathered appearance and the years that had stolen his auburn hair, leaving only a head full of gray, his smile was still the same. His thick eyebrows, as bushy as caterpillars, were still the same, and the twinkle in his deep blue eyes was unchanged. "Kid, you shouldn't be here at this time." "Uncle, I am no longer a child." "Little Kate, you just look grown up." Sir Brynden turned towards the Bloodgate and continued, "You will need a fireplace and hot tea now." Catelyn mounted her horse and followed Sir Brynden. Long battlements were built on the dangerous cliffs on both sides. The mountain road narrowed to barely enough space for 4 people to ride side by side. 2 watchtowers clung to the rock walls, connected by a weathered gray stone arch bridge. Catelyn could feel the silent faces watching them from the tower's archery holes, the battlements, and the stone bridges. In front of the thick city gate, Sir Brynden stopped his horse. He looked at Catelyn and her party and said loudly, "In the name of Robert Arryn, Duke of the Eyrie, Guardian of the Vale of Arryn, and true Guardian of the East, I let you pass through the Bloodgate and ask you to maintain peace in his name." Catelyn responded loudly, I, Catelyn Tully, the Lady of Winterfell and wife of Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North, in the name of the Lady of Winterfell, pass through the Bloodgate and promise peace." After Catelyn finished speaking, a smile appeared on Sir Bryndon's face. "Let's go." Catelyn rode beside Bryndon, her Winterfell guards following behind. The valley was bathed in morning light. After passing through the shadow of the Bloodgate, Catelyn arrived at the other end of the stone fortifications. The peaks and mountains suddenly spread out before her, revealing green fields, blue skies, and snow-capped mountaintops. The sight was so beautiful, it took her breath away. The canyon stretched before them, reaching into the misty east. The valley was a peaceful and quiet country, protected by mountains on all sides. It had fertile black soil, wide and gentle rivers, hundreds of large and small lakes that sparkled like mirrors in the sun, and fields of barley, wheat, and corn that were bountiful. Catelyn and the others continued riding. In a stone house at the west end of the canyon, Catelyn stood at the window and looked up. The mountains, too, the north, were so close that they seemed within reach. The fire danced in the fireplace, adding warmth to the room. Sir Bryndon, who was sitting in front of the fireplace, turned to look at Catelyn with a smile on his face. "Little Kate, you look like you've grown up," he said. Catelyn's cheeks turned slightly red at her uncle's joke. She left the window and sat in front of the fireplace. "Uncle, the valley is so beautiful." Bryndon's voice was low and hoarse. "Beauty is just the appearance. I've seen a lot of ugliness hidden under the beauty recently." Catelyn held a cup of hot tea in her hand, her blue eyes showing doubt. "Kate, you should send a message first. The valley is not peaceful." Catelyn looked sad. "Uncle, I have indeed learned a painful lesson. The savages at the foot of the mountain harassed us day and night. We lost a total of 6 people. I almost thought we were doomed. They are the Mountain Clan tribe of the Moon Mountains. After Lord Jon's death, these wildlings have become more and more bold." "Didn't Lysa send any troops?" Catelyn asked. Sir Bryndon stared at her for a while and said, "Kate, it seems you have not received your husband's letter." Catelyn's eyes were mixed with resentment and uneasiness. "Uncle, I am here just for my husband and children. Queen Lannister is simply a madwoman. She not only framed Ned for rebellion, but also forced Sansa to commit a crime." Her eyes became a little moist. "Robb has summoned the vassals of the Stark family to rescue Ned, and the army from the north is moving south. I came to see Lysa for the cavalry in the valley." Catelyn looked at Sir Bryndon firmly and continued, "Uncle, I must save my husband and daughter from Cersei." After Catelyn finished speaking, Sir Bryndon nodded slightly. "Kate, don't worry. The troops of the Tully family and the Stark family can ensure the safety of your husband and children." "Uncle, I want to see Lysa as soon as possible." Sir Bryndon said slowly, "Kate, not long ago, all the important nobles in the valley received your husband's personal letter. He investigated the murderer of Duke Jon." Catelyn's eyes widened. "Is the murderer a Lannister?" Sir Bryndon shook his head. "Kate, your husband said that Lysa Tully poisoned Lord Jon." Catelyn was shocked and looked at her uncle in disbelief. Sir Bryndon continued, "When I wrote this letter, Robert was still alive and Ned was still living in the Hand's Tower." Catelyn turned pale and murmured, "How is it possible? How is it possible?" Sir Bryndon said solemnly, "It is indeed unbelievable, but everyone believes in Ned's character. Kate, you know your husband better than anyone else." "Gods, why is this happening?" Catelyn's pupils dilated, her lips trembled slightly, and the terrible news made her feel the world spinning. "Little Kate, are you okay? Is my sister crazy? How could she do such a cruel thing? Gods, what should she do?" Sir Bryndon stretched out his big hand. He tried to comfort his heartbroken niece as he did when she was a child, but she held him tightly. She buried her face in his palm, and he felt her tears, piping hot. Family, responsibility, honor. Sir Bryndon looked at Catelyn and sighed secretly. Catelyn looked strong on the surface, but deep down she was constantly worried about her husband and children. She was awakened by various horrific nightmares every night, and hearing such shocking news today finally made her collapse. After a while, Catelyn let go of her uncle's hand and vented her tears like a child beside him, which made her heavy heart feel a lot lighter. "Kate, our Lysa is safe now." Catelyn picked up the teacup and took a sip. She was a little embarrassed and said, Uncle, I may be exhausted. Child, people are not made of iron. Men need wine and women need tears. Uncle, I am no longer a child. Little Kate, Ned is a good husband. Caitlin wiped her eyes. Caitlin wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at her uncle with red and swollen eyes, confused. A good husband will let his wife retain her girlish nature. Caitlin couldn't help but laugh, and she said helplessly, My dear uncle, I am already a mother of 5 children. Sir Brynden smiled gently and said, Kate, I plan to leave with you, and together we will save your family from the hands of the Lannisters. Uncle, this is really exciting news. Robb needs your help. As she spoke, Caitlin's excited voice turned into worry. My sister, is the current situation in the Vale very bad? Almost everyone is outraged. Lord Jon was loved by the people of the Vale. Lysa has committed an unforgivable crime. Caitlin already knew that her sister had made a grave mistake, so she was even more worried. Then Lysa. Lysa will be fine for the time being. She claims that Ned's letter was a deliberate slander, a conspiracy by the North to seize the Vale. Many people in the Vale believe her excuse and have chosen to support her. He added, Lysa expelled all suspicious people from the Eyrie and blocked all entrances. She firmly believes that the Eyrie is impenetrable and no enemy can break it. Uncle, how are you now? Caitlin asked, concerned. Sir Brynden looked worried. I am busy loading various supplies into the gondolas in the Eyrie every day. The only thing I can do now is this. Not long ago, the Eyrie was crowded with Lysa's suitors, as numerous as crows on a battlefield. Now, almost all of those suitors have joined the Alliance of the Righteous. The Alliance of the Righteous? Caitlin inquired. Sir Brynden nodded. The nobles of the Vale have formed an alliance. They say they will use all necessary means to get Lysa the justice she deserves. Caitlin exclaimed. That means, are they going to start an army? Sir Brynden sighed. Sooner or later, civil war in the Vale is inevitable. After a pause, he continued, The Alliance of the Righteous will not believe me, but Lysa only trusts her sworn knights. Sworn knights? Caitlin's tone revealed a bit of helplessness. Most of them are knights who were born to the small lords of the Vale. They swear allegiance to Lysa alone, and the gods bless her, Sir Brynden explained. Caitlin leaned back in her chair. She raised her eyes and stared at the ceiling, thinking for a while, then said, Uncle, I feel very uneasy. I want to meet Lysa as soon as possible. Sir Brynden advised, Kate, because of Ned, she will most likely not welcome you. Caitlin's voice was full of determination. Uncle, I believe Ned would not slander Lysa, but I still want to confirm with Lysa face to face. Even if there is no hope, I hope this is a misunderstanding. According to the standards of the nobles in the kingdom, the Eyrie is not large in scale, with only 7 white spires huddled together like arrows in a quiver, sitting atop the mountain. Although the Eyrie has no stables, forges, or kennels, its granary is as big as Winterfell's, and the castle's tower can accommodate 500 soldiers. Petyr Baelish felt a little embarrassed in his clothes. He left the gondola with the help of a young waiter. Looking around, the castle looked extremely desolate compared to his previous memories. Petyr walked through the hall made of white stone, his footsteps echoing everywhere. Petyr! A voice full of excitement sounded, and Lysa's bloated figure appeared, holding up her skirt and trotting towards Petyr. Petyr showed an elegant and tired smile, slowly opening his arms towards Lysa. She threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly and crying, Petyr, my little finger, is it really you? Am I not dreaming? Petyr patted Lysa's back and said warmly, It's me, my Lysa. I finally see you. Lysa choked up. Your men sent me a message saying that you were imprisoned in a dark cell. I was so scared. I had nightmares every day. I was so afraid of losing you. Petyr comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm safe. Petyr's hoarse whisper quickly comforted Lysa. He gently pinched her chubby cheeks, a slight smile playing on his lips. My Lysa, you are still so prone to tears. You really are a girl who has not yet grown up. Lysa blushed in front of Petyr. I won't cry anymore, she promised, looking up at him with her dim, moist blue eyes and pale lips. Petyr, how did you escape? Petyr's eyes flickered slightly. My Lysa, I thought I could bear the crime of killing Jon Arryn alone, so I surrendered, but I didn't expect Eddard Stark to be so relentless. He wouldn't let go of my beloved girl. As he spoke, He lovingly stroked Lysa's hair. "If I want to leave, no one can stop me. When I learned that your rebels had appeared in the valley, I came back. I will always protect you, my Lysa." Lisa's eyes welled up with tears again, her voice filled with remorse. "My peer, you love me so much, yet I doubted you. I was just so scared. I thought everyone would harm me. I live in fear every day. Please forgive me. You must forgive me." Chapter 180. In the name of the Queen Mother Regent, escorted by 10 Lannister guards clad in red robes, lion print half-helms, and crimson cloaks, Tyrion Lannister rode out of the Red Keep. He turned his head to look at his new squire, a quiet and shy boy. Tyrion enjoyed teasing him when he had nothing else to do. "Pod, raise your head and be majestic. You are the squire of the Lannister Lion," Tyrion instructed. Podrick Payne, Tyrion's new squire, hailed from a Lannister vassal family. He was a distant cousin of the late Sir Ilyn Payne. At 12 years old, Podrick was a thin boy with brown hair and blue eyes. He quickly raised his head and puffed out his weak chest, a gesture that made Tyrion laugh. Podrick, overwhelmed by the laughter, tried to maintain a majestic posture. Suppressing his laughter, Tyrion pretended to be serious. "That's better. Be alert, my squire." "As you command, my lord," Podrick stuttered. Tyrion glanced at the red-robed soldiers following behind him. "Pod, come closer," he said. "As you command, my lord," Podrick replied, lightly kicking his horse's belly to ride side by side with Tyrion. Lowering his voice slightly, Tyrion asked, "Pod, have you found a good swordsman?" Podrick also lowered his voice. "Sir, I have found a few people. One of them is very skilled, but I am a little worried about him." "Why?" Tyrion inquired, his voice even lower. I think he only values the golden dragon. He has no sense of honor," Podrick whispered. Tyrion chuckled, deliberately teasing the boy. "Don't be so quiet, my squire." He wanted to reach out and pat the stunned boy as encouragement, but found it slightly out of reach, so he snapped his fingers instead. "Well done, Pod. I like realistic people. The golden dragon is a good thing. I love my father. Praise the Lannisters." Today, Tyrion had specially brought the 10 guards Jaime had left for him. His purpose as the new prime minister was to inspect King's Landing. After the last riot in King's Landing, pairs of golden-robed soldiers could be seen everywhere. They wore black chainmail, patrolling the streets and alleys, never letting go of their iron rods. The streets of King's Landing, usually bustling with people and horses, now seemed very depressed. The market was full of people in tattered clothes, selling their products to anyone willing to pay, but there were almost no farmers selling meat and vegetables. The few stalls selling food were asking for 3 times the price of last year. As Tyrion led his squires and red-robed guards around, his face grew more serious. He realized that the food crisis in King's Landing was already quite severe. If it could not be solved soon, the next riot would not be far off, and the scale of the riots would only grow larger. "Fresh rats! Fresh rats!" a vendor was shouting, selling roasted rats on the street. Guards stood in front of every store on Flower Street. In King's Landing now, the hiring price of mercenaries was cheaper than bread. Tyrion frowned and shifted uneasily in his saddle. The food crisis had to be resolved quickly, or the Lannisters would soon be torn apart by the hungry and desperate populace. In front of a tavern, Varys stood with his hands clasped, a gentle smile on his face. Tyrion stopped his horse and dismounted with the help of his squire. "Lord Varys," Tyrion greeted, looking up at the inconspicuously decorated tavern. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you waiting for me?" Varys nodded slightly. "Dear Prime Minister, I'm so glad to see you. I apologize for any inconvenience." Tyrion grinned. "Care to join me for a drink?" Varys nodded again. "It would be an honor." Inside the tavern, after Tyrion climbed onto a chair and sat down, Varys bowed slightly before slowly taking his seat. "Does Lord Varys bring good news?" Tyrion asked. Tyrion swirled the wine in his glass, a smile playing on his lips, though his heart was wary of the 8-clawed spider that had mastered his movements. "Lord Tyrion, my little birds have only brought me bad news lately, alas." Varys paused, then continued. "It truly saddens me. Pleasing the Queen Mother Regent has become exceedingly difficult, which makes me deeply uneasy." Tyrion grinned. "Perhaps you haven't found the right method." Varys was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, his face breaking into a smile. "You and the Queen Mother are siblings. Naturally, you know each other better. I am merely a timid servant, and guessing the preferences of the powerful is a dangerous game. Offense? Tyrion looked at the smiling Varys and took a sip of his wine. I secretly wished for my amiable father's death, and I harbor the same wish for my sister, our beautiful and gentle Queen Regent. Is that a crime, Lord Varys? Varys was so frightened that he looked around hurriedly. Seeing no one else, he exhaled. Tyrion smiled happily. Lord Varys, you are too cautious. I was just joking. The Lannisters are a family that loves each other. Everyone knows this. Tyrion kept joking, but he was secretly watching Varys's expression. Varys's face remained pale. My Prime Minister, please stop making fun of me. Varys was still frightened. He patted his chest and said, I have served the Mad King and Robert Was. Over time, I have learned that little people should never reason with big people. Therefore, caution is the safest way to preserve one's life. Tyrion laughed. Well, my little bird tells me that this is sound advice. Varys sighed helplessly. Be careful when you go out, my Lord Prime Minister. The current situation is chaotic. King's Landing is not very safe recently. Extrajudicial murderers are running rampant, their swords cold, and their hearts even colder. Tyrion understood what Varys meant. The one who came to him today was Varys, who was not in danger. Of course, others could come to him with swords in hand. Tyrion blinked and said, My sister loves me very much, because I am now her Prime Minister. Well, the acting Prime Minister of the Queen Regent. Varys said seriously, Lord Tyrion, my little birdie told me that Queen Cersei summoned Earl Crab after you left yesterday. Tyrion's eyes shifted, and he scratched his head in distress. My sister is really simple and straightforward, he was reflecting. Often his mouth moved faster than his brain. This was a problem that needed correction. A smile appeared on Varys's face. Queen Cersei has great trust in Earl Crab, and she feels more at ease with the golden cloak in his hands. Tyrion picked up the flagon and leaned over the table to pour wine for Varys. While pouring, he said, Lord Varys, do you have any ideas? Varys shook his head slightly, his smile deepening. Lord Tyrion, do you think the Queen Mother controls King's Landing with the 6,000 swords in her golden cloak? Tyrion braced himself with one hand and held the flagon in the other, awkwardly sitting back in his chair. He poured wine into his glass with lowered eyes. Tyrion put down the wine bottle, stopped his thoughts, and said with a smile, Lord Varys, do you have a different opinion? Varys picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and said, In addition to the 6,000 golden cloaks, King's Landing also has 2,000 of Crab's blue cloaks. He paused and sighed. The lioness has extraordinary courage, which is truly admirable. Tyrion was actually flustered by this information, but he maintained a confident facade. He grinned and said, It seems I took the wrong direction to solve the problem. There was concern in Varys's voice. Count Crab has the compassion of a knight, but his most admirable quality is loyalty. At this point, you are already the Prime Minister that everyone admires, so I advise you to proceed with caution. After all, you are the younger brother of Queen Cersei, and I believe she will not make things too difficult for you. Tyrion shrugged. He had considered handling the position of Prime Minister casually, but he felt an itch to prove his abilities to his father, to become the dwarf hero who saves the kingdom, and to silence those who mocked him. There were many reasons. Tyrion laughed at himself inwardly. Perhaps he just wanted a taste of power. Tyrion swirled the wine in his glass and spoke solemnly. Lord Varys, thank you for the reminder. A Lannister always pays his debts. Varys shook his head slightly. Actually, I haven't done much, nor do I dare to do more. I just hope that this rare good person can have a better life. He sighed softly. Varys stood up from his chair. Prime Minister, I will take my leave now. As he left, he rubbed his powdered hands together and said, Lord Tyrion, before I go, may I pose a riddle for you? Before Tyrion could respond, Varys continued. 3 prominent people were sitting in a room, a king, a monk, and a rich man. A mercenary stood among them. The mercenary was of humble origin and mediocre talents. Each distinguished man commanded him to kill the other 2. The king said, I am your rightful king, and I command you to kill them. The monk said, In the name of the gods in heaven, I ask you to kill them. The rich man said, Kill them, and all my gold, silver, and jewelry will be yours. Guess, who will die and who will live? With that, Varys nodded slightly, stepped into his soft-soled slippers, and hurriedly left the tavern. Tyrion leaned back in his chair and took a sip of wine. The riddle was easy to guess. The person holding the sword could kill whoever he wanted. Even prominent people might die, but the person holding the sword would not. Tyrion stared at his glass of wine. Varys's kindness was sudden but gentle and silent. What was Varys planning? Did Varys want to tell him that they could be allies? Tyrion felt that Varys was not as timid and fearful as he appeared. He had served the Mad King and Robert and was now serving the new king as a royal minister. Eunuchs were never simple. None of this mattered now. Tyrion was weak and needed to win over people who could stand by his side. He took another sip of wine. He wasn't in a position to be picky. He just wanted to see if Varys was worth winning over, or if he could be won over. Bump, bump, bump. The sudden sound interrupted Tyrion's contemplation and startled him. Was it the sound of a window closing? Tyrion grabbed the back of the chair with one hand and stood on the seat. The candlelight flickered, and the tavern became a little darker. He realized he was alone. Tyrion didn't hesitate. His guards were outside, and he needed to join them as soon as possible. Tap, 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 tap. As the footsteps approached, a tall figure gradually became clear in Tyrion's sight. His eyes widened slightly. Greene? Tyrion sat back in his chair. The man sitting opposite him, who had been Varys just moments ago, was now Greene. Greene spread his hands and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, does it seem like Varys deliberately brought you here?" Tyrion's expression turned serious. "Where are my squire and bodyguard?" Greene slowly raised a hand and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Tyrion's eyes sharpened, and he stared at Greene. The expression of the person opposite him did not change. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere grew heavy. After a moment of silence, Tyrion narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Greene, has Cersei slept with you?" The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken. Greene raised his face and smiled. Tyrion grinned. "If you don't mind, tell me every detail." Greene rubbed his jet-black hair and said helplessly, "No wonder. Queen Cersei always wants to hang your head on the top of the city walls," Tyrion said with a laugh before his expression turned serious. "Greene, I apologize. Sometimes my mouth runs ahead of my mind, especially when it comes to my dear sister." Greene tapped the table with his slender fingers. "Tyrion, in the name of the Queen Regent, I need to ask you something." Tyrion smiled wryly. "Hey, I haven't done anything to regret concerning my sister. Her brother is good and obedient. She is definitely a lucky sister." Greene prompted, "The head of the mountain." Tyrion's smile froze. He thought for a moment and then said, "Did you guess it?" Greene tapped his chin thoughtfully. Tyrion scratched his head and complained, "Greene, I hate your cleverness." He paused, then asked, "Where did you guess?" Greene smiled. "Marriage." Tyrion's voice was filled with hope. "Cersei shouldn't know, right?" Greene shrugged. "In the name of the Queen Regent, I am interrogating you in a friendly manner." Tyrion leaned back weakly in his chair, holding his forehead. "I can explain. My favorite sister, I did it for." Suddenly, Tyrion straightened up, grabbing the table with both hands. "What else have you said to my beautiful, charming, gentle, and kind sister Cersei?"